Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Shi Xiong. Chapter 551-594. Backland South District, Folk Herb Shop. Klein, in meditation, suddenly broke free from his half-asleep, half-awake state, instantly realizing that a power had invaded his dream. Was it Will Osepton? Or, maintaining his confused state, Klein subtly observed his surroundings, finding himself on a desolate beach, ravaged by artillery fire. Aided by the crimson moonlight, Klein gazed into the distance and vaguely saw the wreckage of a giant ship shimmering with metallic luster. He paused, quickly recalling a photo he had seen in the Backland Morning Post. That was Oak Island in Pritz Harbor, the destroyed Royal Navy base. As this thought emerged, Klein noticed the water on the sea surface beside him rippling, quickly outlining a line of silver-white words. Great Master, your humble but loyal servant Erodes is late and failed to keep up with your pace. Can you forgive me? Looking at the familiar and fawning words, Klein had roughly determined Erodes' identity and knew that the mirror was likely referring to the summoning earlier that night. He maintained his fool demeanor and nodded steadily. Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Pathway Sequence 3 Scholar of yours potion formula? The sea surface instantly rippled, and as the water swayed, silver-white words reappeared. Church of the Evernight, Zeratul being hunted by Aemon, blasphemy slate, Duke Aaron. Zeratul is being hunted by Aemon. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, noting the information Erodes intentionally revealed. Without giving Klein more time to ponder, the original words faded, and after a few seconds of isolation, a few words were outlined in an extremely hesitant manner. Great Master, Duke Aaron asked me to relay a message to you. He wishes to meet you here now. Klein tilted his head up, asking with some surprise. Now, what does he want with me? The swaying sea surface stilled for a few seconds, and pale words reappeared, directly conveying the mirror's self-reproach and helplessness. The weak and humble Erodes cannot answer your question, but I know Duke Aaron decided to meet you after exploring Calderon City deep within the spirit world and then heading to the Hornassus mountain range. Not making things difficult for Erodes, Klein, lacking information, couldn't find the connection between these two locations. However, the latter did make him think of the Antigonus family treasure hidden in the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Pulling his wandering thoughts back, Klein took a deep breath and nodded. I'll depart now. With that, Klein actively ended the dream, sat up from his bed, glanced at Backland enveloped by the night outside his window, and poured his spirituality into the creeping hunger on his right hand. The surroundings instantly deepened, and even the crimson moonlight shining through the window vanished. Azteca's sealed power was stirred, and pale, eerie, complex, and bizarre symbols emerged in the darkness. Strange symbols and patterns detached from the creeping hunger, intertwining and combining in midair, forming a mysterious and illusory pair of bronze doors. Klein straightened his black trench coat, took his top hat from the coat rack and put it on, took a deep breath, and abruptly pushed open the bronze doors. His figure traveled through the richly colored, abstract spirit world. Klein divined the direction and corrected his position, soon stopping before a vibrant patch of color. Before he could stop his spirit world traversal, he felt an irresistible force dragging him downwards. His most prized spirituality warning seemed to fail. Klein's expression changed drastically. He instinctively took out the sea god scepter, and just as he was about to counterattack, he found himself on the beach shown in his dream. The only difference was the addition of a figure. Casually smoothing the spirit world's fluctuations, Aaron, who was toying with the magic mirror Erodes, clicked his tongue and teased Klein, who had visibly relaxed. Quite alert, Mr. Fool. Hearing Aaron's jibe, Klein choked slightly, coughed lightly, and silently put away the ready-to-strike sea god scepter, stiffly changing the subject. Long time no see. Now, can you tell me why you were in such a hurry to find me? Aaron smiled, and his right hand, not holding Erodes, retrieved a strange heart entwined with wisps of white mist and a frost crystal emanating coldness from the nation of disorder. These were precisely the main material, the flocculated heart of a fog demonic wolf, and the auxiliary material, white frost crystal, for the sequence 3 scholar of yore. Although fog demonic wolves, as high-level demonic wolves, were almost extinct in the outside world, they had been preserved in the unique perpetual night environment of the forsaken land of the gods. The previous hunting operation against the gloom demonic wolf Kotar in the forsaken land of the gods had failed, allowing his true body to escape and vanish through resurrection, but his lingering puppets didn't have that ability, and among them were several fog demonic wolves of the same race. Looking at the two items suspended in Aaron's palm, Klein didn't know what they were, but he could clearly feel his spirituality stirring. Before he could speak, specks of light converged before him. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Main material. Advancement ritual. Completely detached from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after you have become history and no longer belong to the current era. This, Klein couldn't help but blink, staring intently at the final advancement ritual. For a moment, he didn't even consider what price this undeniable gift might secretly entail. You've completely digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion. The advancement ritual for Scholar of Yore should be no pressure for you. Glancing at the mixed emotions on Klein's face, Aaron continued on his own. I only have the materials related to the fog demonic wolf here. As for the root of the dog, you can take this material directly into the depths of the spirit world. You should get a surprise. A surprise. Klein took a deep breath, looking at the two Beander materials floating before him with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he looked back at Aaron, still asking the question that had puzzled him for a long time. The potions, the materials, even the care you showed me when I first awoke as Klein Moretti, what is the reason for all these gifts? After leaving the fog town, I always convinced myself it was because we were both survivors of that era, but I knew that couldn't be the whole truth. Looking at the solemn Klein, Aaron sighed softly. Some things, until you reach Angel, even knowing them will bring unbearable calamity. You've read many of that fellow Russell's diaries. You should know about the pollution from the cosmos, which is also why the gods no longer appear in reality after the fifth epoch. Feeling Klein's still burning gaze, Aaron's lips suddenly curved as he added. However, I do have a way for you to bypass this restriction. Although it's a bit troublesome, it will allow you to think more rationally about what I want to do. Klein was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Aaron to say that, and asked with some uncertainty. What method? Playing with erodes, Aaron smiled and replied in a relaxed tone. You should have some guesses yourself. When you stay in Saphira Castle, the Saphira's status is enough to block the negative effects I mentioned before. But correspondingly, when you leave Saphira Castle and before you truly become an angel, another high-level Beander in the mind domain needs to help you hypnotize and establish psychological suggestion, so that you only remember those secrets that might cause your sudden death in reality when you enter Saphira Castle. As he spoke, Aaron raised his hand again, took out a piece of leather exuding divine radiance from the nation of disorder, and inscribed the mystical knowledge related to the outer deity of the cosmos on it with spirituality as ink, then continued. The method and the reason you want to know are all here. Now it's time for you to choose. Klein stared at the leather, which was at least at the demigod level, and after a long while, he spoke in a low voice. The high-level Beander in the mind domain you mentioned, are you referring to Miss Justice? This was an agreement. Aaron nodded slightly, thoughtfully set up a simple seal on the leather before handing it to Klein, and explained teasingly. I obtained the blasphemy slate of the spectator pathway and a corresponding angel characteristic. I asked your sister's current teacher to help refine a grade 0 sealed artifact and give it to Audrey. Now she is only a step away from sequence 3. As long as you actively cooperate, completing the psychological suggestion will not be difficult. Grade 0 sealed artifact, sequence 3. Klein's mouth twitched violently. He no longer acted coy and directly set up a ritual to sacrifice the demigod leather and the white frost crystal to Saphira Castle. Taking a deep breath, Klein held the last remaining flocculated heart of the demonic wolf of mist and looked at Aaron. Thank you very much for taking care of Melissa. I plan to go deep into the spirit world now to find the remaining main ingredients for the potion. Sequence 4 is still too weak. Aaron hummed softly and stopped Klein, who was about to open the spirit world shuttle, asking meaningfully. I heard Audrey say that you have been looking for the secrets of the LotM royal family in Backland recently. Klein raised an eyebrow and didn't hide it. With the help of Paulez's spirit mediumship, I could only know that the Backland Great Smog was indeed jointly planned by the demonist sect and the LotM royal family, and this was only to cover up another deeper secret. It's just a pity that they were very cautious, and almost all clues were destroyed. Facing Klein's expectant gaze, Aaron didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed George III's plan to ascend to Black Emperor, completing the clues Klein was missing due to the lack of the Black Emperor card and the premature elimination of Tunis Kolb from MI9 by himself. The Black Emperor's ascension ritual is actually like this. Klein murmured to himself. Almost instantly, he thought of the mausoleum he had accidentally entered during the Great Smog. Giving Klein some time to organize his thoughts, Aaron then briefly described the tense atmosphere in the cosmos, and then continued. George III is probably only one step away from godhood now. If nothing unexpected happens, he should try to ascend very soon. His right hand, which was holding creeping hunger, clenched and then loosened. Klein smiled bitterly and self-mockingly said, "What can I do in a battle of this level, even if I advance to sequence 3 before then?" Aaron smiled and didn't continue the topic, instead saying meaningfully, "You should not be unfamiliar with the name Trissa Cheek. She has the aura of the primordial demoness. Rhodes cannot accurately locate her position, but it can be confirmed that she is in Backland. You should meet very soon. Well, she also harbors hatred for the LotM royal family. You can selectively reveal a part of George III's plan to her." Coincidence? Klein nodded silently, hearing the hidden meaning in the words. He forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, no longer lingered, and after a final glance at Rhodes, stepped into the open door to the spirit world. No longer obstructing Klein, Aaron gazed in the direction of Backland, his expression indifferent. During the Backland Great Smog, he gained more than just that sequence 1 conqueror characteristic. Even, White Demoness, Katerina, who was responsible for escorting this characteristic back to the demonist sect headquarters, was suppressed in Iriseel, the capital of East Tassoc County. As a high-ranking member of the cooperation between the demonist sect and the LotM royal family, Katerina, who knew the exact locations of the 9 Blood Emperor mausoleums, had already revealed everything. The method of forcibly entering the mausoleum obtained from Mr. Door has been verified in the Abyss of Storms. Everything is ready, now we just wait for George III. His low murmur echoed, his figure had disappeared, and the distorted and replaced order around him quietly returned to normal. For him, George III's ascension was an excellent hunting opportunity, and the fastest way to obtain Augustus's Hand of Order characteristic. On the contrary, the high-level characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway seemed less important. After all, as long as Russell is reborn in the cosmos, these characteristics, no matter what form they exist in, will return to the Black Emperor's hands. Passing through various strange spirit world creatures, fortunately with the blessing of Azek's aura, Klein smoothly arrived deep within the spirit world. Looking at the 7 different colored pure lights covering the upper part of the spirit world, Klein removed the wall of spirituality covering the surface of the flocculated heart of the demonic wolf of mist. Just as he was thinking about how to use this material to lure out the Hound of Fulfillment, his spiritual intuition outlined 2 bizarre hounds in his mind, covered in short black fur with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets. Hound of Fulfillment. Although he had never seen such a creature, the name instantly popped into Klein's mind. He immediately turned to look at the place where his spiritual intuition had feedbacked, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. At some point, a hazy historical mist drifted in the abstract depths of the spirit world. From the darker patches, hounds of fulfillment rushed out, led by the 2 that Klein had seen in his spiritual intuition. Why are only these 2 one-eyed? This question inexplicably arose in his mind. Klein watched the group of hounds of fulfillment with some vigilance. He saw 2 complete hounds of fulfillment detach from their pack and, as they ran towards him, each dug out a mass of dark red flame from their eye sockets. A pair of eyeballs put together. Klein's mouth slightly opened. He couldn't help but recall the surprise Aaron had mentioned earlier and understood why the first two hounds of fulfillment had become one-eyed. Driving some strange thoughts out of his mind, Klein watched the group of hounds of fulfillment disappear into the light spots of the historical mist, then quickly returned to Saphira Castle with the two main materials given as a gift. Mist Sea, Lasha Island. With the help of the preset spirit world coordinates, Aaron directly teleported to this secluded island and found Audrey in the magnificent castle made purely of emerald. Audrey, who was deep within her own consciousness island, familiarizing herself with and attempting to control the Grade 0 sealed artifact refined from the blasphemy slate and the discerner characteristic, keenly sensed the changes in the real world and quickly returned to consciousness. After confirming Audrey's state, Aaron smiled and teased. Your manipulator potion should be almost completely digested. Once you advance to Dreamweaver, you will be able to truly wield the authority of that Grade 0 sealed artifact. By then, you will be a major figure in the mysterious world. Audrey's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and spoke in a seeking tone. I just received a commission from Mr. World. He wants to ask me to go to Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom to help him with a deep hypnosis session. He also emphasized that it carries a certain degree of danger. So impatient, meeting those emerald eyes, Aaron smiled, having somewhat anticipated Klein's urgency. This was my suggestion to him, and also an opportunity for you to completely digest the last bit of the potion. Aaron briefly explained the situation, and Audrey's eyes became even brighter. Compared to digesting the potion, understanding the truth of the cosmos and even the apocalypse held greater appeal for her, even if she would forget the relevant memories after leaving Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom. With a heart full of anticipation, Audrey no longer hesitated and responded to Mr. World's commission in her mind. Almost the next second, crimson light engulfed her consciousness. Above the gray fog, Audrey appeared at the side of the bronze long table. Unlike the regular Monday gathering, this time, she did not see Mr. Fool shrouded in gray fog, but instead saw Mr. World, whose figure was obscured by swirling mist, at the lower end of the bronze long table. A slight smile appeared on Audrey's lips. She knew that Mr. World's true identity was Klein Moretti, the former Nighthawks who was nominally deceased. This peculiar sense of familiarity also made her drop many of the courtesies she usually adhered to, and she spoke in a light tone. Good morning, Mr. World. Shall we start the hypnosis now? The pacification, unique to a demigod of the mind domain, swept over like a gentle, invisible breeze. The heat and agitation in Klein's heart, as he sat at the very end of the bronze long table, suddenly vanished. He took a deep breath and remotely handed the demigod's parchment, which recorded many secrets, to Audrey, responding in a low voice. Before we begin, you can first understand these. This is also your reward. Audrey nodded and took the demigod's parchment without refusing, reading it intently. After only a few seconds, her expression suddenly changed, completely losing her earlier composure. After a long moment, she looked up, somewhat at a loss, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. Klein was not surprised by Audrey's reaction. He took a deep breath, a wry smile on his lips. After obtaining the materials for the Dog of Fukegan in the spirit world last night, he returned to Saphira Castle and learned of those secrets that would incur terrible consequences just by being understood. Even though he felt powerless in the face of that cruel truth, having gone through so much, he wouldn't truly despair. These are the things I need you to hypnotize me about, ensuring I only recall them within Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom. If you are ready, we can begin. The primordial one's barrier, the outer deity of the cosmos, the truth of the apocalypse. Audrey pursed her lips and used several pacifications on herself before settling the tumultuous thoughts in her heart. She quickly adjusted her state, and one virtual personality after another emerged within her mind island. These virtual personalities intertwined, forming an illusory net that infiltrated Audrey's own mind island and Klein's mind island below, transforming into a subconscious that would only be triggered under specific rules. Just as the hypnotic suggestion was completed, Audrey finally received feedback that her potion was completely digested, but her mood remained heavy. Resisting the instinct to resist the psychological suggestion with the help of Saphira Castle, Klein looked at Audrey, who had stopped moving and whose expression could not hide her worry. He remained silent for a moment before comforting her. The gods in the astral world and those new gods who have revived or even ascended to the peak in this epoch will not remain indifferent. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. We only need to do our part. At this point, even though he was feeling down, Klein's expression was still a bit strange. Based on the secrets he now understood and the unique sense of déjà vu he had when he saw the Lord of Order before, he was almost certain that the Lord of Order, like himself, the Fool, was merely an impostor pretending to be an ancient existence. As soon as he thought of Aaron always using alt accounts to impersonate his dependents like this, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He took a deep breath to suppress the urge to cover his face, then immediately sent off the silent Audrey. Slowly rising from the very end of the bronze long table, Klein came to the bronze high-backed chair exclusive to the Fool, leaned back, and summoned all the materials for the Scholar of Yore from the pile of sundries. Even though he had learned many secrets, and would forget those overly dangerous pieces of knowledge in reality due to psychological suggestion, this would not negate the benefits for his advanced acting as a Scholar of Yore. Looking at the dark red, liquid-like and mist-like potion in front of him, Klein expressionlessly grabbed it, and his figure disappeared with it. Audrey opened her eyes somewhat blankly and saw Aaron, who had been watching over her. She subconsciously recalled her memories from above the gray fog, only to find that those memories had been sealed deep within her consciousness island. It's not too late to understand those things when you truly possess the angelic rank. Seeing that nothing unexpected had happened, Aaron withdrew the embryonic form of his divine kingdom that had enveloped the entire Lasha island, and continued in a gentle tone. I can feel that your potion has been completely digested. If there are no issues, I can take you to Hydrak village in East Chester County now. The mind labyrinth there has been slowly collapsing irreversibly. The sooner you go, the greater the help for your advancement ritual. Coincidentally, I also want to meet Hermes again. An angel, Audrey nodded slightly, not feeling that it was so out of reach. She linked her arm with Aaron's and said softly, although I have forgotten some things, I can still sense the emotions remaining in my consciousness island. I want to become stronger as soon as possible, at least so I won't be a burden to you. Aaron ruffled her smooth golden hair and hummed in acknowledgement. Azure starlight then surged from the star crown, engulfing both their figures. Cheek Wald, a former Intis noble, and the sanguine maiden, Louise Sears, knew even more. The numinous episcopate controlled the death pathway, also known as the corpse collector pathway, and possessed many high-sequence Beander powerhouses, making them enemies of the various Orthodox churches. Aaron pondered for a moment, then smiled at Sid Watson, who was seated on the stone chair below. Judging by your attire and your Dudanese accent, you must be from the West Balam region of the southern continent, and a native noble of some standing. Am I right? Sid stiffened, a hint of fear in his heart. Yes, your grace. The other three on the stone chairs looked at each other, their appearances obscured by the dark golden mist. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, this your grace is truly observant. Since that is the case, the numinous episcopate likely recruited you to assimilate local native nobles and provide assistance for their activities in West Balam. Even if you join, you will only be an peripheral member, so there's no need to worry about those bloody rituals. Even if you are corrupted, as long as you come to our Lord's divine kingdom, all corruption will be cleansed. The Beander pathway controlled by the numinous episcopate is the death pathway, and the sequence 9 potion is called corpse collector. The Church of Evernight also controls part of the death pathway. You can secretly advance with my help, concealing your true sequence, as long as you don't encounter high-ranking members of the numinous episcopate before becoming a demigod. At the same time, Aaron muttered to himself, the numinous episcopate will be split in a few years, so you won't have to worry about it then. After Sid, heavy-hearted, expressed his thanks, Aaron looked at the remaining three and asked with a smile, is there anything you need help with? Fallen Ediston immediately steeled his resolve and spoke. Respected your grace, I come from an island in the raging sea. As a half-blood, I am ostracized. I wish to become a Beander, and I hope your grace can grant my wish. Aaron looked at him. You might not be aware, but most of the elves in the second epic mastered the sailor pathway, being favored by the sea. Given your half-blood status and the geographical characteristics of the raging sea, the most suitable pathway for you is the sailor pathway, and the sequence 9 is called sailor. At low sequences, to become a Beander, you must first obtain the potion formula, then search for the main and supplementary ingredients according to the formula. After brewing the potion and drinking it, if you don't lose control, you can become a Beander. Loss of control. Aside from Louise Sears and Cheek Wald, who had some understanding, Fallen Edis and Sid Watson both looked confused, but just from the name, they knew it wasn't a good outcome. Aaron glanced at the 4 people below, noticing the confusion on their faces. Every potion contains some subtle mental influence. When we consume a potion, we gain abilities that originally belonged to extraordinary species, which is an unnatural evolution, and we will more or less be affected by the residual mental influence. Successfully resisting this influence will prevent abnormal situations. If you are affected by this influence, at best your mind will be abnormal, and at worst you will lose control and die. Even Beyonders of the 7 Orthodox churches must wait 3 years after consuming the previous potion and pass corresponding examinations before they can advance. This is to eliminate those subtle mental influences, preventing the accumulation of madness and the accumulation of loss of control. Cheekwald couldn't help but speak. 3 years. Is there no other way? The other members, including Louise Sears of the Sanguine, looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. Aaron curved his lips, letting them experience the power of a secret organization. Of course there is. We call it the acting method. You must remember, the key to potions is not mastery, it's digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of the potion is not just a core symbol, it's also a specific imagery, and even more, it's the key to digestion. Louise's body trembled, stiffening in place, like an ordinary person hearing a loud and sudden clap of thunder. Long-lived species have their pros and cons. The advancement of the Sanguine is very difficult, basically relying on the bestowal of elders, which in turn means the death of another Sanguine. Therefore, for a normal Sanguine to advance, it can take anywhere from 4 or 5 years to over 100 years, and the higher the sequence, the longer the waiting time for an advancement opportunity. Perhaps this is why the Sanguine's internal texts did not record the acting method, because every Sanguine is unconsciously acting, believing in the moon, and the time advantage brought by the acting method has no meaning for the Sanguine waiting in line for advancement opportunities. Louise comforted herself, happy and excited to have gained secret knowledge, yet also worried about her future advancement. Fallen glanced at Louise, who clearly understood the meaning, then at Cheek, who was thoughtful and excited, and exchanged glances with the bewildered Sid. He scratched his blue hair, a hint of embarrassment in his hoarse voice. I apologize, esteemed Mr. Your Grace. Could you explain in more detail? Aaron looked at Fallen with some surprise. He had originally expected Cheek, who was asking about a fast advancement method, to ask this question, but it turned out to be Fallen. He's quite courageous to risk asking in such an unknown situation. The sailor pathway truly suits him, and I can focus on cultivating him in the future. Aaron nodded with satisfaction and replied. Of course. Firstly, acting, according to the potion's name, can change the state of the body, mind, and spirit, making them gradually align with the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core, thereby creating resonance, assimilating little by little, absorbing little by little. Secondly, the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core is like a well-defended castle. To invade it, break through it, and dismantle it, you must find a loophole, find a key. The name of the potion reveals the corresponding clues, and thus, through acting, you can harmonize the body, mind, and spirit, disguise yourself as an insider, fool the guards, enter boldly, and eliminate and assimilate those stubborn spirits. Fallen, who had a sudden realization, quickly expressed his gratitude. Aaron looked at him, returning to your initial question. By mastering the acting method and truly understanding the meaning of acting, you can largely avoid losing control and accelerate your advancement. Even if you haven't become a Beander yet, you can still pre-act according to the sequence you wish to become, based on its sequence 9 potion name. This will greatly reduce your risk of losing control, and upon successful advancement, you will find that a portion of the current stage's potion digestion has already been completed. Thank you, Your Grace. Fallen, his face beaming with joy, quickly thanked him, while secretly sighing to himself, what an approachable and knowledgeable gentleman, no wonder he can be a favored one of the great Lord of Order. On the outskirts of Trier, Aemon, wearing a classical magic robe and a pointed soft hat, pinched the monocle over his right eye, his gaze shifting from where, Red Angel, Medici had vanished to the historical mists deep within the spirit world. Scanning the hounds of Fulgor gathered in the depths of the grey fog, unwilling to leave for a long time, Aemon clicked his tongue playfully and, as if no one else was present, commented. He's growing very fast, but this alone is far from enough. To bear the will of the celestial worthy's revival, the lower limit of the vessel must at least become a complete mythical creature, only then can it barely meet his requirement of only stealing Saphira Castle and not undertaking the celestial worthy's will of revival. He was waiting for an opportunity, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had always been very patient. After George III's fate concludes, you can take him to the forsaken land of the gods. That will be his opportunity to advance to Sequence 2, and also your opportunity. Before that, we still need to recover Castia's Hand of Order characteristic. A calm, mellow voice sounded beside Aemon, where a simple priest with innocent eyes and a beard had appeared at some unknown time. Aemon pouted, pressed down his pointed soft hat, and chuckled. George III is one thing, that fellow looks short-lived, but why do I even need to help deal with Castia? Could it be that you, a dignified quasi-visionary, have become his supporter? Ignoring Amon's sarcasm, Adam's expression was gentle, and his voice calm as he said. Worm of time for Hand of Order, this is fair. Moreover, the giant king's court's gate still needs him to open it. Once the era's tide I anticipate ends and I complete my advancement, you will obtain the final characteristic. Additionally, divine descent will not occur in Fenipot City. Aemon looked back at Adam, a slight curve forming on his lips. We are brothers. Pranks are just my hobby, I know what is appropriate. You don't have to worry about me usurping your ritual of becoming a god. Medici has already gone in. You handle the subsequent matters yourself. Disregarding Adam's response, Amon's body suddenly became transparent, and this clone, maintained by stolen time, voluntarily dissipated. In the collective subconscious sea, Aaron withdrew his gaze from the spiritual sky, meeting Hermes's slightly probing eyes. He cleared his throat and, without further explanation, continued the interrupted topic. Preventing George III's advancement doesn't require destroying all the mausoleums. At least the one in East Chester County, which you are guarding, I intend to preserve as completely as possible, to avoid rebuilding in the future. To avoid violating certain contracts you've made, I will send suitable people to assist you. Acting out a play, then naturally stepping aside. Understanding the hint in Aaron's words, Hermes smiled and nodded. Since the Duke needs it, I will naturally cooperate fully. Deep within the dream labyrinth, Audrey's eyes, as her consciousness traversed numerous dreams, became increasingly bright and clear. Thanks to the Grade 0 sealed artifact built upon the visionary card, even with the amplification of a certain passive authority, she perceived the accumulated dreams in this place in less than half a day. Just as she finished Hermes's reminder, Aaron's voice echoed in her ears. Gather your spirituality, prepare for advancement. Looking at the Dreamweaver Beander characteristic that quietly appeared before her, no longer sealed, Audrey no longer suppressed the longing deep within her spirituality. She took a deep breath and swallowed it in one gulp. Constantly monitoring Audrey's state, Aaron looked at the increasingly illusory figure of Hermes and cupped his fists politely, saying, "Thank you for this. I will repay you in due time." Hermes, who was shielding Audrey from the scour of the collective subconscious sea, chuckled in response. It's merely a separated identity. Once this matter is concluded, I hope that when we meet again, you will have ascended to godhood. The ethereal voice, along with the figure that had blurred beyond recognition, disintegrated, turning into specks of light that merged into the dream labyrinth, stirring ripples in the collective subconscious sea. Almost simultaneously, all living beings in the real world's headrack and nearby areas awoke from their sleep. Even the few beyonders mixed among them could not perceive the reason, let alone ordinary residents. In the sudden awakening from a dream, the custom of dragon worship, passed down for nearly 1,000 years, was silently erased. Above the dream labyrinth, woven with colorful light clusters, Audrey's figure gradually solidified. Her emerald eyes were like stars, clearly having successfully advanced to Dreamweaver. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Audrey felt her spirituality continuously soaring. She stepped out of the collective subconscious sea and arrived in the spiritual sky, standing beside Aaron. As she departed, the remaining part of this dream labyrinth completely collapsed, merging into the boundless collective subconscious ocean. Having borne my advancement ritual, this place has reached its limit. Audrey was not surprised by the collapse of the dream labyrinth. She glanced around and, seeing no sign of Hermes, understood in her heart, smiling as she continued. That old Mr. Hermes left a lot of knowledge from the mind domain in the dream labyrinth. These gifts were not even recorded on the blasphemy slate, they must be his accumulation over long eras. This also includes his understanding of the spectator pathways authorities at various stages. Audrey smiled slyly, raising her right hand as if to demonstrate, and with her index finger, outlined shimmering patterns in the air, like those from the deepest dreams. A few seconds later, these faint lights twisted and transformed into a blonde, blue-eyed, exceptionally beautiful young girl, another Audrey Hall. Perhaps it was the spiritual surge brought by the advancement, or perhaps Audrey had no intention of concealing it, but Aaron easily heard her thoughts from the collective subconscious sea. You want this separated identity to remain with the Hall family, while your main body comes with me. Meeting the equally expectant gazes of both Audreys, Aaron smiled and nodded. A Sequence 3 Beyander was sufficient to use a Grade 0 sealed artifact, so many previous concerns could be cast aside. After a moment of thought, he continued. First, adjust your state, then separate or create a few more identities. I will arrange identities for them, and their successful growth should help you digest the Beyander characteristic faster. Even though he didn't fully understand the digestion of the spectator pathway's Beyander characteristic, he could at least infer from the actions of the psychology alchemist's president that cultivating separated identities was beneficial and harmless. Looking at the collective subconscious sea, which had returned to calm beneath their feet, Aaron pondered for a moment. A wisp of spiritual light surged into Audrey's glabella, and then he explained. These are messages from the forsaken land of the gods. I will later send one of your separated identities to Moon City. That is a city-state that believes in me, and there is also a serving angel. The only thing to be aware of is, do not attempt to explore the collective subconscious sea there. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The Forsaken Land of the Gods. Audrey's eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help but recall some of the accounts she had heard from the son, Derek in the Tarot Club. She asked in surprise, "You can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Is that Moon City a city-state near the City of Silver?" Guessing what Audrey was thinking, Aaron smiled and shook his head. He quickly exited the collective subconscious sea and returned directly to Lasha Island before explaining. There is indeed a medium in the deepest part of the abyss that can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but that path is now a dead end. However, sending a separated identity doesn't require such trouble. As for Moon City, it should be considered the only remaining civilization in the Forsaken Land of the Gods apart from the City of Silver. The two are separated by half of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but if you wish to go to the City of Silver, the angel who serves me can help you. Audrey nodded slightly, digesting the information contained within the spiritual radiance, while the virtual personalities on her consciousness island had already settled their emotions, gathering the spirituality that had dispersed after their advancement. Nodding to Bonava, who sensed his arrival, Aaron stroked his chin, pondering. With the Evernight goddess's influence on Death's uniqueness, it might even be possible to save the former chief of the City of Silver at that time. This would make it easier to exchange for the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from Ombella's remains. Thanks to the early trade of the Sequence 3 Silver Knight Beander Potion formula to the City of Silver, the 6-member council, having a clear direction for advancement, did not rashly open the mausoleum where the former chief slept. A miracle invoker, in conjunction with a dream weaver and the Everknight's protection, would be fully capable of reversing the fate of the former chief's loss of control and madness. After evaluating the feasibility of the action, Aaron nodded silently. The City of Silver was, after all, Klein's base, and achieving subsequent transactions through such a show of goodwill was naturally the optimal solution. After obtaining Ombella's remains, the hidden arrangements made by the Mother Goddess of Depravity would be traceable, and Aaron even had a chance to follow the clues to find the corrupted god of restraint. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron settled Audrey down and did not leave. He merely connected his consciousness to the prayer star symbolizing Bernadette in the Nation of Disorder. Outside Fainapotter City, the capital of the Fainapotter Kingdom, Bernadette stood within the mystical reenactment of the Source of Peach Blossoms, gazing into the distance at the continuous golden cathedrals and the holy emblem of life, surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and springs, carved into their outer walls. After the demise of the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County, she had come here at Aaron's behest, closely monitoring all movements in Fainapotter City, and also learned of a possible future event, the demise of the Fainapotter Kingdom's founder. Do not interfere, do not meddle, only record. Bernadette silently repeated Aaron's request in her mind. Her eyes were somewhat profound but quickly returned to normal. Being naturally bold, she still resisted her curiosity and gave up on divination. While the mythical creature form of the information stream indeed provided Bernadette with the means to escape when facing high-level beyonders of other pathways, it was not without cost. Divinations involving high-level powers would inevitably affect her state, making it not worth the gain. Bernadette, looking into the distance again, suddenly frowned. The spear of Longinus, stained with dark red blood, instantly appeared in her hand and swept around. With a tearing sound like a balloon popping, worms of time, severed in the middle, fell, turning into faint light and disappearing before touching the ground. The danger premonition at the sage level had been deceived. Bernadette, instantly realizing what had happened, immediately stopped maintaining the mystical reenactment and prepared to withdraw first, but everything around her remained unchanged, the peach forest still existed. Within the brief moment of her thoughts turning, Bernadette noticed worms of time with 12 segments emerging from various corners of the peach forest, converging into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat. Pinching the monocle on his right eye, Amon's lips curled. He glanced around the vibrant peach forest, then looked at the wary Bernadette and asked with a smile. A very good Beander ability. I presume you wouldn't mind if I borrowed it to play with for a while. Bernadette, who had begun accumulating power the moment she realized the intruder was the infamous blasphemer, almost instantly disintegrated into a surging information stream the moment Amon's words fell, rushing towards the exit of the Peach Blossom Spring, with no intention of confronting him directly to confirm whether this was his true body. His raised hand paused in midair, seemingly hindered by some force. Amon looked up along the medium towards an unknown place. After a moment, he pouted uninterestingly, tacitly allowing Bernadette's departure. One Amon after another then emerged from the void, discussing in this peach forest of falling blossoms how to efficiently recover the hand of order characteristic from Castia's body. If one did not consider the content of the discussion and the continuous array of pointed soft hats and monocles, this would surely be a very harmonious scene. The noisy discussions quickly subsided, and a strange smile appeared on the faces of all the Amons as they looked towards Fainapotter City outside. Backlund, In a dark, secluded underground passage, Klein, accompanied by 2 demigod puppets, looked at the pale-faced woman in a black dress sitting against the wall not far away and said, "Trissa Cheek, after our farewell at Red Rose Manor, it's been a long time since we last met." His voice, unlike the detached tone of a cold adventurer, changed along with Klein's appearance, transforming into that of the former great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Trissa gazed deeply at the somewhat familiar face, her hostility and wariness slightly diminishing. She responded with a charming smile. "I knew then that you were no ordinary Beander, but I never expected you to have advanced to a demigod in such a short time." And not just an ordinary demigod, otherwise how could you have found my hiding place? However, Backland is not a safe place. Let's keep this brief. You went to all this trouble to find me, surely it wasn't to flirt with me, was it? Seeing the feigned shyness on Trissa's face, Klein, knowing her original identity, twitched at the corner of his eye and immediately abandoned the idea of probing. With the faceless's superior control, he explained with an unchanged expression. "I know you are investigating the Lowen royal family, and even want revenge on them. I'm here to tell you the truth." Looking at Trissa, who had abandoned her seductive demeanor and become serious, Klein concisely introduced the hidden connections between George III's intention to advance to Black Emperor and the Backland Great Smog incident. So that's it. The low murmur gradually became hysterical. Trissa's black hair rose and spread towards the moss-covered pipes, like venomous snakes poised to devour people. Klein frowned, subtly moving away from the ferocious-looking Trissa, but he didn't forget to set up a wall of spirituality around them to prevent the aura from leaking out and attracting unnecessary trouble. After a terrifying plague raged for a moment, it slowly receded. Trissa, whose demeanor grew increasingly sinister, slowly raised her head, her eyes reflecting countless mirrors, as if countless wraiths were screaming within them. She stared intently at Klein, her voice filled with venom as she enunciated each word. "I won't let them have their way. No need to beat around the bush, just tell me what to do." She was no longer the naive Trissa who had chosen the assassin pathway. Now, she was a true demigod. Since the end of the Great Smog, the high-ranking members of the demonist sect hadn't caught her, yet now she was cornered by a demigod from another pathway, and the other party was so well informed about secrets involving the level of deities. Trissa clearly understood what this implied, so she directly laid her cards on the table. Whether it was finding someone or reaching a cooperation, everything went smoothly, even more so than expected, as if it had all been prearranged. Klein instinctively sensed something was amiss, but this thought silently settled and was cast to the back of his mind. The simplest way to disrupt George III's ritual is to destroy his mausoleum. We will be responsible for the specific location and how to enter the ruins. You only need to participate in the final action. Afterward, we can maintain contact through the world of mirrors. When the time is right, we will provide you with a talisman that will allow you to summon the images of items you once possessed from the gaps in history. I think you should know what I'm referring to. Trissa instantly recalled the culprit that had changed her destiny, the primordial demoness's divine gifts. A hint of madness flashed across her sickly pale face, and she agreed to Klein's idea without hesitation. Mist Sea, Lasha Island. A complex and pure torrent of information ignored the barrier constructed by secret magic and entered the interior of this hidden island, reassembling into Bernadette's figure. A hint of apprehension flashed deep within her azure eyes. After dispelling her mythical creature form, Bernadette could more clearly perceive her own state. The most obvious was that she was temporarily unable to use the authority of mystical reenactment. This is a blasphemer, truly terrifying. Bernadette took a deep breath, not overly worried. As long as Eamon hadn't truly achieved error, the theft of authority couldn't be maintained for too long. Looking at the somewhat disheveled Bernadette, the dark gold light in Aaron's eyes gradually subsided. It was he who had previously deterred Eamon from a distance using the Nation of Disorder, and he had also confirmed that the King of Angels' true body was among the many omens appearing in Fasak City. It was his true body that attacked you. The stolen authority could be said to be intentional. After all, mystical reenactment in his hands can summon certain scenes from the ancient sun god era. After a simple explanation, Aaron's movements paused as he sensed that Audrey, who had been adjusting her state, began to split her identity again. However, he did not stop her, merely enveloping her with the embryonic divine kingdom. Only then did he look at Bernadette and continue. Since Amen has appeared, it means my transaction with Adam has begun. You can adjust your state during this period. I have a premonition that George III's advancement will attract many malevolent spirits, and it's even possible that the hidden sage will directly intervene. After all, Russell, the best choice, has already been sealed by me. But if George III can become the new Black Emperor, it will be enough to limit my growth. When necessary, I will put all my efforts into one decisive battle, so you must also be prepared. Furthermore, I have an agreement with the Steam Church's deity. He will only take that uniqueness, and everything else, including the Sequence 1 characteristics, will belong to us. Under favorable conditions, I will prioritize supporting your advancement to Sequence 1. Bernadette was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a serious expression in response. I will digest the sage potion as soon as possible. Aaron hummed in affirmation, glanced at Bonoa, who had consciously stopped nearby and hadn't approached, and after a nod of acknowledgement, returned to Audrey's room. The sound of the subconscious ocean's waves still seemed to echo, and another self, dressed as a detective, appeared beside Audrey. According to Mr. Sun's description, the attire in the Forsaken Land of the Gods should be like this. Audrey, whose face could not hide her exhaustion, muttered to herself. With a shift of thought, her counterpart's original clothing instantly transformed into a more mystical warlock robe. Aaron, who had already understood Audrey's thoughts through the subconscious ocean, said no more. He raised his hand and took out an iron black key from the Nation of Disorder. It was as large as a zither, ancient in form, and dull in luster. It was the key he had obtained long ago from Iceberg Admiral Edwina, or more accurately, from the Knowledge Church behind her, the key to opening the Giant King's Court's door. The passage out of the Forsaken Land of the Gods is truly in the Giant King's Court, but the key to open that door has always been outside the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Digesting the information conveyed through spirituality, Audrey's expression was indescribably complex, and she inexplicably thought of the City of Silver's generations of struggle for survival. With a soft sigh, Audrey's emotions slowly settled. Cooperating with Aaron's embryonic divine kingdom, she successfully contained her identity within the key. After a careful inspection, Aaron put the key back into the Nation of Disorder and finally instructed. Upon arriving in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, hand the key to the angel who serves me. Additionally, terrible dangers lurk within the Giant King's Court. Do not even attempt to approach it until the time is right. At the same time, within the Nation of Disorder, directly above the dark gold world, at the end of the celestial pillar, endless chains of order extended from behind the blurry figure wearing a 9-layered crown, seemingly connecting reality and illusion. The boundless dark gold world gently swayed. Above the Moon City, which had become almost real, the rising, brilliant star, symbolizing miracle invoker Cavendish Lancer instantly transformed into a massive, dark gold door. A surging power gathered, carrying a black iron key, violently crashed through the door, and disappeared the moment the chains of rules pierced through the darkness behind the door. Forsaken Land of the Gods, the Moon City shrouded in shadows. Cavendish Lancer, who had received Aaron's oracle in advance, had already set up the ritual. A dark gold halo rose and intertwined, forming a phantom door covered in mysterious patterns. He didn't even need to use the miracle invoker's authority to cooperate from inside and out. A colossal power that made him tremble broke through the invisible barrier of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Although it was only for an instant, a strangely shaped black iron key had already appeared on the altar. The next second, Audrey, clad in a warlock robe, unable to hide her curiosity and excitement, proactively detached from her medium of possession and surveyed the city, whose style was vastly different from both the southern and northern continents. Priest Nim, the high priest of Moon City by the altar, showed a slight change in expression. Thanks to the environment of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, his Sequence 3 Horror Bishop Beander potion had already been completely digested. As a saint closest to the angel rank, Nim could directly perceive how terrifying the power that pierced through the door of granting was. Our Lord is one step closer to ascending to godhood. After devoutly lowering his eyes in prayer, Nim finally looked at the figure on the altar that was gradually solidifying from illusion, and spoke in a gentle tone. Esteemed Divine Envoy, I am Nim, the High Priest of Moon City. Welcome. Audrey withdrew her gaze from the eternal darkness outside Moon City and recalled the information about the Forsaken Land of the Gods that Aaron had transmitted through the spiritual light spots. She responded with a faint smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. You don't need to call me Divine Envoy, Audrey is my name. As if she had thought of something, Audrey looked at the aged elder and the several Moon City demigods approaching the altar, and solemnly promised. I will leave this abandoned land with you. The future of Moon City will soon welcome the light. Under Nim's guidance, Audrey presided over a grand mass as a divine envoy, announcing the promise given by Aaron. Even though she had already understood the situation beforehand, Audrey was still slightly amazed to see the residents of Moon City, almost all of whom were Beyonders, with even 7 demigods among them. If Cavendish Lancer, the miracle invoker beside her, was also counted, it was almost comparable to an old secret organization like the Hermit Order. Her gaze swept over the excited residents. Audrey politely declined Nim's invitation and informed them that she would temporarily leave for a period. Then, she exchanged a glance with Cavendish Lancer, and their figures simultaneously faded and disappeared. In the mountains not far from Moon City, the dim candlelight dispelled the surrounding darkness. Cavendish Lancer, who had casually pulled out a beast skin lantern from the historical void, was no longer silent as he had been in Moon City. He looked at Audrey with a respectful expression. Your Majesty, you can now pray to Mr. Fool first. The City of Silver has 2 sealed artifacts of grade 0 adjacent to the Giant King's court. It is best to communicate in advance before going to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Your Majesty. Audrey was stunned for a moment, almost thinking she had misheard. Then, realizing what was happening, she hummed softly and did not refute. She lowered her eyes and prayed in a low voice. Before separating this identity, Audrey had learned from the spiritual message about the miracle invoker that the Easttaker family was the Truncest royal family that had once disappeared. After the prayer, Audrey, waiting for Mr. Fool's response, gazed at Moon City, which was shrouded in a layer of shadow in the distance. Cavendish Lancer followed Audrey's gaze and explained in a gentle voice. That is a grade 0 sealed artifact temporarily borrowed from the Church of the Evernight. As long as you do not actively leave the Moon City area, there will be no danger. Moreover, the blasphemer's true body has already left the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In the southern district of Backland, after reaching an agreement with the demoness Trissa, Klein erased all traces and returned to the folk herb shop. Ignoring Darkwill, who was sound asleep on the counter, Klein casually fed the round-eyed owl and returned to his room. Just as he finished setting up the warning spiritual wall and was about to meditate to restore his spirituality, Klein suddenly heard faint prayers in his ears. This is Miss Justice. Klein raised an eyebrow slightly, sighed softly, and sat up from the bed again. He walked 4 steps backward to arrive above the gray fog. As soon as he sat at the head of the bronze long table, Klein noticed an anomaly. The crimson star symbolizing Audrey showed no change, but a blurry, pulsating light cluster appeared nearby, like an unreal projection. After listening to the entire prayer, Klein suddenly stood up, his mouth slightly agape. After a long while, he sat back in his chair with a wry smile, pinching his brows and sighing softly. Forsaken Land of the Gods, Moon City, it can actually be like this. After pondering for a moment, Klein summoned the blasphemy card of the apprentice pathway from the pile of sundries. As a neighboring pathway, although its effect was not as good as the full card of his own pathway, it could still amplify his rank and leverage the power of Saphira Castle to a greater extent. Previously, limited by his Sequence 4 rank, even with the aid of the blasphemy card, he could not help the chief of the City of Silver complete the blessings required for promotion to Silver Knight, and could only make excuses. As a result, apart from the former chief sealed in the mausoleum, the City of Silver did not even have a single sequence 3. But now, he clearly had the qualification. Although he believed that Miss Justice and the miracle invoker serving Aaron came with good intentions, after all, equal strength was the basis for cooperation, just like a Silver Knight who could mobilize a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein threw his refined thoughts and Audrey's prayer into the crimson star symbolizing Derek, the sun, and silently waited for a response. In the City of Silver, inside the round tower, one of the twin towers. Derek, the sun, who was using the abilities of a priest of light to help members of the exploration team dispel potential contamination, suddenly had his vision filled with crimson light. The expression on his face quickly changed from surprise to joy. "Derek, are you all right?" His abnormality attracted the attention of the round tower guards, who cautiously inquired. If they hadn't known the abilities of the sun pathway, they would have almost thought this guy had been possessed by a ghost. The crimson light, invisible to ordinary people, receded. Derek coughed lightly but could not hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. He was no longer in the mood to stay here. "My spirituality consumption is a bit high, and I just thought of a very important matter that I need to immediately report to the chief, so I need to leave first." Thanks to Chief Collins' special instructions, this obvious excuse was not ignored. After being announced, Derek quickly arrived at the top floor of the round tower. As soon as he pushed open the door, his steps paused slightly, and his gaze met that of a lady with long silver-gray hair. A member of the six-person council, Elder Lovia, the shepherd. Derek was inexplicably startled, and the lingering smile on his lips vanished. Elder Lovia has obtained the Beander potion formula for Sequence 4 Black Knight and the materials needed for promotion. She is here to discuss with me how to complete the promotion ritual with the help of 2 divine grade sealed artifacts. Colin, whose face still bore many old scars, broke the suddenly somewhat solemn atmosphere. He looked at Derek opposite him and explained in great detail, then asked in a calm tone. "The message said you have an urgent matter to report. Lovia is going to be promoted to a demigod." Derek's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a heavy weight in his heart. He gritted his teeth and bowed, no longer looking at Lovia, but just bit the bullet and responded. "Chief, I have a way to help you advance to Silver Knight, and also a way to save the former chief in the mausoleum, but these can only be reported to you alone." The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Colin Iliad's deep gaze scrutinized Derek, the heavy pressure almost suffocating. After a moment of silence, Colin slowly rose, took out a token engraved with his name from a hidden compartment in his waist belt, and threw it to Lovia, who was observing quietly. "I approve your application to borrow a divine sealed artifact. Take it to the underground, and you will get the help you desire." This was compensation for Lovia's departure, and also a necessary balance. Receiving the token, Lovia's expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over the shadows in the corner, then she unhurriedly stood up and stopped beside Derek. "If the method in your heart is truly effective, I can help you advance to Sequence 4 Feet Black Knight, for free afterward. Although it's somewhat dangerous, it's ultimately a neighboring pathway, so there won't be too many problems. If successful, I will nominate you as a reserve elder of the 6-member council." As the slightly hoarse and cold voice echoed, Lovia ignored the silent Derek and walked straight out of the room. Chief Colin Iliad watched silently until Lovia left the round tower. He looked at Derek, who had let out a breath and relaxed, and after a few seconds, he said, "Now, you can tell me about your so-called method." Half an hour later, Derek left the round tower, while Colin Iliad stood alone by the window, gazing at the City of Silver shrouded in darkness and lightning. The streaks of light piercing the darkness were reflected deep in his eyes. Colin slowly turned around, looked towards the dark corner, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you think my choice is correct?" In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a dark projection onto the wall, twisting and swaying. Its voice carried the sensation of metal being scraped, quite grating. The one behind Derek previously brought mushrooms to the City of Silver as a substitute for black-faced grass. If it can bring back the former chief and the future of the City of Silver, gift of the earth, is not unexchangeable. As for the one behind Lovia. After a brief pause, the constantly swaying black shadow continued. Opening the former chief's mausoleum is a very good observation opportunity, and before that, you need to quickly advance to Silver Knight. Only then can you truly control, proof of glory, and at least have the confidence to face the King of Angels who is about to arrive. Colin was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded, repeating Derek's last sentence in a low voice. The fool who does not belong to this era. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the northern ruins of North City, in the uninhabited deep dark wilderness, Audrey and Cavendish Lancer walked out from the dim yellow light. Overlooking the lifeless city, Cavendish proactively introduced. This place was once a city-state similar to Moon City and the City of Silver, but it was later occupied by the demonic Wolf Kotar and turned into his puppet city. After he was severely injured and fled, disappearing without a trace, this place was completely abandoned, but it is the closest city-state to the City of Silver that I have explored. If we go any deeper, we will approach the Giant King's court. Audrey looked around with interest, and just as she was about to say something, her vision was enveloped by a crimson light. As Mr. Fool's majestic and deep voice echoed, a coordinate transmitted through a mystical ritual appeared. The chief of the City of Silver has agreed to your proposal. On the premise of not infringing upon each other's interests, you can reach a cooperation under the joint witness of me and the Lord of Order. The crimson light receded. Audrey blinked in surprise, and immediately repeated it to Cavendish Lancer beside her, while also transmitting the coordinates. Not surprised by this result, Cavendish, who received a definite reply, did not immediately teleport, but instead made a few grasping motions in front of him, and on only the second try, he pulled out Aaronwell, dressed in luxurious formal wear. This was Aaron when he had not yet assimilated the uniqueness, an image from the historical void. His slightly dull pupils instantly became lively, and his body solidified quite a bit. Aaron looked at Cavendish and snapped his fingers with a smile. Although it was only a projection, under the blessings of the Nation of Disorder and his own Beander characteristic, he could still utilize some authorities unique to the King of Angels level. An invisible ripple swept past, and order was quietly distorted. Cavendish immediately felt the original heavy spiritual burden disappear. As long as Aaron didn't act casually, this historical projection could be maintained for a long time. Casually relieving Cavendish's burden, Aaron tilted his head and looked at the surprised Audrey, explaining with a smile. Just a small trick. Although Amon's true body is not in the forsaken land of the gods, the one the Aurora Order believes in has never left. The weight of one King of Angels is far from enough. Since I promised Mr. Fool to ensure the safety of the City of Silver, I naturally have to make sure that some things won't affect innocent bystanders. Audrey's smile faded, and her expression became solemn. The three figures then disappeared in the firelight. In the City of Silver, in the center of the quiet, dark training ground, 7 figures were silhouetted under the dim yellow firelight. Leading them was Colin Iliad, covered entirely in silver armor, and this newly advanced Silver Knight was holding an ancient-style crown in his right hand, as if it were condensed from the morning light. It was precisely, proof of glory, one of the only 2 divine sealed artifacts in the City of Silver. Even though it was still in a sealed state and had not been awakened, the other elders of the 6-member council still felt the heavy pressure. As the only one who was not a member of the 6-member council, but was specially requested by Chief Colin to attend, son, Derek felt a gaze constantly lingering on him. Knowing that it came from Lovia, who had successfully advanced to a demigod, Derek tensed his body, enduring the discomfort brought by the strong pressure, and moved a few steps closer to the chief, while guessing when Miss Justice would arrive. Derek, whose thoughts were slightly scattered, noticed that the chief's right hand, holding the divine sealed artifact, suddenly clenched tightly. His heart immediately skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked forward. Strong spiritual fluctuations spread with the firelight. The pressure, far exceeding that of proof of glory, caused the spiritual intuition of all members of the six-member council, including Chief Colin, to frantically warn them. This was an instinctive reaction to facing a complete mythical creature. Proof of Glory instinctively emitted points of morning light, shielding that pressure, and also allowed Derek, the lowest sequence among the seven, to regain control of his body. Looking at the graceful figure walking out of the flames, Derek stepped forward, breaking the silent and dangerous silence, and proactively acted as a bridge for communication. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As a Sequence 3 spectator, Audrey immediately saw the concerns in the hearts of Derek and the people behind him. She smiled to ease the atmosphere, and the expressionless Cavendish then appropriately withdrew his somewhat deliberate pressure. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Chief Colin's right hand, gripping the Proof of Glory, was no longer taut, but the expression beneath his silver mask remained solemn. It wasn't due to the unfamiliar angel's demonstrative actions, but rather because his hunter of demons intuition, sublimated after his advancement, told him just how vast the gap was between wielding a divine sealed artifact and a true mythical creature. Especially the figure clearly at the head, although its state wasn't entirely real, the fact that an angel treated him with such deference already spoke volumes. Sighing inwardly, Colin no longer insisted. He only hoped that the fool's promise carried enough weight. Glancing at Derek, who was introducing the Silver City members to each other, Aaron's gaze swept past Chief Colin and finally settled on Lovia at the edge. That figure, appearing somewhat frail against her half-giant companions, was shrouded in a layer of gloom in Aaron's true vision. In the shadow reflected on the ground, a thick, dark mass of shadow seemed to sense something, slowly splitting open a gap, revealing the pair of indifferent eyes behind it. The moment their gazes met, Aaron saw a blurry figure hanging crucified deep within those eyes, black ink like blood dripping, and an unimaginable aura of defilement transmitted through the medium. One cannot directly gaze upon a deity. Tisk, quite sunere. Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly, subtly drawing upon the power of the Nation of Disorder to isolate this more warning-like contamination in another space, without any leakage. Although he didn't speak, through the brief contact, Aaron could confirm that the true creator had at least formed a tacit understanding with Adam regarding the opening of the Giant King's court, where Saussure slept. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron no longer paid attention to Lovia, who was secretly scrutinizing him. He slightly raised his hand, and a black iron key detached from Cavendish's seal, going straight to the point amidst the somewhat complex gazes of the Silver City members. Some of you should already know that the door to leave the forsaken land of the gods is hidden deep within the Giant King's court, and this is the key to open that door. However, dangers lurk there, especially for those of higher sequence, so it requires a specific person to open it. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was secretly peeking by using sun, Derek's prayer to the stars, felt his heart skip a beat. His seer intuition, enhanced by Saphira Castle, gave him a strange sense of déjà vu regarding this sentence. The members of the six-person council exchanged glances, seeing the spark of hope deep within each other's eyes. Chief Collins said no more and directly led Aaron and the two others outside the City of Silver, where a black mausoleum was inverted and embedded in the ground, like a flipped pyramid. Similar structures also appeared deep within the Abyss of Ferryman, now the capital of the Byron Kingdom. Aaron, who understood the death pathway extremely well, instantly guessed that this should be the mausoleum built by the former chief of the City of Silver for his advancement to Ferryman. Audrey raised her hand to stop Colin, who intended to lead everyone into the mausoleum, and explained in a gentle tone. This mausoleum is the premise for that former chief's successful return. From now on, we will be responsible. You may accompany and observe, but we hope there will be no unnecessary incidents. As she spoke, Audrey glanced at the true creator's believer, then withdrew her gaze. Cavendish, standing quietly behind Aaron, raised both hands at this moment, simultaneously grasping at the void in front of him, and a brilliant starlight instantly illuminated the area. Once the starlight settled, this miracle invoker's hands each held a crown made of gemstones and an ancient-style ring resembling obsidian. These were the historical projections of the Crown of Stars and the Ring of Secrecy. Including Aaron, who had descended into the forsaken land of the gods as a projection, Cavendish had already reached the limit of summoning historical projections. The terrifying spiritual consumption prompted him to act immediately. A faint blue starlight appeared on the heavy door at the entrance of the mausoleum. After the starlight portal opened, what appeared in everyone's vision was not a downward extending passage, but a illusory and dark river. "This is the deepest part of the mausoleum," he casually explained, not caring about the Silver City members' reactions. Cavendish went straight in, instantly reaching the end of the river, an altar piled with monster skulls, where a dark, silent iron coffin stood. Sensing the intruders, the black iron coffin shook violently, and a voice with the sound of bones rubbing together emerged. "Who are you?" The hysterical voice contained unconcealed malice, instantly sinking the hearts of the Silver City members, who had originally held some hope, to rock bottom. Although it had lost control, it hadn't continued to deteriorate. The Evernight goddess seizing the death pathway's uniqueness had indeed curbed the contamination left by the artificial death. Aaron, whose true vision revealed everything, nodded slightly and snapped his fingers, and the shaking coffin instantly quieted. Having anticipated this situation, Cavendish didn't hesitate at all, pressing the ring of secrecy onto the coffin in front of him. The surrounding surging darkness seemed to come alive at this moment, converging like a tide. Under the illumination of pale flames, the illusory black thin tubes extending from the coffin occasionally contracted, and the contamination left by the artificial death within this former chief's body was being expelled in an unimaginable way, disappearing into the dense darkness. Lovia watched everything quietly. After sensing Chief Colin's slightly warning gaze, she instead showed a faint smile. The surging darkness gradually subsided. From the thoroughly dark coffin, a tired, aged voice, barely concealing its exhaustion, emerged again. Although somewhat weak, it was no longer filled with malice. "Thank you for your help." Having found his past self from the cracks of history to borrow spirituality to replenish his consumption, Cavendish immediately stopped maintaining the ring of secrecy, and spoke in a deep voice. "It's a bit too early to thank me. Although the contamination has been removed, your spirit has long been on the verge of collapse due to the prolonged erosion. Now, I'm merely using my miracle invoker authority to help you maintain balance." Audrey walked slowly, adding in a gentle tone, "If you don't want all your efforts to be in vain, open your mind and embrace the treatment. Only then will you have a chance to truly advance to ferryman." Audrey used pacify a few more times. Only when the former chief's mental state had completely stabilized and he was capable of cooperating did she open this demigod's mind-body door. After a not-so-long wait, Cavendish teleported everyone out of the mausoleum, only then dispelling the historical projection of the crown of stars. Glancing at Lovia, who had been extremely silent throughout, Aaron looked at Chief Colin and spoke in a deep voice. "In at most a month, this former chief will successfully complete his final advancement and emerge from the mausoleum. Now, shouldn't the City of Silver fulfill its promise? I'm quite looking forward to that divine sealed artifact." Colin Iliad, whose expression had relaxed after a brief exchange with the former chief while he was still lucid, let out a sigh of relief and proactively put away the proof of glory he had been holding in his hand. "We naturally won't violate the promise witnessed by Mr. Fool, but the grace of the earth involves the secrets of the City of Silver." Aaron smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Colin's explanation. "Secrets are always relative, and I came here precisely for that. As for your concerns, this projection clone can move independently. I will go with you alone, no one else will accompany us." Colin was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, turning to look at Wyatt Hillman and the other elders of the six-man council. "Take our distinguished guest back to the City of Silver. The news of the former chief's impending revival can be spread. Everyone has been suppressed for too long and needs hope." Wyatt Hillman, who was being groomed as the next chief, nodded solemnly, watching Colin and Aaron's figures disappear before quickly leading the crowd gathered outside the mausoleum back towards the City of Silver. At the base of a gray-blue round tower, dim candlelight illuminated the surrounding lush but twisted plants. A silver radiance flashed and disappeared. Colin, who had sneaked into the underground sealed land by its light, quickly raised his palm. The dormant proof of glory immediately emitted a dazzling light, instinctively suppressing a certain power leaking from underground. Feeling the strange fragrance of earth, grass, and flowers filling his nostrils, Aaron had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had arrived at the backyard of a sanguine duke. His gaze swept past the hair-like black-faced grass hanging on the surrounding walls. Aaron looked directly ahead where the dazzling light was concentrated. There, dark brown earth was piled up, with a withered, huge tree trunk inserted into its top. Within the pure and thick light barrier, most of the gray-brown bark had fallen off, revealing an empty interior. Ring-like patterns outlined a legless, human-like figure. That figure used the branches on the trunk as hands, its face extremely contorted, and two crimson giant flowers served as its eyes. Even under the suppression of the proof of glory, traces of blood color faintly appeared. Examining the figure revealed in the textures, Aaron, who had close contact with the Earth Mother in the astral world, felt the power contained within it that instinctively repelled him. It originated from the Mother Hive. After confirming the target, Aaron no longer waited. The next second, the withered, huge gray-brown tree trunk was teleported in front of him. Raising his hand to grasp the grace of the earth, Aaron ignored the aversion and resistance of this Sequence Zero sealed artifact. His slightly ethereal figure emanated a tide-like dark gold mist. Colin, who was about to introduce the usage and negative effects of this divine sealed artifact to Aaron, felt his hairs stand on end. An irresistible, vast power descended through the suddenly diffused mist. Without needing to set up a ritual, Aaron instantly opened the medium to the Nation of Disorder by leveraging the connection between the historical projection and his main body. Amidst a dull creaking sound, the dark gold double doors, faintly visible in the mist, slowly opened. Golden chains inscribed with strange patterns pierced through the darkness, one after another tightly coiling around and binding the grace of the earth, dragging it away behind the door. Under the protection of the proof of glory, Colin, who witnessed the entire process, saw his pupils suddenly contract. His face, marked by the ravages of time, was momentarily dazed but was called back by a majestic, low voice. The transaction with the City of Silver has been completed. The Sequence 2 Feet Glory, Beander Potion formula is the remaining compensation. From now on, there will be no need to suppress the grace of the earth. Once your Beander Potion is digested, I can help you shatter the proof of glory for free. Furthermore, the hidden secret of the grace of the earth ends here. There is no need to pass it down orally in the City of Silver. Colin was stunned for a moment before he pulled his attention back from the Beander Potion formula that had appeared in his mind. Looking at the empty underground hall, his hands, holding the proof of glory, slowly relaxed, but the complex expression on his face lingered for a long time, seemingly a mix of relief and remembrance. After leaving the glory, Beander Potion formula, which he had traded from the Evernight Goddess, for Colin, Aaron's consciousness detached from the projection in the forsaken land of the gods and returned to his main body within the Nation of Disorder. Almost the instant the grace of the earth appeared in the Divine Kingdom, the primeval island where Russell slept, perpetually shrouded in shadows within the boundless dark gold mist, began to tremble violently. Inside the mausoleum deep within the primeval island, Russell, who had already gathered from pure shadow into a human form, kept his eyes tightly shut, but his body suddenly began to twist and distort. The mother goddess of depravity's pollution, which had fallen silent under the influence of the river of eternal darkness, continuously stirred. Blood-colored fissures reappeared, and crimson dots constantly gathered, forming a miniature red moon-like object. This commotion naturally attracted Aaron's attention, but instead of immediately suppressing this anomaly, he restrained the Nation of Disorder's instinctive counterattack, allowing the residual will hidden within the grace of the earth to constantly call out. Feeling the changes in order within the Nation of Disorder, Aaron could confirm that the grace of the earth had established a connection with the pollution within Russell's body. Aaron, ignoring the unfolding situation, retrieved the all-red gold scepter of the sun from the dark gold mist. Under the dual blessings of the authority of law and distortion, this sequence 0 sealed artifact of the sun pathway erupted with a power surpassing that of an ordinary king of angels. Its purifying, scorching radiance surged towards the continuously reviving grace of the earth. The dark brown bark constantly cracked, as if sensing the crisis of complete destruction. On the withered tree trunk, a distorted face outlined by protrusions and depressions let out a shrill cry. The two crimson giant flowers serving as eyes faintly seeped blood. As if reaching a critical point, Russell, in his slumber, frowned. The crimson moon that had gathered around him, at the call of that shrill cry, largely detached from his body and surged towards the location of the grace of the earth. The pollution originating from the nation of disorder had already gradually gained the upper hand in the tug of war. The moment the balance was broken, it formed an absolute suppression over the remaining mother goddess of depravity's pollution. The next second, a blinding white light that filled the entire field of vision, accompanied by a dull roar, swept through the nation of disorder, churning the boundless dark gold mist. Before the light faded, Aaron's figure appeared at the core of the power eruption, examining the grace of the earth, which had endured a full-strength attack exceeding that of a typical king of angels. The once tall tree trunk was now only arm's length. The crimson giant flowers that served as eyes had all withered, and the figure outlined by the textures curled up like an infant in swaddling clothes. However, the once empty tree trunk was now filled with a constantly contracting and distorting crimson moonlight, and the pollution that even a true god could do nothing about was continuously nurturing the grace of the earth. The crimson moonlight, shrouded in dark golden mist, pulsed as if breathing, and the dry, cracked bark slowly writhed, like a curled body stretching its limbs. The severely damaged, stripped, and missing bark grew back at a visible rate, and this eerie regeneration caused the level 0 sealed artifact's surface to crack open with one illusory and complex, summoning gate, after another. They seemed to want to connect to different places, to allow some indescribable horror to descend, but due to the isolation of the nation of disorder, all of this lost its meaning. The aggregation of symbols has truly revived the dormant will within this sealed artifact. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, not giving, gift of the earth, a chance to continue its activation. With a slight shift of his will, he immediately modified the regeneration rule within his divine kingdom, but he did not completely destroy it. This sealed artifact was related to the mother nest and was the only pathway to find the mother goddess of depravity's remaining contingencies later. However, before determining the hidden secrets contained within this sealed artifact, he did not plan to take it out of the nation of disorder. Layers of dark golden mist surged, and the wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue, which had absorbed some of the river of eternal darkness's tributaries deep within Calderon, appeared. The intense aura of eternal stillness made the gift of the earth, whose regeneration had been suppressed, instinctively want to flee. Aaron immediately raised his hand, and, gift of the earth, bound by layers of golden threads formed after being solidified by the dark golden mist, let out a mournful cry and instantly vanished into the open wolf head of the statue. Before the crimson moonlight was completely submerged, a deep darkness, where a silent, illusory river coiled and flowed, was faintly visible. Aaron held the shrunken wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue in one hand, his gaze full of threat sweeping over the wishing divine lamp suppressed at the bottom of his divine kingdom. The lamp's cracked body trembled imperceptibly, and it very skillfully began to play dead. What was that thing? It was actually able to draw out most of the corruption from my body. A broken, rather weak, and hoarse voice faintly drifted over, with unconcealed surprise in its tone. Ignoring the lamp spirit, Aaron's figure reappeared on the desolate primitive island. He scrutinized Rosal, who had shed the shadow of order and reformed his human shape deep within the mausoleum, and responded concisely. The remains of giant Queen Omibella. I retrieved them from the forsaken land of the gods. After a long silence, Rosal sighed with emotion. So that's how it is. In that case, from some point in the second epoch, the Earth Mother had already been replaced without anyone realizing it. What a grand scheme. After carefully examining Rosal with the blessing of the nation of disorder, Aaron nodded slightly and smiled as he changed the subject. Although it didn't reach the best outcome I expected, with your current state, you no longer need my additional blessings to suppress it. This way, I can fully focus on George III. The lingering effects of the river of eternal darkness gradually receded, and Rosal, completely free from the state of eternal stillness, no longer obsessed over the Earth Mother's true identity. Feeling his own condition, he leaned back comfortably in the giant's chair on the central high platform. Such captivating tranquility. Looking at Rosal, who was somewhat uninhibited, Aaron rubbed his temples, a little speechless, and emphasized with a heavier tone. Although a new balance has formed and the remaining mother goddess of depravity's corruption has been completely suppressed, what remains after being attracted by Omibella's remains is the true persistent problem, and it is the root cause of your current state. Rosal hummed indifferently, stretched, and responded with a smile. As long as I don't leave this Sephira, this hidden danger won't truly erupt. At most, once you ascend to godhood and completely assimilate the nation of disorder, the quasi-outer deity status of a neighboring pathway should be enough to resolve this hidden danger within the barrier. By the way, have you considered your ritual for becoming a god? Judging a true god is not easy. The primordial demoness is nowhere to be found, and the dark side of the universe is still involved with outer deities in the deepest part of the abyss. However, Adam seems to have a grudge against the true creator. He raised his hand to interrupt the guy's long-winded speech. Looking at Rosal, who seemed to have more to say, Aaron said with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to be such a chatterbox. I already have a target for the god ascension ritual, but this involves a certain agreement, so it needs to be kept secret for now. George III should be attempting to advance to Black Emperor soon. Although I am fully prepared, to be safe, I still have to plan for the worst. Once I determine that I cannot prevent him from advancing, I will immediately transfer you to the astral world. Before things settle down, you must be ready to revive at any time. Rosal's expression became a little more serious, then he suddenly smiled freely. If it really comes to that, I will fully cooperate with you to complete the advancement ritual before the corruption worsens. There's no need to sacrifice you, this is just the worst-case scenario. Aaron emphasized, looking at Rosal, then continued as if remembering something. I've only collected a few of the blasphemy slates you made back then. You have nothing to do staying in the nation of disorder anyway, so why not take this opportunity to organize all the potion formulas for the 22 pathways and the methods for making the blasphemy slates for me. If the plan against the hidden sage goes smoothly, I will give the knowledge emperor characteristics I gained to Bernadette and help her complete her advancement. Hearing Bernadette's name, Rosal's face immediately showed the benevolent smile of an old father, and he nodded at once. That's simple. I can give you all the potion formulas right now. However, the method for making the blasphemy slates has been affected by corruption, so I'll need a bit of time to sort it out before telling you. As he spoke, he twisted order and transmitted the spirituality containing numerous potion formulas to Aaron outside the mausoleum. Flipping through the information infused in the spirituality, Aaron nodded. After placing the statue containing Gift of the Earth at the bottom of his divine kingdom, he looked at Rosal with a slight curve of his lips. I've opened up some permissions for you. You can connect to Bernadette's and Bonneville's prayer stars yourself. It's better for you to convey the news of your revival yourself. Fanapotter Kingdom's capital, Fanapotter City. A graceful blonde woman stepped towards the collective subconscious sea, her face covered by a peculiar mask that gave the impression that the wearer was sleeping. It was Miss Sloth, a committee member of the psychology alchemists responsible for Fanapotter. President, is there something urgent that you summoned me so hastily for? The illusory subconscious sea quickly disappeared. Sloth, who had arrived in Eden, looked at Baoli Delau at the end of the long table and asked lazily. Baoli Delau tapped the table lightly and responded concisely. Effective immediately, the psychology alchemists will temporarily withdraw from Fanapotter City. I will notify you separately when to return. The face covered by the persona showed no change in emotion. Sloth was silent for a few seconds, his tone no longer as lazy as before, and he asked in a deep voice. What happened? Why has it come to this? Bali Dalao withdrew his hands from caressing the wheelchair, clasped them over his chest and abdomen, and replied calmly. This is for your safety, to avoid collateral damage and prevent the psychology alchemists from losing another counselor. Something big is about to happen in Phenopat City. Sloth, who had vaguely inferred a clue from the president's attitude, lowered his eyes slightly. His thoughts inevitably wandered, but he no longer pressed for answers. After standing up and bowing, he quickly disappeared into the collective unconscious sea. Bali Dalao watched silently, then turned back to the giant cross in the center of the hall, lowered his eyes, and prayed. After an unknown period, his expression shifted slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the bone cathedral. Without the slightest surprise, Bali Dalao raised his hand and made a cross on his chest, then calmly looked up, meeting the gaze of the skulls embedded in the black giant pillar. The next second, this massive cathedral, over 80 meters tall, silently vanished from Eden. On the outskirts of the Backland region, at the entrance to the south bank of the bridge, three figures quickly materialized in the deep night: Klein, dressed as a ruthless adventurer, and two demigod puppets. He had learned the follow-up of the City of Silver through Derek and Chief Colin's prayers. Although he was curious why Aaron was so concerned about the gift of the earth, having already received his reward and advanced to Sequence 3, it was not appropriate for him to delve deeper. In recent days, besides familiarizing himself with the Scholar of Yours Beyander abilities and occasionally responding to the City of Silver's increasingly frequent prayers, Klein's most important task was creating, yesterday's reappearance, talismans. Thinking of the painful experience of constantly separating his spirit-body threads to try and make talismans, Klein couldn't help but raise a hand to rub his temples, his fatigue evident. His gaze swept over the flowing river. Klein took out two, yesterday's reappearance, talismans from his pocket and flicked his spirit-body threads. Despair's nightingale, Panatia, behind him, immediately held a full-length mirror. Strange symbols drawn in blood dissolved on the mirror's surface. Just a few seconds later, a graceful figure materialized in the mirror. Even the gloomy, dark, antiquated long dress couldn't conceal her captivating smile. A mirror clone, Triss, is this your sincerity? Ignoring the allure of this demigod demoness, Klein's tone was cold and hard as he let out a low growl. The puppet Panatia's hair flew, as if she was about to directly shatter the full-length mirror. Just then, a delicate, fair arm stretched out from beneath the mirror's surface, as if passing through layers of water ripples, pushing away the gathering strands of hair. A clear, melodious voice followed. This is Backland. It's always right to be cautious. Glancing at Triss, who had stepped out of the mirror, Klein silently threw out the two talismans in his hand, adding succinctly. These are the talismans I mentioned last time. You can call them, yesterday's reappearance. Triss examined the two rectangular diamonds in her hand with interest. From the constantly refracting light, she saw layers of complex symbols extending into the void. Her demigod-level spirituality was also impacted, and her head felt slightly dizzy, as if witnessing a segment of history. Her heart instantly grew solemn, but Triss showed no outward emotion, subtly reigning in her spirituality. She used the demoness pathway's mirror divination to confirm the talisman's ability, but after a moment, her expression couldn't conceal her strangeness. Taking in Triss's expression, Klein suppressed the corners of his mouth from turning up. Although the raw material for the talisman was his spirit-body threads, the power solidified within it truly came from Saphira Castle. He then coolly reminded her. Ordinary divination has no effect on it. The reason I prepared two is for you to personally verify it. Triss's eyes moved. After a moment of consideration, she took out a talisman and chanted in ancient Hermes. Yesterday. Triss immediately saw gray-white mist and observed scenes from the past, like countless stars, finally settling on a manor under a dim, yellow sunset. Observing Triss, who seemed somewhat lost in thought, Klein was guessing whether she was trying to summon back the sapphire ring, comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, from the past, when he saw a young figure dressed in luxurious formal wear. This is Prince Edsak. Klein was momentarily stunned, quickly recognizing him as his former employer when he was a great detective. He then looked at Triss with a strange expression, inwardly clicking his tongue. Triss gazed at the hollow-eyed Edsak with a somewhat dazed expression until his figure slowly dissipated. After a moment of silence, a charming smile mixed with madness appeared on her face. A very magical talisman. Can you now tell me the location of the mausoleum and how to enter it? Klein shrugged, looked around, and said helplessly. You're a king of angels. If you came, you came. What's there to hide? I can't answer her question. King of angels. Having experienced being transformed into a vessel for the primordial demoness's descent, although it didn't fully succeed, she had passively received some knowledge during the process. Triss's eyes suddenly constricted. Before she could react, she was astonished to find that she could no longer use her Beander abilities. The surging river around her had, at some unknown point, been replaced by an endless expanse of dark golden mist, as if she had been isolated in another space. On the Tasok River bank, Klein watched a demigod disappear without any resistance right before his eyes. His mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed dryly, reminding Aaron. She agreed to participate in the operation to destroy the Black Emperor's mausoleum. Aaron's figure appeared in the starlight door, waved his hand, and replied casually. It's just temporary detention, and a display of strength, otherwise why would she believe that you, a mere sequence 3, can stop George III from ascending to godhood? After all, she is barely considered Cheek's divine general vessel. Using her as bait might even lure out important figures from the demoness sect. Seeing that Aaron had his own plans, Klein didn't ask further, but remembering the miracle invoker who came to the City of Silver, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have already digested a portion of the Sequence 3 potion. The next step is to prepare for promotion to a complete mythical creature. I can feel this as an opportunity to further control Saphira Castle, but the Sequence 2 promotion ritual of the door pathway requires going to the cosmos, which is too demanding and dangerous. So I want to pre-request the Miracle Invoker Potion formula from you. Pre-request. Aaron clicked his tongue, looking at Klein, who remained expressionless and composed, and teased. I still trust Mr. Fool's credibility very much, but I just got all the potion formulas for the 22 pathways from Rosal, so you'll need to repay me with something else. Klein was stunned for a moment, looking at Aaron with a bewildered expression, and asked in disbelief, Russell isn't dead. At his current level, he already knew that Russell had successfully advanced to Black Emperor, and naturally understood that those who had surrounded and killed Russell back then must have been true gods of an equivalent level. His confusion stemmed from the fact that the Black Emperor card had already been taken by Aaron. Klein had only been informed of George III's preparations for the godhood ritual and was unaware of the Black Emperor's unique resurrection. He died, but not completely. I'm just helping him revive and suppressing the corruption within him, Aaron explained with a smile. With a slight thought, specks of spiritual light converged from all directions, materializing the Miracle Invoker Potion formula before Klein. Corruption that even a true god couldn't escape. Klein's mouth twitched violently, but his attention was quickly drawn to the potion formula before him. Upon clearly seeing the advancement ritual, he froze on the spot and subconsciously whispered, to make a lost piece of history return to the current era. Aaron raised his hand and dispelled the spiritual light, reminding him pointedly, just like making the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to reality. Klein remained silent for a long while before sighing with a bitter smile, then how do I enter the forsaken land of the gods? I can't possibly use a virtual persona like Miss Justice. Looking at Aaron, whose lips were curved into a smile, Klein inexplicably felt a tightening in the back of his neck, and his words, half-spoken, came to an abrupt halt. If you broaden your thinking, it's simple. Aaron snapped his fingers with a smile, then clicked his tongue as he looked at the somewhat wary Klein. I remember, you should have already revived twice, well, counting the time you first awoke in Klein Moretti's body. Don't look at me like that. I even have photos of your head being blown open by a bullet. Want to take a look? Klein suppressed the shame of having his secrets exposed and immediately coughed dryly. Please get to the point. Aaron rubbed his chin, no longer teasing Klein, and went straight to the main topic. Every miracle invoker has 4 chances to revive. Although you haven't advanced to an angel yet, the uniqueness of Saphira Castle allows you to possess this authority in advance. Of course, this is also a prepayment. So, you only need to send a portion of your flesh and blood into the forsaken land of the gods, then commit suicide. With the help of some external forces, you can successfully revive on that portion of flesh and blood. Klein looked intently at Aaron with a, "You're serious," expression. Although this idea broadened his thinking, he always felt that this suggestion of him dying was strange. This is indeed a method. Can you broaden your thinking further and suggest another method that doesn't require dying? Aaron chuckled with a half-smile and, to Klein's surprise, nodded. There's another method, and it's even simpler. You don't need to do anything, just wait for Aemon to take you into the forsaken land of the gods. Klein choked and gave an awkward smile. I'd rather commit suicide then. Glancing at Klein, Aaron's tone became a few shades more serious as he warned. Amon's main body has already left the forsaken land of the gods and is currently in the northern continent. When George III advances to Black Emperor and I am preoccupied, he might take the opportunity to act against you. And the Evernight goddess is attempting to accommodate the death uniqueness, making it difficult for her to provide you with direct assistance in the near future. Rather than being captured by Aemon and falling into a dead end, it's better to seize the initiative before that. At least the Evernight goddess's residual divine power in the forsaken land of the gods can help you conceal your tracks to a certain extent, and the secrets hidden there are enough for you to completely digest the scholar of your potion. Don't rush to make a choice. You have time to consider until George III takes full action. This is a one-time directional teleportation. Crush it, and you can see Melissa. You can go see her before you make a decision. Taking the star-dusted charm Aaron threw him, Klein remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding. After arranging everything, Aaron did not linger. The next second, he returned to the Nation of Disorder and saw the dejected demoness Trissa standing in the dark golden mist. Why did you bring back a demoness, and this fellow seems to have Cheek's aura on her? Rissel's slightly curious voice ignored the distance and echoed directly in Aaron's ear. Although he still couldn't leave the mausoleum, after accepting the Nation of Disorder's grace, he was very sensitive to the changes within this Saphira. I thought you'd be nostalgic. After all, you're the man who called himself Caesar and wrote, "The taste of a demoness is truly good," in your diary. Glancing at the primitive island sealed in the lower layers of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron teased Rissel, then said, "Her name is Trissa Cheek. She was meant to be the demoness sect's vessel for the primordial demoness's descent, but it wasn't fully completed. During the Great Smog, the Evernight goddess intervened." Not shying away from his past debauchery, Rissel laughed heartily. "The taste of a demoness is indeed good. Cough cough, let's get to the point. Don't let Bernadette know about these irrelevant matters." So you plan to use this demoness. But a sequence 4 is just a slightly larger ant. Aaron nodded, raised his hand and beckoned to the void. A cluster of sacred grayish-white light flew out from the dark golden mist, condensing in his hand into a fist-sized, spring-like crystal. It was the Beander characteristic of Sequence 3, Demoness of Undying, from the Demoness of White, Katarina, whom Aaron had captured during the Great Smog. Trissa once wielded a Grade 0 sealed artifact that could induce Cheek's divine descent, but it was destroyed prematurely by the Evernight goddess. However, it can still summon historical projections through charms created with the scholar of your authority. Although a Sequence 3 is also an ant, it can at least make the divine descent more complete. At that time, I'll need your help. This is a rare opportunity. Rissel gave a steady hum. Although he was half dead now, his corresponding Beander and symbolism had not been completely obliterated. To put it more vividly, he was a super-enhanced version of the Black Emperor card. Especially now, he no longer needed to expend most of his energy fighting the Mother Goddess of Depravity's corruption within him. With his full power combined with the Nation of Disorder's own Beander, Aaron could even be considered a king of angels with dual sequences for a short period. After a brief exchange, Aaron's figure flickered, and he appeared before Trissa. Trissa, who had a general understanding of her predicament, looked at the suddenly appearing Aaron with a numb and dejected expression. Her lips moved, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "Who exactly are you?" This stemmed from an absolute suppression at the life level. Even the several important figures of the demoness sect who had guided her to accept the grace could not compare. The only one Trissa could compare him to was the primordial one she hated and feared. Responding to Trissa's question with his own honorific name, Aaron looked at the demoness whose expression kept changing, and calmly added, "You have already obtained divinity, I presume some things are already clear to you. This body of yours is limited to Sequence 4. The advancement ritual for Sequence 3 Feet Demoness of Undying requires delving into the mirror world to find your mirrored self. But in your current state, the only possibility of delving into the mirror world is to completely lose yourself and truly become a vessel for Cheek's descent." With her inner fear being laid bare without concealment, Trissa clenched her hand with a gloomy expression. Before she could speak, the dense dark golden mist around her dissipated. A projection-like scene appeared before her. Trissa was stunned for a moment, her gaze sweeping past the night holy emblem carved on the wall, then fixating on a face that was aged and praying with downcast eyes. She murmured in a hoarse voice, "Edsak, he's still alive." Aaron snapped his fingers, and the image projected through the power of faith vanished. He then looked at the forlorn Trissa and spoke meaningfully. "Prince Edsak of the Augustus family died that day. The one alive now is just an ascetic named Edsak." Taking a deep breath, Trissa, whose thoughts were now clear, bowed gracefully to Aaron. "Thank you for giving him a new life and resolving a knot in my heart. I can feel that you also despise the evil god worshipped by the demoness sect. For the remaining matters, I will do my utmost, and I hope for clear instructions." After a combination of soft and hard tactics, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Trissa had come to a realization. He tossed the spring-like, grayish-white crystal, which was bound in his hand, over to her. "This is the Beander characteristic of the Demoness of Undying, from your old acquaintance, Demoness of White, Katerina. The talisman you obtained earlier can help you retrieve the medium for Cheek's descent. When you truly use it, just chant my honorific name and directly swallow this characteristic. The power contained within the characteristic will be awakened after you chant the honorific name, which can help you regain balance, temporarily seize control from Cheek, and cooperate with me on some matters. Without ritual assistance, and even without auxiliary materials, directly swallowing a high-level Beander characteristic makes successful advancement almost impossible. However, being in the special state of accepting the primordial demoness's descent, Trissa could temporarily ignore the risk of direct loss of control and bear more symbolism at the Sequence 3 level. Katerina, recalling some past memories, Trissa curled her lips into a mocking arc. Having long come to terms with her own fate, she didn't hesitate to raise her hand and take the sealed Beander characteristic before her. The next second, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. Trissa was once again back by the endlessly flowing Tassoc River, a coordinate appearing in her mind, and an echo lingering in her ears. Wait for the right moment. Phaenopotter City, inside an antique decorated detached villa. Count Alex, a direct descendant of Duke Full Moon, Ulmer and responsible for matters in the Phaenopotter region, walked to the semi-open balcony. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, he felt the constantly restless spirituality. "It's not a full moon," Alex frowned as he looked up at the sky. Just as he was about to use ritual magic to trace the source of the unusual feeling, a faint, dong, sound echoed in his ears. It was ethereal and seemed to come from an infinite distance. Alex's heart sank slightly. He immediately activated his incomplete mythical creature form, but the expected attack did not arrive. He frowned, his crimson blood eyes stained with a golden glow symbolizing divinity. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings to identify the source of the sound. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Under the crimson moonlight, dark stone pillars, invisible to ordinary people, rose up, supporting a magnificent and enormous church above the Castia Royal Mausoleum in the southern part of Phanepotter City. Gazing at the bone church, built from the bones of different races and countless twisted souls, and feeling the terrifying aura contained within it, Alex's eyes twitched violently. He recalled some unpleasant memories. As one of the oldest sanguine counts, Alex had personally experienced the Battle of the Oathbreakers over 600 years ago, and a similar scene had appeared in Phanepotter City. Something big has happened, thoughts surged in Alex's mind. His body blurred and took on a faint red hue, transforming into a hazy moonlight and vanishing without a trace. He planned to leave Phanepotter City first to avoid being caught in the crossfire, and then report to Duke Full Moon, Ulmer via ritual magic after getting away. Alex was clearly not the only demigod with similar thoughts. Various hidden factions concealed in the capital of the Phanepotter Kingdom were all awakened and swiftly moved away. Northern Phanepotter City, the deepest part of the Church of Life, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church, a continuous expanse of golden buildings. Crimson light streamed down through the Earth Holy emblem carved on the dome. Matriarch Roland, graceful and full of maternal radiance, slowly rose. Her figure faded in the moonlight and reappeared outside the deep black, bone-inlaid church. Matriarch Roland stopped, her expression solemn, as she looked at Adam, who was wearing a simple white robe, holding a silver crucifix pendant, and praying with downcast eyes. Behind him were rows of black chairs with backrests. A middle-aged man in a luxurious gown, with a ferocious and angry expression, was slumped in one of them, his chest pierced by a wooden cross stake stained with mottled blood, pinning him to the chair. It was clearly the only surviving angel of the Castia royal family, apart from the founder, Charles Castia I. Amen. You actually dare to appear in the outside world in your true form. The angry yet undeniably weak muffled roar echoed for a long time. Transparent, distorted faces emerged on the boundaries of the illusory world, sealing inside and out, isolating the spirit world and the astral world. In front of the 100-meter-tall cross, Amen, wearing a classical black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle, slowly turned around. Looking at the impotently enraged Charles I, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really not easy to deceive you, but now it seems you are more foolish than I imagined. Procrastinating is meaningless. Tisk, let me guess, you wouldn't be hoping for those self-absorbed fellows in the astral world to save you, would you? As his words fell, Amen quietly transformed into an ancient, mottled, giant stone wall clock. The second hand, constructed by a worm of time, trembled violently. As the distant chimes echoed, time seemed to be infinitely stretched. The power of order solidified throughout the Phanepotter Kingdom was temporarily isolated by the Bone Church. Charles I, unable to draw power, felt his nascent divine kingdom being slowly suppressed. The rules of order, which were his foundation, were being gradually tampered with by Amen, falling into irreversible chronic death. After an unknown period, when the chimes rang again, Charles I, with a slightly stiff body, took out a monocle from the void and slowly placed it in his right eye socket. The enormous, mottled phantom of a clock dissolved into King Charlie I's body. The hand of order's lips curled slightly upwards, and he adjusted his monocle, letting out a regretful tisk. What a pity. It would have been perfect if we had caught that old fellow Pales. Although Amen, by taking advantage of the surprise attack and using the Church of Bones to restrict King Charlie I's abilities, had overwhelmingly stolen his anchor and authority through the rules of deceit, essentially parasitizing and even replacing this ancient angel in another sense, just as Amen had replaced the ancestor of the Jacob family in the fourth epoch. However, King Charlie I was not Jacob after all. Occupying the fate of a high-level Beander from a non-adjacent pathway for a long time would eventually bring hidden dangers. Due to concerns about certain matters, Amen still gave up the pleasure of indulging in the malicious fun of impersonating King Charlie I. How boring. But it's time for this to truly end. Looking out beyond the illusory world filled with transparent, distorted faces, King Charlie I mumbled, then walked easily and comfortably towards the 100-meter-tall radiant cross standing in the center of the church. The coiling dragon statue had long disappeared, replaced by blood-stained wooden stakes conjured from imagination, nailing King Charlie I to the frame, like some ancient ritual. As the last stake pierced through, King Charlie I's glabella, a resentful and shrill roar seemed to break through the unlucky one's restraint, but then it abruptly ceased. The founder of the Phaenopotter kingdom, King Charlie Castia I, who had established the nation over 1,000 years ago, had fallen. Outside the church, which had a dark base inlaid with white bones, Adam, who had been praying with lowered eyes, paused, then raised his head, revealing eyes as clear as a child's. He slowly stood up, pulled out the blood-stained wooden stake that had pierced Frederick I, the Castia royal family's angel, and with a calm expression, glanced at the desolate matriarch Roland, who was full of vigilance, before disappearing completely along with the church of bones behind him, disintegrating inch by inch. The graceful desolate matriarch Roland, full of maternal radiance, gently furrowed her brows, looked up at the astral world, and a hint of worry flashed in her brownish eyes. As soon as she sensed the abnormality in Phaenopotter City, she prayed to the Great Mother, but the astral world's gaze had not yet blessed her child. The eerie blood moon that had occupied the entire sky a while ago flashed through her mind. The desolate matriarch Roland sighed softly, and a rich life force emerged from her fingertips, touching the pale-faced Frederick I's chest. Only indifference remained on her beautiful face. Integrate the Phaenopotter royal family's forces as quickly as possible. The war between LotM and Phaesac has been in a stalemate for too long, it's time for a decisive outcome. This was also Adam's condition for sparing the royal angel. Frederick I, who was about to question why Earth Mother had not descended, choked, and clenching his fist somewhat humiliatingly, he inexplicably thought of the declining Sauron family in Intis, feeling a sense of shared indignation and fear. Deep within the astral world, filled with various concepts and abstract chaos, natural barriers woven from wheat, flowers, and trees overlapped layer upon layer, isolating all possible prying eyes. Within the natural kingdom, towering oak trees, seemingly about to stretch out of the astral world, stood tall. Lush green covered the world, and vast spirituality nurtured life. A plump and soft illusory figure, whose face was unclear, silently overlooked the entire world, but what was reflected in the depths of her eyes was the scene of Phaenopotter City. Although she had not descended, she had briefly communicated with the ancient sun god's divinity through the desolate matriarch Roland's anchor of faith. As if memories were stirred, Earth Mother sighed softly and made a gesture of cradling an infant. A terrifyingly vast life force instantly converged, causing her abdomen to swell, followed by the illusory sound of crying. The next moment, a strange, dark brown infant appeared in the arms of Earth Mother, whose aura had weakened slightly. This was not a true life, but the separated sequence 2 inches desolate matriarch, the Yander characteristic. However, Earth Mother showed a motherly, loving smile. "You shall be reborn," she murmured softly, and the layered natural barriers trembled accordingly, then disintegrated without warning. The falling wheat and flowers clustered around the infant formed from the characteristic, detaching from the astral world and accurately falling into the Church of Life, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church in northern Phaenopotter City. The sudden commotion attracted many gazes in the astral world. In a divine kingdom nearby, a majestic and grand structure, strikingly similar to the giant king's court, occupied the center of the entire world. The god of combat Badhail rose from the throne in the deepest part of the palace. The orange-red twilight glow dimly fell, dyeing everything around with a sense of decay and demise. It seems the mother goddess of depravity's influence has dissipated. If so, some matters no longer need to be delayed. The orange-red light beneath the faceplate flickered. Relying on the sensitivity of the sequence 0 demon hunting eye to the mother goddess of depravity's pollution, the god of combat scrutinized the natural domain that had re-interacted with the astral world, his aura growing increasingly violent. After issuing a divine oracle to Larion, the god of combat church's archpriest, the god of combat, holding the twilight greatsword, arrived at the edge of the world in the solidified twilight, gazing from afar at another kingdom shrouded in darkness. Backland. The midday sun scorched the earth, and the lazy afternoon nap was broken by the continuous shouts of newsboys. Extra! Extra! Fainapotter city attacked, Castia royal family's mausoleum razed. Inside the folk herbal medicine shop, Darkwill, who had already advanced to a noble sanguine, was adjusting the reagents in his hand. Harry the Owl, with his round, bulging eyes, watched intently, both oblivious to the hawking outside. Done. Tisk, is this the telepathous potion? Darkwill, whose physical quality had greatly improved after advancing to a sanguine, mumbled while quickly putting away the prepared potion, causing Harry the Owl to miss it. Looking down at the uselessly enraged silly bird, Darkwill, having satisfied his malicious humor, then handed over the potion, adding venomously, "You better not die. This potion cost me a lot of money." Just then, as Darkwill was about to add a few more venomous remarks, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Buy me the latest newspaper." Both the man and the bird trembled and stopped bickering. Harry the Owl picked up the potion and flew towards the lounge, while Darkwill nodded like a pounding garlic, agilely darting out the door, returning with the newspaper a dozen seconds later. Somewhat nervously placing the newspaper at the door of the innermost room, Darkwill said in a low voice, slightly fawning and fearful, "Respected Mr. Gehrman, the newspaper you requested." The door opened in response, and an invisible wind swept the newspaper into the room. Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, flipped through the clearly emergency-printed newspaper, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Although Klein had never been to Finepot City, he wasn't completely ignorant. It was akin to suddenly hearing that Backland's Sodella Palace had been razed to the ground. He was no longer the ignorant Nighthawk from Tingen. Naturally, he understood what this seemingly absurd report implied. It likely involved a conflict surpassing the level of ordinary angels. The Earth Mother Church, in conjunction with the Castia royal family, has issued a warrant for the secret organization Psychology Alchemists. Pinching his brows, Klein's gaze lingered on the content specifically marked at the end of the newspaper, and he muttered to himself with a playful expression. Although it didn't explicitly name the culprit, it's practically tearing open the veil. However, among the psychology alchemists, the only one capable of achieving this step is probably. Without speaking Adam's name, Klein put away the newspaper and sighed softly. From a seer's intuition, he always had a premonition of impending storm. After a moment of silence, Klein seemed to have made a decision. He took out the star-adorned charm that Aaron had given him, and a surge of spirituality poured into it. The two demigod marionettes, who had been standing silently in the shadows, appeared beside Klein, submerged together in the dazzling starlight. As spirituality extended with the starlight, Klein vaguely saw the 7 distinct colors of clear light beyond the starlight. The next second, his vision suddenly cleared, and he saw a translucent, sapphire-like sea, and a magnificent castle made entirely of emerald. His gaze subconsciously swept over, and Klein's eyes suddenly froze, meeting the gaze of the young girl in front of the castle. His lips moved silently. Melissa. Melissa, with an astrolabe in front of her, curiously observed the 3 individuals, Klein and his 2 marionettes, who had suddenly appeared on Lasha Island. Having frequently studied astrology with the demigod Catlia to digest the astronomer potion, she keenly sensed that all 3 were at least at the demigod level. However, because she had never faced a marionettist, Melissa failed to discern that 2 of them were merely marionettes. Just as she was wondering if these were guests of Queen Mystic, Bonoa, dressed in a simple priest's robe, appeared behind her. Feeling the pressure originating from the life level, Klein shifted his gaze from Melissa and looked at the second son of Russell, introducing himself very politely. "Esteemed Crown Bonoa, I am Gehrman Sparrow. Duke Aaron previously gave me a teleportation charm. Please forgive my sudden visit today." Gehrman Sparrow. "Is this Mr. World?" Melissa's eyes widened slightly. The figure before her gradually overlapped with the one from the Tarot Club, and the sense of closeness she already felt deepened. Bonoa scrutinized Klein, recalling the secrets Aaron and Bernadette had mentioned. With a gentle expression, he nodded and pointed at the marionettes on either side of Klein. Since you have received permission from Crown Duke, you are a guest here. Feel free to state any needs you have. North District of Backland, at Dr. Alan Chris's home, a warmly decorated baby carriage gently swayed. Rejoice, the Fate Counselor who had partially digested the Chaoswalker potion and whose condition was stabilizing, stood respectfully. Admiralsel, full of surprise yet somewhat reserved, watched the maids who occasionally walked by, completely ignoring him and his teacher. A moment later, a precocious, tender voice emerged from the baby carriage. The tide of the era has arrived, and this grand curtain has been drawn. For a period of time, Backland will become the target of all. It's a pity that the life school of thought has lost too much of its foundation, making it impossible for you to advance further. Although the most precious dice of probability has been preserved, without assistance, it is not something you at Sequence 3 can use. At its peak, besides the dice of probability, the life school of thought also possessed a grade 0 sealed artifact created by Will Osepton, who had specifically peeled off and additionally accommodated a Sequence 2 soothsayer characteristic, used to suppress and transfer the negative effects of the dice of probability. This was also the fundamental reason why the life school of thought was able to continue even when Will Osepton was being hunted by Ouroboros. Unfortunately, the latter has been lost, seized by the Rose school of thought, which had long coveted it. Rejoice gave a bitter laugh and pulled Admiralsel beside him, explaining, "Mr. Speaker, my potion is still far from being digested. I came this time because my disciple has completely digested the Sequence 5 winter potion, and he still lacks the characteristic for advancement." As one of the few remaining Fate Counselors, Rejoice, who had been hiding ever since Will Osepton's restart, was truly destitute and could not provide the characteristic for his disciple's advancement. Turning over comfortably in the cradle, Will Osepton hummed. He had indeed additionally accommodated some Sequence 4 characteristics. His chubby hand gently grasped the void, directly throwing a mass of spiritual light to Rejoice, then waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Sealing the characteristic casually, Rejoice seemed to sense something. After bowing respectfully, he left with Admiralsel, who could not hide his excitement. Sitting up with some difficulty, Will Osepton looked at the empty corner and pouted. "If I hadn't sensed Adam and that blasphemer's involvement when peeking into Fate, I would have almost thought you were the one who eliminated that member of the Castia family." The space separated from reality gradually overlapped, and Aaron's figure gradually appeared, responding with a smile. The commotion from snatching Truncest's brass book earlier was too great. Adam's intervention could instead confuse the public. However, I truly didn't expect them to act so quickly and so blatantly. Shrugging indifferently, Will Osepton continued grumpily. "What do you want from me this time, you fellow? I'm still a baby. Frequent use of yesterday's recurrence still has some impact on my restart. I didn't expect to be considered an unwelcome guest in Mr. Speaker's eyes." Aaron chuckled teasingly, then stopped wasting words and directly flicked a spiritual light spot containing various messages into Will Osepton's tender forehead. Backland Greater Region, downstream of the Tussock River, ruin number 1. A curtain woven from shadows enveloped this deep, dark, majestic secret mausoleum. George III stood on the high platform inside the mausoleum, holding the crown adorned with many gloomy gems, symbolizing the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze from the astral world, and his low, majestic voice echoed. "The Earth Mother's condition seems to have returned to normal. Fasak and Finepot should act very soon. All of this should indeed come to an end." Bits of slightly profound light gathered, condensing into a figure in the shadow-covered air. The square face exuded majesty. It was William Augustus I, the founder of LotM. With George III, who was gradually assimilating with the shadows, reflected in his pupils, William I spoke indifferently. "That hand of order characteristic from Castia has now been taken by Adam." As if sensing something, William I paused, his hand forming a loose fist, his tone growing more solemn. Within the deep, solemn mausoleum, the originally distorted order gradually stabilized under the interference of the Hand of Order's authority. You have already accommodated the last Beander characteristic. His semi-ethereal body solidified considerably, and George III nodded indifferently, actively cooperating with William I to isolate the strange crown in his hand. After successfully accommodating 3 Prince of Abolition Beander characteristics, he was already finding it difficult to suppress his inherent urge to converge with the uniqueness. Therefore, temporarily sealing this uniqueness was the most correct choice before beginning the ritual to become a god. His figure reappearing on the throne, George III retracted the shadow of order that enveloped the mausoleum, his majestic and grand voice devoid of any emotion. The Castia family has followed in the footsteps of the Sauron family. The control of Fanapotter Kingdom will completely belong to the Earth Mother Church, and the God of Combat Church should have already made plans for an alliance. As for that Hand of Order Beander characteristic, it's better in Adam's hands than being hunted by the organization that snatched Truncest's brass book from the God of Combat Church. Mentioning that Justiciar pathway uniqueness, William I's expression couldn't help but darken slightly. Although he wasn't absolutely certain, excluding the influence of outer deities, the greatest possibility was the remnants of Truncest, who had been accumulating power in secret for over 1,000 years. Recalling the Hand of Order Beander characteristic that had vanished without a trace after the Night Emperor's fall, and the fleeting appearance of the Nation of Disorder, a hint of worry flashed in William I's increasingly profound eyes. Although he was already an angel during the Four Emperors era, due to the Night Emperor's own precedent of dividing Solomon's Beander characteristics to advance to Sequence 1, William I during the Four Emperors era was also quite suppressed and had no idea whether the appearance of the Nation of Disorder was related to the Night Emperor's final arrangements. In your eyes, perhaps I am the perfect bait. William I looked at this ambitious descendant, his heart stirring, then spoke indifferently. Since that's the case, Adam's matter will be put aside for now. Besides, Zeratul of the Hermit Order found me and expressed a willingness to cooperate. His historical projection is currently in Sadrak Palace. Zeratul, George III clasped his hands, silently repeating the name, the curve of his lips gradually widening. In the northern part of Fanapotter Kingdom, on the central plateau bordering Lindbergh and Intis Republic, lies the kingdom's northern fortress city, Saranian. The afterglow of the setting sun had already faded, and the night grew thick. Inside the majestic and solemn governor's manor, lights were already ablaze. Anderson Hood, the former strongest hunter of the Mist Sea, leaned lazily on the sofa, blowing a silver-white harmonica. Even the somewhat artistic ambiance couldn't conceal the surging iron and blood aura. As early as last month, Anderson, who had already formed his own team, successfully completed the ritual in a small battle against the Iron and Blood Cross Order, using the sealed artifact corresponding to the iron-blooded Knight Beander characteristic that Aaron had previously gifted him to successfully advance. However, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, having suffered a great loss, uncharacteristically did not retaliate, and even showed signs of disappearing from the central plateau. This left Anderson, who had been preparing for a major battle with this secretive organization that had pursued him for over half a year, quite indignant. Just then, the half-open door was roughly pushed open. "Enough, stop blowing that broken harmonica of yours. There's news about the Iron and Blood Cross Order that you asked me to inquire about." The truly unpresentable harmonica sound stopped abruptly. Anderson shook the white harmonica, tried blowing it twice, but no sound came out, so he gave up disgruntledly, muttering softly. "Deceiving my harmonica won't help you digest the Mentor of Deceit potion. And you call yourself a fourth epic noble, you can't even appreciate such beautiful music." Mobert, who was deeply parasitizing, Saranian governor, Odinson Castia, walked in with a face full of black lines, speaking directly and ungraciously. "I really want to sew your mouth shut. The matter with the Iron and Blood Cross Order is largely clear. Their president has fallen. Now, under the encirclement of the Sauron family and the two major churches, they are severely weakened. The sphere of influence of their forces near the central plateau should have been abandoned by them. Without inquiring about the source of the intelligence, Anderson made a playful clicking sound with his tongue, then suddenly jumped up from the sofa, gloating with a chuckle. Good is rewarded with good, evil with evil. Tisk tisk, this is their retribution for pursuing the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea. Unable to bear this guy's narcissism any longer, Mobert gave a few instructions and was about to leave when he sensed a strong spirit world fluctuation. Before he could even react, a figure stepped out from the colorful blocks. Using the Nation of Disorder to pinpoint Mobert, Aaron, who had directly teleported from Backland, glanced at the certain hunter whose expression instantly stiffened, and curled his lips, teasing. Congratulations to the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea on advancing to demigod. Anderson, directly facing the pressure of an angel of king, trembled in his legs, wishing he could slap his own stinky mouth, on the verge of tears. Withdrawing his gaze from Anderson, Aaron sized up Mobert, who was parasitizing Odinson Castia's body, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile. Where did old man Pallas go? Mobert, who had already learned Aaron's current status from Pallas, bowed respectfully. The old man left alone not long after helping his grace the Duke last time. Before leaving, he instructed me to immediately use this worm of time to contact him if you were looking for him. As he spoke, Mobert took out a 12-segment worm of time from his pocket. As a surge of spirituality poured into it, a phantom of an ancient, mottled, giant stone clock flashed and disappeared. Feeling a familiar aura descending, Aaron slightly raised his hand and immediately left Serenian City with Mobert. Standing on the desolate plateau, Aaron watched the worm of time in Mobert's hand spiral and dissolve, ripples spreading out. The white-haired Pallas walked out from within, wearing a dark black robe that was asymmetrical on the left and right, with a crystal pillar formed by light and shadow suspended in his right hand. Numerous 12-segmented worms of time swam and wandered rapidly within it, and everything around them seemed to still. It was precisely the sequence 1 worm of time Beander characteristic. Under Aaron's somewhat surprised gaze, Pallas, whose aura had fallen to sequence 2, smiled and pushed the Beander characteristic over, his aged voice carrying a hint of helplessness. This is nothing to be surprised about, it was bound to happen sooner or later. I've handled this Beander characteristic very cleanly. Even Eamon won't be able to track my traces through it. Casually isolating the interaction with the outside world, Aaron took the Beander characteristic that floated before him and promised Pallas. No matter who ultimately becomes the Mysteries, the Zoroaster family will receive my protection. When the time is right, I will help you return to sequence 1. As the crystalline pillar of light and shadow vanished into Aaron's hand, Pallas's eyes moved, and a smile squeezed onto his deeply lined face. I eagerly await that day. After sealing this worm of time characteristic and entrusting it to Russell for safekeeping, to prevent it from merging with the attendant of mysteries characteristic also sealed in the Nation of Disorder, Aaron's figure gradually faded. He finally looked at Pallas and reminded him, Amon's true body is in the northern continent. If I need your help later, I will directly summon a historical projection. During this time, you can just lie low and be cautious. When the all-isolating dark gold kingdom silently receded, Morbid looked at his great-grandfather with a complex expression and whispered, hesitating to speak, Old man, you. Waving his hand dismissively, Pallas sighed, looking at the complicated expression on Morbid's face. This is not coercion. This characteristic will only bring disaster if it remains. You are not yet at the level to understand these secrets. Without achieving angelhood, in a sense, you are still an ant. As a sequence 1 of the error pathway, Pallas was very clear about how terrifying the revived celestial worthies will truly was. Whether it was the fool or Aemon, if any one of them won, they might end up just doing all the work for someone else. Therefore, he had been hedging his bets until his true body entered the Nation of Disorder earlier and experienced firsthand what the Sephira, only briefly mentioned on the blasphemy slate, truly meant. Only then did he finally side with Aaron, siding with the hope that even in the worst-case scenario of the Celestial Worthies' revival, he would be able to protect himself and even rebuild the Zoroastrian family. Southern Continent, Pasa Valley, Lloyd City. At the very center of the inner city, atop a mixed-style clock tower, under the crimson moonlight, Audrey, with her face obscured by fine black gauze, slowly emerged from the obscure and dim collective subconscious ocean. She stood at the highest point, overlooking this largest city in the northern part of the Loan Kingdom's East Balam colonial region, manipulating virtual personalities to traverse the vast ocean of consciousness islands, weaving dreams. As the headquarters of the East Tark family in the southern continent, the demigods hidden within this city-state could even rival the Amanda front line, which was still in a standoff. With a collective subconscious ocean where tens of thousands of people gathered, there was no need to worry about attacks or being detected by official forces. Furthermore, many demigods actively cooperated in entering dreams, shortening the years of potion digestion for ordinary dream weavers at an incredible speed. After a long while, Audrey closed her eyes, feeling the feedback brought by the potion's digestion, continuously strengthening her resonance with the Grade 0 sealed artifact that was deeply embedded in her consciousness island. This place is indeed very suitable for you. At this rate, perhaps in less than half a year, the Dreamweaver potion will be completely digested. A familiar chuckle came, and Audrey's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. With unconcealed joy, she looked at Aaron, who had appeared beside her at some unknown time. His fingertips traced her smooth golden hair. After a moment of tenderness, Aaron's expression gradually turned serious. The founder of the Phaenopotter kingdom has already died. The war in the northern continent, which was originally somewhat restrained, could completely spiral out of control at any time. As he spoke, Aaron's eyes flickered slightly. After taking the Worm of Time characteristic from Pallas, he felt an inexplicable pull. Having had similar experiences, Aaron knew very well that this was Adam's doing, a story woven by an King of Angels level author. Aaron, who had never considered trading the Worm of Time characteristic before George III's death, directly returned to the Nation of Disorder, avoiding accidentally entering that guy's ossuary church during spirit world travel. He deliberately waited for a long time to hint at his attitude to Adam before coming to the southern continent. As his thoughts arose, figures appeared above the clock tower, clearly the angels who had arrived from various places. With pale, greenish flames flickering in his eyes, Azek, now the governor of Balam Kingdom, swept his gaze over everyone and was the first to speak in a deep voice. This is an opportunity. At the end of the fourth epoch, the Underworld Emperor unified this vast land when the four emperors of the northern continent were fighting among themselves, and the gods were unable to pay attention to the southern continent. Since Adam himself has stepped in to accelerate this so-called tide of the era, we might as well take the initiative. As Azek's words echoed, Nast, clad in a black robe with silver trim, bowed slightly to Aaron and Audrey. After advancing to Angel, his attitude became even more respectful. The somewhat presumptuous pointed crown had long disappeared. After Aaron nodded in response, he added in a deep voice, "There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, but no 1,000 days to guard against a thief." Completely unfazed by his pirate identity, and very skillfully picking up Russell's famous quote, Nast raised a hand and pointed to the dense night on the east side of Lloyd City, which was the end of the Pasa Valley, adjacent to the ancient forest controlled by Fasak. In the battle to seize Truncest's brass book, Fasak's fleet suffered significant losses. Now, both it and the God of Combat Church have concentrated their forces in the northern continent. They are probably planning to achieve everything in one go, directly crushing Loan before dealing with the mess in the southern continent. Now that the safe sea routes to the southern continent have been blockaded by my pirate kingdom, I believe we can completely wipe out that Fasak colonial region in East Balam. The petite Shastas chuckled. A hint of silver-white flashed in her pupils, and Hoshinam's voice followed in agreement. That ancient forest is suitable for our race to recuperate. My elven lineage will naturally cooperate fully. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the angels who had already reached a tacit understanding. He looked at Audrey, who had a look of unbearable pity, but did not speak. He merely raised his palm slightly. Valna, dressed in classical full armor with red hair and brown eyes, immediately detached from the Nation of Disorder, abruptly appearing with a surging aura of iron and blood. The purple flame-like flag imprint flickering between his eyebrows immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because of the special state of unfortunate one, no one except Aaron recognized this stranger of a powerhouse, but everyone had their own conjectures. Aaron scrutinized Valna, whose spirituality was restless and uneasy, and simply relayed Will Osepton's instructions. Paulez's Beander characteristic is no longer at its peak, and he cannot maintain your current state alone. Therefore, I found the speaker of the Fate Council. He can help you maintain the unfortunate one state for another month, but only for 1 month. Having said this, Aaron paused and glanced at the thoughtful crowd, his gaze finally resting on Reinette Tinaker, who was carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark, elaborate black dress. It was unknown if it was a habit that had become second nature, but this messenger lady, despite having her body complete, still liked to carry her own head. As Aaron looked over, Reinette Tinaker's spiritual perception was triggered, and the heads, with their simple updos of pale gold hair, tilted slightly, uttering words in sequence to form a complete report of the recent changes. It has been confirmed with red light, El Moria, that the devil who escaped from the abyss during the recent astral world turmoil was the ancestor of the Nas family, the head of the 3 great devil families of the 4th epoch. This devil named Nas was already a sequence 3 at that time. Taking advantage of the constant strife between the 4 emperors, he orchestrated a bloody massacre to advance to sequence 2, Bloody Archduke. He was later severely wounded by the guardian angel of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church at the time and fled into the abyss. Even though Reinette Tinaker was born and advanced to angel in the 5th epoch, as a high-level spirit world creature possessing the aura of the Fool, she easily learned these secrets of the 4th epoch from El Moria. An angel of the abyss pathway, Aaron's expression became a little playful, and he inexplicably recalled the hand that stretched out from the sea of blood when Cavendish Lancer borrowed the abyss to infiltrate the forsaken land of the gods. At his current level, such sudden impulses were, to some extent, comparable to prophecies. However, more than this fellow's origin, Aaron was more interested in whether he had received some kind of boon from the Mother Tree of Desire, which took the opportunity to transmit it when the astral world barrier was impacted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, causing him to leave the abyss at such a coincidental time. It was a pity that Astolfo, who had recovered to the King of Angels position, had been searching the historical fog inch by inch in the depths of the spirit world, looking for the hidden location of his true body, the bound god, and thus could not attend to the abyss entrance, which gave the devil the opportunity to escape. Those devils who have been dormant for a long time will probably also make a move. I will have Boyer Bael cooperate with you in tracing their whereabouts. Even if you truly encounter that fellow, the Silver Knight will be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. After a moment of thought, Aaron did not give this messenger lady too strict a goal. After all, angels of the devil pathway were not so easy to find. The most important thing at the moment was to assist Valna in thoroughly advancing to sequence 1 as soon as possible. After reaching a consensus, Aaron assigned tasks to each angel and, after specifically instructing Valna, left with Audrey. The Sea of Fog, Rashad Island. The night was deep. Ripples spread in the void, then smoothed out. Aaron and Audrey looked down at the island, and Bonneva, whose spiritual perception was triggered, immediately teleported over. It is worth mentioning that Queen Mystic, Bernadette, after escaping from Amen, did not stay long on Rashad Island. She secretly searched for the headquarters of the Moses ascetic order within the 5 seas, utilizing the turbulent situation. You've worked hard. After nodding to Bonneva in thanks, Aaron looked at Audrey, who still seemed a bit gloomy, and, without mentioning the matter of the southern continent again, playfully changed the subject. Go meet that Mr. World. Afterwards, the forsaken land of the gods will also bear the footprints of this adventurer. Bonneva on the side raised an eyebrow slightly, and Audrey was even more surprised. She knew that Mr. World's true identity was the former Nighthawk, Klein. This is the fool's boon. After explaining, Aaron and the others' figures had already disappeared, arriving in the stargazing room built by mysticologist Catlia in Emerald City. Melissa, wearing a warlock's robe, looked at the suddenly appearing crowd with undisguised surprise, and the crystal ball in her hand, dotted with stars, began to flicker unstably. Starlight surged, lifting the crystal ball. Katlia, who was teaching Melissa various constellations, and Klein, who had stayed behind using his world identity, quickly stood up and saluted. After glancing at the crystal ball enveloped in starlight, Aaron felt a rather strong Saphira Castle aura. He knew without thinking that this must be Klein's doing. To help Melissa safely pass the dangerous astronomer stage as quickly as possible, this fellow certainly had many tricks up his sleeve. After the potion is completely digested, I will grant you an opportunity to advance to a demigod as promised. Once you gain divinity, you can leave Rishat Island. Ignoring Katlia's surprised expression, Aaron looked at the confident Melissa and said no more. With a slight wave of his hand, he took Klein, whose eyes held a mix of relief and reluctance, away. Outside the Emerald Palace, on the Azure Sea, Audrey observed Klein, who was looking back at a certain room. She had only just learned that Mr. World's method of entering the Forsaken Land of the Gods was to commit suicide. As a Sequence 3 spectator, she could very well understand Klein's feelings at this moment. Looking at the face belonging to the ruthless adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Do you want to go say a proper goodbye?" Shaking his head calmly, Klein looked at Audrey and changed the subject. "The flesh and blood I separated have already been sacrificed to Mr. Fool in advance. I will still need to trouble your personality avatar in the Forsaken Land of the Gods to arrange the bestowal ritual." As early as when he made up his mind to see Melissa, he had prepared the necessary flesh and blood for his resurrection and brought it to Saphira Castle. He just didn't expect that Aaron would only appear after he had been on Rishat Island for 2 days. Fortunately, after advancing to Scholar of Yore, Klein could now differentiate some worms of time to stay in Saphira Castle to mechanically respond to some prayers, such as sacrifices or bestowals, saving him the awkwardness of finding excuses to go to the washroom. Audrey nodded. At Aaron's suggestion, Cavendish Lancer had already taken his personality avatar and left the City of Silver, heading to a desolate city-state, trying to avoid implicating the City of Silver as much as possible. After everything was ready, Klein took a deep breath and took out a revolver. It was the same one the original owner used to commit suicide in Tingen City. As for his other sealed artifacts, Beander materials, and even his 2 demigod marionettes, they had already been sacrificed to Saphira Castle. "You're quite well prepared. Although this revolver isn't a Beander item, it still has great collection value. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you." Glancing at the rather familiar revolver, Aaron chuckled and teased, as spirituality surged into the ring of concealment on his knuckle. In the misty glow, Aaron connected with the Nation of Disorder, resonating with the Worm of Time characteristic. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void, and in just one pull, he pulled out Pallas Zoroast, whose face was slightly dazed. The next second, the eyes of this Sequence 1 historical projection regained their vitality. His gaze swept past Aaron and focused on Klein, who had the revolver pressed against his temple. Even as a historical projection, Klein still experienced a life-level pressure from Paulez's gaze. Suppressing all emotions, Klein felt the metallic sensation coming from the side of his head and couldn't help but mutter. "Although physical strength is a disadvantage for a Scholar of Yore, I wonder if this shot can kill me. That's a 10-pound demon-hunting bullet." A dull explosion echoed, and Klein's body slowly fell, a hideous, scorched wound marring his temple. Having witnessed many unspeakable horrors in the collective subconscious sea, Audrey showed no ripple of emotion at the crimson blood splattering before her, her emerald eyes curiously fixed on the hole in Klein's head. Inside, there was no red and white brain matter, instead, there were transparent worms intertwined and coiled, their 3-dimensional, layered, bizarre symbols rapidly dimming. The next second, these transparent worms became illusory, tinged with gray and white, scattering into mottled light points and vanishing, as if dissolving into the mists of history. Aaron glanced at the corpse whose Beander characteristic had been reclaimed by Saphira Castle. Although he had no intention of directly destroying it, He also didn't plan to let it remain in the real world, to prevent Aemon from finding it and using it as a medium, leaving behind future troubles. Set up a sacrificial ritual and offer all of these to the fool, he will handle it properly. After instructing Audrey, Aaron pointed to Klein's corpse and the revolver stained with mottled blood, then looked at Pallas, who was gazing at the gray-white in the spirit world with a complex expression, and continued. The rest is up to you. Pallas withdrew his gaze upon hearing this, nodding with a smile, his aged voice carrying an unconcealed anticipation. Although it's just a historical projection, it fulfills a long-cherished wish to see this so-called Saphira castle. As his words fell, Pallas's already somewhat illusory figure collapsed into a mass of worms of time, merging into Klein's still warm corpse. Audrey, who had already arranged the ritual, slightly furrowed her brows, momentarily unsure whether to continue, and could only look to Aaron for help. Maintaining Pallas's historical projection, Aaron gave Audrey a reassuring look, knowing that Klein on Saphira Castle must also be peeking over, and explained with a smile. This is a necessary step. Although Saphira Castle's status is sufficient, breaking through the seal of the forsaken land of the gods still requires some external help, and this cannot be replaced by a deceit charm. Inside the ancient palace, at the head of the mottled long table, Klein sat in the fool's position, gazing down at the constantly shrinking and praying crimson stars. After performing a divination for the upcoming action, Klein sighed softly after a moment of thought, putting the ready-to-use deceit charm back into the clutter pile. His consciousness connected with Saphira Castle, opening the sacrificial door, and then he saw his own floating corpse and the intensely trembling figure of Pallas. The surrounding gray fog froze for a moment and then rapidly converged towards Pallas. Klein's heart suddenly leapt. He quickly summoned the blasphemy slate of the door pathway, which finally calmed Saphira Castle's agitation, and the feeling that something terrible was about to happen slowly dissipated. What a terrifying aggregate instinct. Fortunately, this is only a historical projection. Amidst a vicissitudes sigh, the phantom tentacles surging under the light and shadow gradually dissipated. Pallas's figure finally stabilized. He pressed his eyes, which were slightly tinged with faint black, and continued somewhat wearily. This projection has already been corrupted. To avoid affecting the main body, we need to hurry. Klein eyed Pallas warily, once again confirming that his control over Saphira Castle had not weakened and that he could sever the medium of this historical projection at any time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Recalling the heart-palpitating feeling from earlier, Klein no longer hesitated. He immediately separated a portion of his worms of spirit, giving them the instruction to sever the projection medium upon successful revival, then his spirituality diffused, leveraging the power of this gray fog world. The entire gray fog boiled, and a vast but slightly dim tide of power surged out, enveloping Klein. Pallas's eyes shifted slightly, gazing deeply at the brilliant light door at the highest point of the gray fog, which was tinged with a hint of greenish black. After a soft sigh, his body instantly transformed into a mottled ancient clock, drawing this immense power towards the crimson star symbolizing Audrey. In a deserted city-state in the forsaken land of the gods, far from the city of silver, dim yellow light dispelled the profound darkness. Audrey's personality split stood before a simply constructed altar, praying in a low voice, while Cavendish Lancer stood with his hands behind his back not far away, manipulating numerous marionettes to guard against dangers lurking in the darkness. Just then, Cavendish Lancer suddenly turned his head, looking strangely at the flesh and blood in the transparent container on the altar. He felt authority originating from his own miracle invoker pathway. Bits of light fragments surged out of the void, like transparent, wriggling insects. The flesh and blood in the altar vessel surged out, floated into midair, and continuously fissioned, combining with the light fragments. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments coalesced, quickly outlining a human figure, none other than Gehrman Sparrow. This is the so-called resurrection. Audrey, her curiosity satisfied, blinked her eyes and spoke softly with a slight smile. Mr. World, welcome to the forsaken land of the gods. Backlund, layers of magnificent palaces surrounded a towering Gothic clock tower. The melodious chime of the bell echoed, awakening people immersed in their dreams. Under the crimson moonlight, a young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe could be seen standing at the top of the clock tower, his head slightly raised, gazing at the sky. His left hand held a black clock hammer, striking the hanging bell of order repeatedly, while his right hand was raised, adjusting the crystal monocle over his right eye. Through the shaking lens, faint, churning gray-white mist was vaguely visible. How interesting, that old fellow Pallas. Amon's lips curled slightly. After a click of his tongue, he muttered to himself with a playful expression. But what use is that? That demonic wolf is already my marionette. His indifferent voice was drowned out by the melodious bell chimes. Before the powerhouses of the three churches and the Loan royal family arrived, Aemon, who had caused quite a stir, quietly departed. Rasha Island, having received feedback from her personality split, Audrey immediately looked at Aaron. Mr. World has successfully resurrected in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. As per your request, Cavendish Lancer has given him a copy of the map he drew while exploring the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Aaron, who had already felt the interruption of Paulez's historical projection, nodded. Besides the areas Cavendish Lancer had explored, he had also specifically marked a location that could help Klein completely digest the Scholar of Your potion. It was the place where the ancient sun god awakened, Chernobyl. Recalling that there were no omissions, Aaron put Klein's matter aside. With Amon's main body absent and a Sequence 3 working with Saphira Castle's status, unless targeted by the true creator, the Forsaken Land of the Gods could temporarily be considered a relatively safe place. Aaron disturbed the spirit world region corresponding to Lasha Island and covered up the traces of Palza's actions. Only then did he turn his head to look at Bonava, who had been quietly observing the entire time. Let's go, Rosal is still waiting for you. Seeing Bonava nod slightly, Aaron took the somewhat surprised Audrey's hand and whispered softly. Restrain your spirituality, don't resist. The warmth in her ear had not yet dissipated when a rich dark golden light rose before her eyes. The instinctive spiritual warning made Audrey subconsciously close her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, she found herself in a magnificent and vast world. It wasn't until a sensation of increasing heat came that Audrey, with undisguised astonishment, looked down at the back of her hand. Crimson flowed across her smooth, fair skin, like a tattoo of stars growing brighter. This was Audrey's first true visit to the Nation of Disorder. Previously, only a personality split had been stored in the Giant King's court key, using the Nation of Disorder and the Door of Granting to cleverly descend upon the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Clearly feeling the fluctuations of order around him, Aaron casually tapped the center of the crimson tattoo. As invisible ripples spread, the restless Saphira Castle imprint was immediately sealed and isolated. He looked at Audrey with a slight curve of his lips. Welcome to my divine kingdom. Deep within the historical fog, colorful light spots were stained black. In this area, protected and hidden by a slight contamination transmitted by the Mother Tree of Desire through the bound god. The Mother Tree of Desire's followers, some oozing pus, some with various biological forms, constantly enduring the torment of curses, and wailing in pain, used their flesh and blood to build a massive altar base. A towering earthy yellow pyramid stood atop the flesh and blood altar, and a figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses hung quietly there, as if binding all curses and desires. This was precisely the main body Astrolfo had been searching for, the bound god, Torsna. He had essentially died. His body, consciousness, and even his remaining spirit were filled with the Mother Tree of Desire's contamination. He had, in essence, become an agent of the Mother Tree of Desire. This was also thanks to the Mother Goddess of Depravity's previous success in penetrating the barrier. The Mother Tree of Desire, making partial concessions to this existence at the apex of the outer gods, took the opportunity to further invade reality. Opposite the pyramid structure, the beauty goddess, Belenka, like a mountain of flesh, manifested with an ominous aura of curses. Undulating, Twisting chunks of flesh constantly diffused a misty bloody fog, and bloody pupils split open, looking indifferently at the bound god, Torsna. Great Mother has helped you completely control this body and advanced part of the reward. Now it's your turn to show your sincerity. A cloying, soft, alluring voice, mixed with terrifying curses, emanated from the center of Belenka's massive, fleshy body. The face, which gathered all symbols of beauty in the world, formed a strong contrast with her deformed and ugly body. His blood-red eyes rotated slightly. The bound god looked indifferently at his former follower, who now, body and mind, had turned to the mother goddess of depravity. Amidst a roar that pierced the spirit body, countless brownish-gray branches pierced through the layered, coiling yellowish bandages, like branching offshoots, and continued unabated, directly stabbing into Belenka's massive body, which was constantly emitting bloody fog. Without any defense, Belenka's face showed an expression of eager, intoxicated charm. As the bloody fog dispersed, a summoning door opened, and a blasphemy slate, its surface glowing with a faint crimson light, flew out. It immediately transformed into an invisible vortex, frantically absorbing Belenka's spirit and spirituality. Stimulated by a certain aura, several lines of ancient Fusic script, which had not existed before, appeared. Sequence 1, Tree God. A miniature red moon rose, and from the back of the blasphemy slate, segments of somewhat withered brownish-gray tree roots extended. These roots merged with the branches spreading from the bound god, and together they surged into Belenka's body. His right hand, covered in thorns, swung violently. The bound god actively severed the brownish-gray branches that had pierced through his chest, allowing them to be swept away and disappear into the mother card. The roar ceased. This agent of the mother tree of desire tilted his head slightly, and the depths of his blood-red eyes reflected the torn flesh cracks on Belenka. A placenta of flesh, contracting and expanding like breathing, was wrapped in layers by the brownish-gray branches formed by the mother card. It fused with the surrounding flesh and transformed into a monstrous figure composed of stacked reproductive organs, with dark brown roots coiling behind him like wings, his aura completely on par with Belenka. With the cooperation of the mother tree of desire, a tree god was truly born within the barrier. An undisguised hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. The mother tree of desire, manipulating the bound god, stared intently at this newly born tree god, coveting similar authority yet fearing the mother goddess of depravity. Considering that the birth of the tree god was an essential part of the transaction and an opportunity to completely resolve Farbati, the devil monarch struggling in the abyss, he ultimately did not act, merely letting out an unwilling roar. Grayish-brown woody substance filled with densely wriggling organs. The increasingly full tree god unhurriedly tore open Belenka's flesh and walked out to the top of the pyramid. As a sequence one of the mother goddess of depravity's core pathway, apart from the Earth Mother, he could be considered the most suitable vessel for the mother nest, capable of carrying and nurturing the power that the mother nest would use to break through the Western continent's seal to the greatest extent. I still need some time to listen to the call of the Great Mother and receive more of Mother's blessings. After everything is over, I will go to the abyss with you. Besides that, you should also be very interested in some things. The ink-black light spots cracked open. Watching Belenka and the tree god disappear into the historical fog in an instant, the bound god's scarlet eyes rotated, and a curse-laden whisper echoed. Create more sins, let the abyss fall deeper. Go to Backland, and meet your old friend. The flesh and blood altar below the pyramid suddenly boiled. Scarlet blood surged up and transformed into a monstrous devil, precisely the bloody archduke, who had emerged from the abyss, whom Rynette Tinacare was pursuing. He bowed elegantly, his curved goat horns, covered in sinister patterns, ignited with an eerie blue flame, and a low, defiling whisper quietly echoed. I obey your teachings, Great Mother Tree of Desire. The dark brown mark on his brow flickered slightly. Having received some kind of blessing, he slowly rose, a sinister arc on his lips, and transformed into a bloody shadow, leaving this historical fog. He hadn't returned to the northern continent for over 1,000 years, and he wondered how many of those old fellows who had pursued and intercepted him back then were still left. Sephira are a collection of symbols, the source of authority, and the origin of power. For example, the Fool's Grey Fog Kingdom and my kingdom are both like this. As the boundless dark golden mist surged, Audrey, temporarily relieved of the psychological suggestion, listened with undisguised astonishment to Aaron's introduction of this kingdom, while recalling the information about the cosmos and outer deities that had emerged from the depths of her spirituality, which had originally been obscured by the visionary card. After a long while, Audrey looked at Aaron with a bitter smile and confirmed. So many outer deities, is this why the gods tacitly allowed George III to attempt to become a Black Emperor? Aaron hummed softly, then gently consoled her. There is still some time until the apocalypse, and the gods are not lambs to be slaughtered. For you, it is about accepting the cruelty that all of this might bring, and quickly advancing to a complete mythical creature. Deep within the primitive island sealed on the lowest level of the Nation of Disorder, the gate of the Black Emperor mausoleum suddenly opened. With Aaron's tacit approval, Bonneva, who had enjoyed some long-awaited father-son time with Russell, slowly walked out. So fast, Aaron's expression shifted slightly, wanting to say more, but he immediately stopped speaking and teleported with Audrey to the outside of the mausoleum. Father's method for creating the blasphemy slates originally involved some blessings from the mother goddess of depravity. She has now modified the direction of these potentially corrupting blessings to you, and has given me the specific method of creation. I will complete the finished products as quickly as possible. Bowing slightly to Aaron, Bonneva summarized his gains and made his promise. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, immediately sending Bonneva back to reality. But before he could enter the mausoleum, the Nation of Disorder transmitted an indescribable resonance that instantly furrowed his brow. This familiar feeling, he had last experienced it when he explored the passage to the forsaken land of the gods hidden in the abyss in Cavendish. It was the Devil Monarch's aura from the tenebrous world resonating with the Nation of Disorder, which also belonged to Sephira. At Aaron's current level, for the Nation of Disorder to have such a resonance, it would have to be at least an archangel or higher, truly activating Sephira-level power. In the Intis Republic, the surging Sorrenzo River cut through the capital, Trier. On the north bank, the God of Steam and Machinery Church's main cathedral was towered over by thick, iron-black chimneys. Large amounts of light white mist billowed upwards from the forest-like chimneys, obscuring the morning light. The residents of Trier had long been accustomed to this, but today's mist seemed particularly dense, unlike the usual damp cold, instead carrying a scorching sensation as if singed by flames, even spreading into the spirit world, which overlapped somewhat with reality. The first to notice the anomaly and react was a pure ray of sunlight. The rust-tinged mist quickly evaporated, and a holy and beautiful woman in a gold-embroidered white robe emerged from it. It was Saint Vif, the patron angel of the eternal blazing sun church. This ancient angel, who had experienced the War of Four Emperors, was exceptionally calm. She merely drove the pervasive war mist away from the residential areas where the believers were, then silently overlooked Trier. Such obvious spiritual fluctuations could not be concealed even by the war mist. The member of the Divine Council who had temporarily replaced Bonneva after his quiet departure rose with a solemn expression and headed to the deepest part of the church. As the latest established and shallowest-rooted Orthodox God Church, even if he was the next Pope candidate, second only to Bonneva, his own Beander characteristic had not truly reached the angel level. There was no need to be stingy when facing dangers beyond his own level. Mist enveloped most of Trier. The barrier of reality seemed to be distorted, and purple flames burned silently in the void. They quickly solidified, turning into gigantic, blood-stained, iron-black thrones. The Red Angel, Medici, with his blood-red hair unbound, casually rested his hand on the longsword armrest of the black iron throne, looking disdainfully at Saint Vif, the patron angel, who was meeting his gaze high in the sky. Tisk, want to fight me? Behind the black iron throne, within the dense war mist, metal-armored puppets of various colors, with faces seemingly carved, and standing over 10 meters tall, appeared faintly, vast and mighty, like an army. Apart from the most crucial, conqueror, the Yander characteristic in the underground ruins, the remaining ones, even the additional, whether warlock, the Yander characteristic and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's century-long accumulation, had all been integrated into these puppets by Medici, allowing the War of Red Legion, which had disappeared for over 1,000 years, to reappear in this manner. Staring coldly at the aggressive Medici, Saint Vif, the patron angel, seemed to sense something. Her eyes shifted slightly towards the direction of the steam church, where a light composed of massive illusory objects was rising. Wherever the light passed, all the war mist was decomposed into pure spiritual light points, which then converged behind this light to form an even larger, seemingly all-encompassing scroll of civilization that threatened to envelop all of Trier. How annoying, you favored one. His disdainful expression slightly receded. Medici rose from the black iron throne. On his glabella, a blood-colored mark shaped like a banner clearly protruded, vibrant and about to drip, then ignited with black flames that bound destruction and madness. The black iron throne subsequently collapsed, turning into blood-stained black armor. Medici's body had already disappeared, and within the full body armor remained only iron-like bones inscribed with complex, terrifying symbols, and deep purple, almost blood-colored flames attached to them, filling his body. Medici, having completely revealed his full mythical creature form, now held an iron-black flagpole. Waving the blood-stained flag with burn marks, he crashed head-on into the enveloping scroll of civilization, his arrogant laughter echoing. "It's just a divine descent clone. I originally intended to deal with that old geezer Cheek, but since it's come to this, I'll let you, Junior, witness why I am called the symbol of iron and blood." Almost simultaneously, the puppets of the War of Red Legion raised their arms. Their eyes were all tinged with iron black, and long spears of deep purple, almost blood-colored flames condensed in their hands. They could simultaneously share all of the Red Angel, Medici's abilities and spirituality. The power of the entire War of Red Legion instantly converged on Medici, causing the banner mark on his glabella and the flag of God's demise in his hand to begin resonating. In the Berserk Sea, in the waters near Bansi Island, which was blockaded by the Church of Storms, a faint, illusory long river shimmered with rugged light within the thin mist. Almost as soon as the war mist began to appear in Trier, the swirling, illusory long river trembled gently. The mist was stirred, and Bansi Island, surrounded by the restart of destiny, appeared faintly amidst silver-white lightning and crimson flames. Faint roars emanated from it, growing increasingly frantic. When Medici, in the form of a flame giant, raised the flag of God's demise, Bansi Island, separated by half of the northern continent and the violent sea, was like a long-suppressed volcano finally erupting. The entire Bansi Island trembled with tyrannical and frenzied roars mixed with the clanging of metal chains. The originally clear sky instantly darkened, and the river of fate, shimmering with jagged light, was torn open by an extremely dense, grayish-white mist, causing the cycle of fate covering the entire sea area to shatter. Thousands upon thousands, countless rotten heads, appeared and disappeared within the mist, dragging pale, bone-white spines like long tails, wandering over the mist-shrouded sea. The war mist, permeated with the smell of rust and mixed with some grayish-white mist, did not continue to spread after breaking through the cycle of fate that bound this space, but it slowly permeated into the spirit world. Thanks to the Storm Church, blockade and the naval battles between Loen and Fosak, all ships avoided the waters near Bansi Island, so no immediate disaster occurred for the time being. In another nearby sea area, the turbulent sea surface was strangely calmed, and a beautiful lady in a gray, old-fashioned long dress stepped out of the flat sea without causing a single ripple. Her waterfall-like black hair was casually draped, and her blue eyes, more crystalline than gems, looked towards the mist-shrouded world in the distance. It was Judith, the leader of the demoness sect, the godchild of the primordial demoness, the demoness of Grey. Feeling the immense power that seduced and tugged at her divinity, this demoness, who was closest to the primordial one, took a deep breath and lowered her eyes in a quiet prayer. When she opened her eyes again, they had turned grayish-white, her casually draped black hair lifted, and black and white eyes grew from its top, looking at the mist once more. The feeling of seeing flowers through a fog disappeared. Her gaze swept past the spines and heads. From a black and white perspective, with the grace of the primordial demoness, the demoness of Grey saw the phantom of a colossal city through a certain barrier. Numerous taut iron chains traversed through it and extended downwards, inscribed with a large number of reliefs. Each abnormally hideous, ghastly face seemed to be endowed with life, peeking around and choosing whom to devour. The demoness of Grey steadied her mind, reined in her consciousness, which was subtly pulled by the chains, and, dragged by the primordial one's bestowed power, continued to descend to a staircase leading to an infinite height. A vast figure, seemingly formed by two enormous intertwined pythons, quietly coiled at the end of the staircase. The iron-black chains with the ghastly reliefs pierced through its black and white interwoven scales, locking it onto the staircase. Yet, they still couldn't obscure the blood-stained crimson divine throne at the end of the steps. As if sensing the demoness of Grey's gaze, this behemoth slowly raised its triune head. The indifferent face on the rightmost, female human head finally curved into a stiff smile, and prism-like light surged forth. Primordial One. Unconsciously murmuring, the demoness of Grey's body trembled slightly. That face, almost identical to the deity she worshipped, continuously magnified in her pupils until the entire scene transmitted by this consciousness was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and collapsed with a bang. With a muffled groan, the demoness of Grey's eyes burst open. Ink-black blood dripped from her eye sockets onto the sea surface, but instead of diffusing and fading, it transformed into a blood-colored mirror. Having some expectation of her own condition, the demoness of Grey's expression was quite calm. As a mirror person created by her main body after receiving the primordial one's grace for a long time, she had understood and accepted her fate since her birth. Without hesitation, she leapt into the blood mirror. Although the power she encountered in that illusory city was related to the primordial one, this did not mean that such a high-level contamination could be ignored. Although her main body could escape contamination through death and revive herself within the sleeping mirror, that would waste too much time and affect the demoness sect's cooperation with George III. In the deepest part of the mirror world, on an altar made of grayish-white stones, stood a colossal statue of the primordial demoness, seemingly made of white bones. The true demoness of Grey came to one side of the altar, indifferently observing the scene formed by shattered mirror fragments before her. The wantonly arrogant flame giant swung a blood-stained flag with scorching marks, brutally tearing apart the tapestry of civilization formed by hazy light. With joyous laughter, he vanished without a trace. This shouldn't be a true containment of the uniqueness. How did Medici manage to do this? An unbelievably soft voice came from the mirror space below the altar. The demoness of Grey's eyes moved, and she looked at the demoness of Undying who had spoken, responding coldly. You will know when you are one step closer to the primordial one. Also, has the container that escaped the sect's control still not been found? The demoness of Orange, who had spoken earlier, instantly became silent. The Grade 0 sealed artifact she controlled came from the Tamara family and corresponded to an angel characteristic of the door pathway. Before the angel within the sect fell, she probably had no chance to be one step closer to the primordial one. At this moment, she could only bite the bullet and reply. Trissa has been out of contact since the end of the Great Smog. Although it's certain she's in Backland, I've tried many methods but without any practical results. Glancing at the other higher-ups of the demoness sect around her, who were minding their own business, the demoness of Orange gritted her teeth and finally added. That traitor must have received the knight's blessing. The demoness of Grey withdrew her extremely oppressive gaze and spoke indifferently. The medium that the primordial one left before falling into slumber, which allows for a temporary divine descent, must be found quickly. The frequency of the primordial one's awakening is increasing, and no mistakes can be made at this critical moment. Zeratul of the Mysticism Society has already reached a cooperation agreement with the Loan royal family. With the help of an attendant of mysteries, as long as that container is still in Backland, finding it is only a matter of time. In exchange, our demoness sect will be responsible for one of George III's mausoleums. As for Medici, since Adam is behind him, we can temporarily ignore him. However, forcibly mobilizing that power will cause him to suffer a backlash. Knowing that this task could not be avoided, the Demoness of Orange accepted it without hesitation. The Grade 0 sealed artifact of the door pathway she controlled, combined with the Demoness's own mirror space, was indeed suitable for protecting the mausoleum. Moreover, if things truly became untenable, escaping to save her life would be no problem at all. After the few Demoness sect higher-ups left, the Demoness of Grey came behind the white bone statue, watching her, mirror person, slowly dissolve in the churning blood pool. The prism-like light brought from the illusory city, losing its carrier, instantly surged into the white bone statue, making this special mirror world even more oppressive and terrifying. In the ancient forest of East Barum, South Continent, at the border between the East Taker colony and the Fasak Empire. Even after more than 2 years, the giant lava pit left behind by the angel-level confrontation still emitted a strong purifying aura, and the decaying aura of twilight had made the surrounding creatures extinct. This tacitly agreed upon demarcation line, a result of mutual compromise, was completely shattered today. War mist, mixed with storms and lightning, swept over everything. Tens of thousands of soldiers fought in blood and fire. The proportion of Beyonders was even comparable to Amantha's front line, and the intensity of the battle was even more brutal. Fireballs like falling stars descended from the sky, and the resulting airwaves sent the surrounding soldiers flying. A giant rabbit, 4 or 5 meters tall and clad in silver full-body armor, leapt out of the deep pit, looking somewhat disheveled. Feeling the collapse of the God of Combat's church's defense line, the orange-red light behind her faceplate flickered intensely. She abruptly pulled out the purple fire spear that had pierced her chest, and her aura once again weakened. As the leader of the Papal Hunters, LotM, the Sword of Glory, had not suffered such injuries since the War of the Four Emperors ended. Even on Sonia Island before, the one who was severely injured was Einhorn, the weather warlock from the imperial family, who had been specifically targeted. For this reason, after the Fainapotter kingdom fully joined the war against Loan, Fasak's pressure on the Amantha front line significantly decreased. Only then did the church send her to the South Continent to stabilize the situation, cooperate with the Intis colonial area to attack the Harvest Plains, which was dominated by the Church of the Night, and further shake the Evernight goddess's anchor. Thinking of the church's original plan, LotM, afflicted by a transformation curse, let out a gloomy sneer. Complex dark green symbols appeared in the orange-red light, clearly reflecting the flame giant at the core of the war mist, as well as Renee Tinacare, who was also displaying her complete mythical creature form not far away. Varna, I didn't expect it would be you. Your previous weakness was indeed a disguise. You've secretly colluded with the remnants of the Highland Kingdom. However, I'm quite curious about Augustus's reaction when he learns that the Conqueror characteristic has fallen into your hands. After truly engaging in battle, Varna's fate gradually intertwined with the outside world, and it could no longer be hidden from the angel-level, demon-hunting eye. As a high-ranking member of the God of Combat's church, second only to the Patriarch, LotM clearly understood the Red Priest pathway and could naturally discern that although Varna had begun the promotion ritual, her state was clearly problematic. Upon realizing this, the full-body armor covering LotM's body instantly erupted in brilliant silver-white light, like a miniature sun, forcibly dispelling the surrounding war mist. Reaching out to grab several important members of the church, she unhesitatingly opened the spirit world. Renee Tinacare, entwined with evil vines, scrutinized the disaster giant beside her, which was composed of flames and various other symbolic elements. Her blood-colored eyes then looked at LotM, who was stepping into the spirit world. Her tightly closed mouth opened, but no sound came out. An invisible, chilling wind swept through this spirit world. LotM's body swayed slightly, and the several church clergy in her hands glowed, transforming into horned goats and other different animals. Renee Tinacare did not attempt to continue tracking LotM. The appearance of the Conqueror characteristic was already eye-catching enough. Given the current situation on the northern continent, Fasak and even the god of combat's church would at most bear a grudge over the loss of this colony outside their homeland, waiting for a future reckoning. But if Bernadette and Nast, angels who participated in the snatch of Truncest's brass book, were to reappear, that sword that severed Sonia Island would likely descend from the astral world again. Without the help of other angels, if a glory, known for her combat power, wanted to escape, she alone could not stop her. In the nation of disorder, Aaron looked down at the constantly spreading war mist in the prayer scene. The star of faith symbolizing Varna trembled gently before him, and a weak but extremely high-level power was repelling the surrounding dark golden mist. City of Calamity. Aaron's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recognized that this was the same power as the corrupted weather warlock of the Medici family, who had been hunted in Bansi Harbor. Medici, Bansi, these two names flashed through Aaron's mind instantly, and he already had a guess, but now was not the time to dig deep. Helping Varna stabilize her state and completely accommodate the conqueror characteristic was the most important thing. He beckoned for the silver full-body mirror, which was covered and shrouded by the realm of mystery. After sensing Tudor's state in the mirror, Aaron sneered and threw it directly into Rosal's mausoleum. The Black Emperor's twisted order immediately disrupted the originally grafted fate. Aaron seized this deliberately created loophole in the rules. The entire dark golden world began to boil, and immense power surged into the star of faith symbolizing Varna, instantly suppressing the pollution transmitted by the City of Calamity, and forcibly balancing the somewhat out-of-control divinity. Above the ancient forest, Varna emerged from the endless whispers. Her consciousness finally settled on a phantom city shrouded in gray-white mist, with an indescribable three-headed monster vaguely appearing in the depths of the city. Is this how that conqueror of the Sorin family lost control? Having dispelled her mythical creature form, Varna frowned deeply. At this moment, her fate had completely returned to reality, and she could clearly feel a certain place constantly calling to her. Forcibly suppressing the intense throbbing spreading deep within her spirituality, Varna's body surged with increasingly dense war mist. After completely enveloping a large colonial area that originally belonged to Fasak, the mist continued southward with undiminished momentum. Harvest Plains, East Baram's largest low-end colonial city, Vertex City. Elia, a senior deacon of the Nighthawks and the Eye of the Goddess, stood silently before the Evernight emblem, her star-like eyes indifferent and calm. Because Aaron had specifically informed her in advance, she did not react excessively to the war mist that instantly enveloped the entire Harvest Plains. She merely used the Church's accumulated power of faith to protect the Evernight believers within the entire diocese. When the anomaly in East Baram was transmitted back to the northern continent's nations through various means, the war mist, filled with the scent of rust, had already reached the southernmost part of East Baram, the Hagati grassland. Ask, who had long been prepared, emerged from the abyss of ferrying. A blurry, upright, terrifying giant snake, almost touching the illusory sky, appeared behind him. Dense death energy gathered and actively merged with the mist. At this moment, East Baram, stretching from the Pass River Valley in the north to the Hagati grassland in the south, occupying half of the south continent, was simultaneously engulfed in mist. That strange crown, full of rust and bloodstains, finally completely melted into her body. The strong feedback anchored Varna's constantly rising spirituality, completing the final promotion. Deep within the collective unconscious sea, a magnificent bone church stood majestically at the center of a cluster of ornate buildings, exuding a mysterious and dark aura. With a vivid, blood-red banner mark protruding from his glabella, Medici leaned casually against the cross deep within the hall, his expression barely concealing his mockery as he looked at Charles I, impaled and fixed by blood-stained wooden stakes. However, he couldn't be bothered to mock a corpse further. A thick war mist solidified beneath him, forming a grotesque black iron throne. After receiving the descent of the god of steam and machinery, his condition had deteriorated but was far from as bad as the demonist sect had predicted. Shifting his gaze from the cross, Medici scrutinized the realistic murals on the church's dome, letting out a sarcastic tisk. Completely ignoring the influence of the City of Calamity, and forcibly helping that little fellow advance to conqueror. Tisk, it seems his control over that Sephira might be beyond your expectations. Beneath the magnificent cross, Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, did not respond. He merely half-closed his eyes, raised his right hand clutching a silver cross pendant, and tapped 4 times in front of him. The south continent in the mural silently vanished, or more accurately, the entire hall was replaced by another space materialized from imagination. Dazzling light filled his vision, and Medici's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the colossal, albeit illusory, light figure that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth point at him from afar. Medici imperceptibly pursed his lips, suppressing the restlessness of 001. From beneath his armor, stained with mottled blood, a chaos sea containing all colors and possibilities rapidly surged forth and quickly detached, transforming into a mottled, ancient stone slab. This was precisely the second blasphemy slate that Aemon had left within Medici's body. Now, having returned to the sequence of Conqueror and received the blessing of the origin of war, he no longer needed this Lord's relic to balance and suppress 001. After the light figure dissipated, Adam held up the stone slab in his left hand and, with a simple-looking quill in his right, wrote something on the cross where Charles I was suspended. Illusory flames ignited deep within his eyes, yet he still couldn't discern the words dissolving into the cross. Medici pinched the banner mark on his glabella and continued in a mocking tone. Compared to the little raven, I truly dislike you more. After returning the Lord's relic, I hope we never meet again from now on. If I become a necessary sacrifice in your eyes again, then disregard what I just said. However, I hope that at that time, you'll let me be completely free. Knowing that this fellow only had pure divinity left, Medici didn't expect Adam's response after a round of mockery. He directly transformed into a nearly invisible stream of fire, burning with a deep purple, blood-like color, and instantly crashed into the tightly shut church door. There was no violent explosion. Medici rushed out of the unconscious sea without any hindrance. The mental city hidden in the grey world had already vanished without a trace. Backland, Empress Borough, Soderlac Palace. The palace guard captain, Viscount Stratford, hurried through the layered, magnificent palaces, finally seeing George III seated on the throne, wearing a crown, and sporting 2 small mustaches. Your Majesty, multiple sources confirm that all Fosak colonial areas in East Barham have been captured. It's just. Viscount Stratford paused, cautiously looking up at His Majesty the King's expressionless face, and continued, sweat beading on his forehead. It's just that Military Intelligence Department 9 in the South Continent seems to have been paralyzed. All telegrams sent to the South Continent have received no response. As the noble closest to the throne and himself a Beander, Viscount Stratford was aware of the subtle relationship between the royal family and the Angel family entrenched in East Tarok County. Unlike the common residents, who were elated and encouraged by the news of victory, he felt no joy in his heart, only bone-chilling coldness. Although Lowen had nominally won the victory in East Barham, it had essentially lost this most important overseas colony, especially with the nearly acquiescence attitude of the 2 major churches, Evernight and Storms. At this thought, Stratford dared not delve deeper. In the agonizing wait, George III's solemn voice finally reached his ears. I give you 2 days. I want Lowen to know about this victory throughout its territory. 3 days from now, I will give a speech to the entire nation. Make sure to organize the populace in all cities and various villages to gather in the squares, and use the latest technology to ensure everyone hears it. Not expecting such a response, Stratford was startled. He subconsciously looked up, and upon meeting those deep, ink-like eyes, his entire body trembled violently. Yes, Your Majesty. Daring not to say more, Stratford, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head and fled the palace as if escaping. George III's expression on the throne turned cold. He slightly tilted his head to the side, and a somewhat profound light gathered and condensed into a figure. It was William Augustus I, the founder of Lowen. I didn't expect the conqueror characteristic to fall into Varna's hands. His clinging to life for these past few centuries must have been due to Evernight's protection, which allowed him to evade our probes. Now that he has advanced to Sequence 1, the situation in the South Continent is already uncontrollable. Throwing several dark golden scrolls to George III, William Augustus I added with an indifferent expression. These are the contracts signed by Zeratul, Hermes, and the devil who came knocking on their own accord. Surging shadows swallowed the contracts, radiating strong Deander fluctuations. George III slowly rose, toying with the Barum imperial crown in his hand, a cold sneer playing on his lips. There's no need to drag this on. At least nominally, Lowen has won the victory in East Barum under my leadership. My subjects will cheer for this victory. And I will accommodate the final uniqueness in the name of the Emperor. Even without feedback from the Barum colonial areas, the remaining anchors are enough for me to shock the Black Emperor's godhood. No one can stop me. Violent Sea, the former Bansi Island has completely disappeared, replaced by a sea area shrouded in war mist. The colorful oil painting world flashed by, and Aaron emerged from the spirit world, his eyes turning dark gold as he scrutinized the mist not far away. As if sensing the aura of the nation of disorder, the originally calm mist instantly became restless, with countless shriveled heads dragging spinal bones continuously emerging. As expected, this place has gone out of control. The power infiltrated by the City of Calamity can already respond to prayers and bestow blessings. However, limited by the West Continent's seal, the actual impact on reality is confined to this sea area. Feeling the shift in order, Aaron understood. Ignoring the mist surging towards him, he lightly flicked the star crown on his head. As starlight dispersed, his figure instantly vanished, and in the next second, he appeared on the Black Emperor, which was cruising in the nearby sea area. The massive three-masted ship, covered in pure black, sailed silently on the turbulent sea. Ever since Nast ascended to an angel and established a pirate kingdom, proclaiming himself Duke Solomon, this ghost ship, long renowned in the 5 seas, no longer required a crew. Sitting alone on a mottled stone chair, the dark red light in Nast's deep black eyes suddenly flickered. He felt the distorted order of the Black Emperor tremble, and immediately rose without hesitation, respectfully kneeling on one knee, his right hand across his chest, and chanted in a low voice. Praise be to you, great Order Master. After incorporating Truncest's brass book into himself and becoming a true king of angels, Aaron no longer concealed his true identity when facing these angels who believed in the Order Master and were marked by the nation of disorder. After a slight nod, he sat down on the mottled stone chair that Nast had voluntarily vacated. The hidden corruption in Bansi has been triggered and has truly begun to interfere with reality. Although it is still within a controllable range for a short period and will not spread uncontrollably, it will instinctively attract beyonders of the demoness and hunter pathways. After I leave, you will be responsible for blockading this sea area and distorting the corresponding spirit world information, at least preventing beyonders below the angel level from finding and entering here. Watching Nast slowly rise and assume a listening posture, Aaron raised his hand and beckoned. Without any ritual, he directly retrieved the Black Emperor card from the Nation of Disorder. This blasphemy card will be in your charge for now. Handle the blockade here as quickly as possible. George III might attempt to ascend to Black Emperor soon, so be prepared to descend upon the northern continent at any time. Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition, Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Nast took the long-desired blasphemy card and deciphered the information contained within it. His figure seemed to have slightly, then he calmly and restrainedly withdrew his spreading spirituality. I obey your teachings, Great Order Master. Nation of Disorder, the Black Mausoleum deep within the primordial island. Having overcome her initial surprise, Audrey had accepted the fact that Rosal the Great Emperor, who only existed in stories, had resurrected, and, in response to this legendary figure's request, she had given him a detailed account of the North-South continent's history over the past 200 years. Although I truly dislike that old schemer Adam, chatting with a spectator is indeed pleasant, especially such a beautiful lady. On the huge iron black chair, layers of dark shadows converged, forming Rosal, whose figure was slightly blurred. He chuckled and added, "In exchange, you can also ask a question or make a request that is within my current capabilities." Old schemer, Audrey silently repeated the strange pronunciation in her mind, confirming that it was not any currently spoken language, but she could infer from the change in Rosal's tone that it was not a compliment. Before Audrey's curiosity could fully spread, she heard the subsequent addition. She froze for a moment, and her emerald, gem-like eyes instantly brightened. She looked at Rosal with some anticipation. "Respected Great Emperor Rosal, can you teach me to decipher the peculiar characters recorded in your diary?" This was a wish she had harbored ever since she first learned from Mr. Fool at a tarot club meeting, long ago, that the mysterious Rosal symbols were actually a decipherable diary. Perhaps because the thick shadows obscured her vision, Audrey felt that Rosal's expression stiffened for a moment. He coughed lightly and added weakly, "If it's inconvenient for you, then never mind." Before Rosal could sigh in relief, a voice with a slight smile interrupted Audrey. "There's nothing inconvenient about it, it's just this fellow's sense of shame acting up. When you wrote those scandalous diaries, you should have expected today or a similar scenario." Rosal glared at Aaron, who had appeared silently, and feeling Audrey's gaze of unclear meaning, he coughed violently, not wanting to linger on the topic, and very stiffly changed the subject. "My spirituality has recently experienced a very strong crisis premonition, and this does not originate from the cosmos." Confirming that Rosal's condition was still good, Aaron put away his teasing tone and briefly outlined George III's actions. "The king is going to give a speech." Audrey, who had remained in the Nation of Disorder since collecting the corpse for Mr. World, had not yet had time to exchange information with her personality avatar in the real world, and seemed somewhat bewildered, until Rosal's low, mocking voice came. "It seems he is indeed preparing to complete the advancement ritual and achieve sequence 0 during the speech. If so, I will completely perish." He paused here, his face covered by shadows, showing no expression. "I wonder if, when I ascended to Black Emperor, that Solomon witnessed his own demise but was powerless to change it." Glancing at Rosal, Aaron looked at Audrey, who could not hide her astonishment, and spoke in a calm tone. "I will send you back to reality later. You can pray to the Fool, convey this matter to the world, and tell him to try summoning my historical projection in the forsaken land of the gods." Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Audrey, who had wanted to say more, finally just pursed her lips slightly. After sending Audrey away, Aaron reached out and grabbed the surrounding dark golden mist. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a human skin curtain shimmering with silver-white electric arcs, with illusory figures faintly visible on the human skin. It was 0 to 32, the never-ending play, which he had personally exchanged for In the Abyss of Wind. This was equivalent to a miracle invoker characteristic. So generous. Not planning to give that fool a little more of a test. Rosal clicked his tongue. He had been awake in the Nation of Disorder for quite some time, and since Aaron had not deliberately hidden anything, he was very clear about the high-level sealed artifacts sealed within the Sephira, so he naturally recognized 0 to 32 at a glance and guessed Aaron's intentions. Plans always fall behind changes, and this is not a gratuitous gift, debts will have to be repaid in the future. Aaron curled his lip, slightly leveraging the power of the Nation of Disorder, and the power approaching the peak of the sequence instantly shattered 0 to 32. Light points of different colors and different spiritual fluctuations reorganized and aggregated chaotically. In addition to the core miracle invoker characteristic, there were also many remnants of Beyonders who had been affected by 0 to 32 and became eternal stick figures on the curtain. While waiting for the characteristics to regather, Aaron continued. Whether it's to obtain the Hand of Order characteristic in Adam's possession, or to ensure a successful hunt of William Augustus I to acquire the last characteristic, the transaction for that Worm of Time characteristic can no longer be delayed. Rosal fell silent for a moment, then sighed and nodded. This is a necessary preparation, at least to ensure that the Fool has a certain degree of self-preservation before Aemon obtains all the characteristics, but is there still enough time? Aaron hummed softly, suddenly feeling a strange order fluctuation. Having had similar experiences, he knew that someone was summoning his historical void image. Aaron understood immediately, raising his right hand slightly. An ancient silver mirror with strange patterns flew out from the dark golden mist. The eyes, on both sides of the mirror, decorated with black gems, inexplicably gave off a feeling of panic. It was the demonic mirror erodes. Ignoring the pale text rapidly appearing on the mirror's surface, Aaron lit up the prayer star symbolizing Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Then, as if remembering something, he raised his empty left hand as well. Dense mist rippled, and a greenish-black giant's head emerged, its characteristic single eye still containing a lingering insane will. It was the head of giant King Ormir, which he had obtained deep within the spirit world. Even though the glory characteristic within it had been stripped away by the Evernight goddess, its extremely high essence remained unaffected. Without further hesitation, Aaron opened the door of Conferred and threw erodes and the ancient god's head, which had been simply sealed, inside. In an abandoned city-state in the forsaken land of the gods, far from the giant king's court. The quietly burning bonfire dispelled the darkness. Feeling his stomach full, Klein reinserted the iron-black skewer, which still had some mushrooms on it, back beside the bonfire. After resurrecting in this abandoned land, to avoid leading Amon's future pursuit towards the City of Silver, Klein deliberately chose the opposite direction and left some traces, while also exploring the lost history to digest the remaining scholar of your potion. During this time, he had already overcome the shadows left by Frank's mushrooms. Only occasionally would he have his great pirate and divine envoy, Flame, Danitz, whose bounty had exceeded 10,000 pounds, sacrifice some normal food to change his palate. Glancing at the silver-white lightning that occasionally cut through the darkness, Klein was about to use a paper figure angel to eliminate possible traces and continue exploring when illusory, overlapping prayers suddenly reached his ears. Leaving a historical projection, Klein, whose true body had already returned to Saphira Castle, leaned back against a chair with a solemn expression. After listening to Miss Justice's prayer, he flicked the gold coin he had taken from the pile of sundries. Glancing at the gold coin that had fallen back into his palm, Klein's consciousness sank back into reality, locking onto Rasha Island in the historical mist. He continuously reached out, grasping at the void. A few minutes later, Klein, having found nothing, exhaled lightly. His spiritual intuition had already told him the reason for his failure. It stemmed from the limitations of historical void images themselves, which was the inability to summon things involving a uniqueness. In other words, when that fellow transmigrator sent him to the forsaken land of the gods, he had already accommodated a uniqueness, becoming the strongest among those below the gods. With this thought, Klein pondered for a moment, then raised his hand again. This time, he summoned Aaron, whom he had met in the mist town after advancing to demigod. The spiritual burden suddenly increased, yet Klein, who succeeded in just one attempt, scrutinized the figure that rapidly materialized as he pulled his arm back. His slightly dull pupils instantly became lively. Aaron's gaze swept over the surrounding abandoned city-state, then looked at Klein and said with a chuckle, teasingly, "We meet again, Mr. Fool." Feeling that the spiritual consumption was still within an acceptable range, Klein coughed lightly and directly asked the guess in his heart. "Audrey has informed me that George III is preparing to advance to Black Emperor. Is there anything you need my help with?" As Klein was reviewing the powers he could wield in Saphira Castle with prayers and various sealed artifacts, he saw Aaron slowly shake his head. His casual reply made Klein's mouth twitch. "That won't be necessary. I have been preparing for this for 3 years, and I can mobilize more than 10 angels and corresponding sequence 0 sealed artifacts. George III's fate is already sealed." Spiritual light gathered beside Aaron, materializing into 2 ancient parchment scrolls. He flicked them, sending them to the momentarily speechless Klein, and continued in a calm tone. "I told you before that Amon's true body is not currently in the forsaken land of the gods, but after George III falls, he will be able to gather the last sequence 1 characteristic and return here." Klein's expression changed slightly. The words he was about to utter stopped abruptly as his gaze swept over the few pages of parchment floating before him. Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries, Sequence 0 Fool. The sudden pleasant surprise diluted the gloom brought by Aemon. Even without divination, the amplified spiritual intuition from Saphira Castle reminded Klein that both potion formulas were real. With just a glance, he memorized all the formulas and advancement rituals. Klein did not pretend to decline, instead, he felt a sense of openness, as if having too many debts meant not worrying about repayment. The demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods has been missing since it was severely wounded last time. Either it has completely hidden itself, or it has become Amon's plaything, and either way means that the miracle invoker characteristic is not for you. Aaron paused deliberately, enjoying the change in Klein's expression, and continued. However, I have already exchanged 0 to 32 from the Storm Church. That is a sealed artifact formed from a miracle invoker characteristic. You can find me again before you prepare to advance. As for the map I gave you before, apart from the areas Cavendish Lancer Pinto personally explored, which are absolutely accurate, the rest were only roughly inferred through ritual divination. The special area marked on it belongs to the latter. Its specific location, besides Aemon and the true creator, probably only that demonic mirror can find. Just as the image of that sycophantic demonic mirror formed in his mind, Klein suddenly turned his head alertly. Intense spiritual fluctuations were emanating from there. The projection still possessed the Sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Aaron had sensed the identity of the newcomer even earlier and motioned for Klein not to be nervous. Ever since his consciousness descended into this historical projection, he had transmitted his location to Cavendish Lancer Pinto through the Nation of Disorder. With the assistance of the historical projection of the Star Crown, this amount of time was sufficient to arrive from the City of Silver. A faint blue starlight abruptly appeared, then dimmed. Cavendish Lancer Pinto stepped out from it, and the brilliant crown on his head dissipated. After bowing to Aaron, he threw the demonic mirror to the relieved Klein. As the demonic mirror flipped, brilliant fireworks were vaguely visible surging across its surface. My supreme, great, and most high master, your humble and loyal servant Erodes misses you so much. Watching the golden Loan characters one by one, Klein's mouth twitched. He couldn't stand the mirror's flattery, so he immediately coughed lightly, took out the map, and lightly tapped the marked vast area. Aaron took the ancient god's head from Cavendish Lancer Pinto's hand, maintaining the law seal while looking at the demonic mirror, which had illusory arms reaching out from both sides of its surface, tightly hugging Klein's arm, and added. Just like how you sensed the aura of Saphira Castle before, search for the location within that area where the Chaos Sea's aura is most concentrated or where its source is. You come from the Chaos Sea, so your ability to pinpoint the aura should be even stronger than Saphira Castle's. Amidst the undoubtedly authoritative voice, the illusory arms reaching out from both sides of the ancient silver mirror, tightly embracing Klein, trembled violently. The mirror's surface instantly became dim, as if it had sunk to the lightless bottom of the water. The yellowish-gray mist flashed and vanished, and a deep gully gradually appeared. A vast and heavy building, constructed layer by layer with grayish-white material, continuously magnified in the mirror, until only a void remained, encompassing all colors and possibilities, both illusory and real. Klein, who was closest to Erodes, suddenly changed his expression, as if he heard a silent cry from the mirror. An indescribable chilling sensation swept through his spirit body. The feeling that every worm of spirit would give birth to a new consciousness made him uncontrollably want to reverse his steps and return to Saphira Castle. As the crisp snap of fingers echoed, this space was isolated by order, independent from the darkness outside the forsaken land of the gods. Aaron raised his hand and pressed it against Erodes' surface. After the historical void image swayed for a few seconds, the chilling sensation spreading from the mirror also dissipated. Having no time to deal with Erodes, Aaron immediately looked at the solemn-faced Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Even if this historical projection was only at Sequence 1 level, it was not something Klein, whose scholar of your potion had not been completely digested, could sustain for a long time. Even drawing spirituality from his past self could only extend the time. Cavendish Lancer Pinto immediately pulled out the historical projection of the crown of stars, and in his mind, he visualized the grayish-white complex of buildings that Rhodes had presented. The dazzling starlight illuminated this abandoned city-state. His perception of the surroundings blurred for a moment. Klein lowered his head to look at the silent magic mirror in his palm, watching as pale Loan characters shakily formed one by one on the mirror surface. Great, supreme, noble master, your humble, lowly, and fearful servant Rhodes begs your forgiveness. I truly couldn't control myself just now. Klein, burdened by the spiritual consumption, twitched the corner of his mouth, resisting the urge to throw the mirror away. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, astonished to find that the original city-state had been replaced by an endless wilderness permeated with yellowish-gray mist. The grayish-white buildings in the distance flickered in and out of view under the lightning that occasionally pierced the darkness. Clearly feeling the terrifying curse contained within the mist, Klein cautiously moved a few steps closer to Aaron, taking the opportunity to examine the terrifying and grotesque giant head in his hand. This is the head of Giant King Ormir. Aaron casually introduced it, then immediately loosened the seal, allowing the remaining madwool within the head to merge with the yellowish-gray mist. Without any psychological burden, he softly chanted the Evernight goddess's honored name. Chanting the goddess's honored name in the forsaken land of the gods shouldn't elicit a response, right? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his danger intuition, enhanced by Saphira Castle, immediately fed back an image. A rotten, greenish-black giant palm abruptly reached out from the yellowish-gray mist and slammed down. The dense aura of decay tore through everything around it, and it also allowed Klein, who had dodged in advance using his premonition of danger, to clearly see the identity of the attacker, a giant corpse that had long since rotted and died. The youngest son of Giant King Ormir, the brother of the god of combat, Brador, the god of honor. Meeting Klein's questioning gaze, Aaron nodded and explained, a slight curve on his lips. Brador, known as the god of honor, stiffened in place after instinctively attacking. His exaggerated vertical eyes still showed no signs of life, and the yellowish-gray curse mist continuously emanated from his body. But unlike before, countless nearly illusory black tubes had appeared on his back, extending endlessly into the distance, connecting to the deep darkness. Maintain your spirituality. After cautioning Klein, Aaron completely lifted the seal on Ormir's head. The ancient sun god's curse remaining on Brador, the god of honor, and Ormir's residual will fiercely collided. Maintaining the historical projection of the crown of stars, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, now holding a blasphemy card, continuously stretched out his arm, finally dragging a figure out of the historical void. He had long, slightly curly chestnut hair, two highly recognizable small mustaches, and wore a dark red overcoat with rusted gold threads. It was none other than the former Emperor of Intis, Rosal Gustav from the Knowledge Emperor era. Leveraging Cavendish Lancer Pinto's connection with the Nation of Disorder, Rosal, whose consciousness had descended into the projection, looked around, his gaze focusing on Klein, who was staring at him with undisguised surprise. He laughed heartily. This should be our first official meeting. You've already collected quite a few of my diaries, so I presume I don't need to introduce myself. As he spoke, Rosal's movements in his hands did not stop. As a high-level being who had transitioned from Sequence 2 of the Artisan Pathway to the adjacent Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor, he simultaneously possessed the authority to imbue knowledge with power and the abilities of an angel-level artisan. He was also the only being, apart from the god of steam and machinery, who could truly make perfect use of Ormir's head and the remains of Brador, the god of honor. The fluctuations of angel-level power could not be concealed. As it concerned the preparation for his own apotheosis ritual, after receiving the Evernight goddess's response through the death pathway uniqueness, Aaron had been constantly wary of a possible sneak attack from Amon's avatar, ready to use a decree to prohibit all forms of theft at any time. But until Rosal completely refined those two remains, the anticipated interference never occurred. Taking the greenish-black bone sword, radiating endless death and decay. From Rosal's hand, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's arm immediately turned greenish-black, and twisted worms of spirit fell from the cracking wounds. Daring not to hesitate any longer, enduring the stinging pain in his spirit body, Cavendish Lancer Pinto quickly set up a simple ritual and sacrificed this bone sword to the nation of disorder. Having handed the task of revealing the true nature of the world to Rosal, who was full of desire to complain and had a rare chance to return to reality, Aaron sensed the changes in the surrounding order and abruptly looked towards Chernobyl. At the top of the grayish-white building, Eamon, wearing a pointed soft hat, indifferently pinched his monocle. His lips moved, and his flat voice, ignoring distance, echoed directly in Aaron's ears. "Don't forget the deal that Madman made, that worm of time characteristic." He paused, then, as if sensing something, he slightly tilted his head. The monocle immediately reflected the void shrouded in grayish-white mist. Those historical mists, symbolizing the first epic and even more ancient times, were illuminated at this moment. "It's a pity that blasphemy card was returned to that madman by that idiot Medici." Glancing at Klein, who had completely digested the scholar of your potion, Eamon, whose avatar only possessed a sequence 2 rank, did not attempt to make a move. After a slightly regretful chuckle, he slowly descended and disappeared into the grayish-white buildings. In Backland, downstream of the Tussock River, a raven with a white ring around its right eye perched atop a tree branch. It seemed to sense something, tilting its head slightly, and a somewhat mocking laugh escaped its beak. "Tisk, so it hid in the forsaken land of the gods." He immediately looked back at the cliff face of the distant mountain, which was suddenly tinged with a faint blue light, gradually becoming hazy and blurred. A charming and graceful figure emerged, none other than the Orange Demoness, who had taken over from the White Demoness to continue cooperating with the Lowen royal family. "Tomorrow is when George III plans to begin, so today I'll make one last attempt to find the Primordial One's vessel. I hope this thing Zeratul made will be effective." This high-ranking demoness, who wielded a Class 0 sealed artifact, looked at the compass-like object in her hand with a solemn expression, then stepped into the mirror of ice crystals that had formed before her. The white-eyed raven remained in its posture, looking down, muttering to itself. "Watch the bait, swallow the bait." The dark eyes still had a residual faint blue light, and various distorted symbols rapidly flashed, slowly returning to stillness. As a cryptologist at the King of Angels level, even with the mausoleum barrier set up by Bethel Abraham, and without interference from secrecy-related authorities, fully observing the door ritual was enough for him to analyze and deduce the correct entry method. A black spire stood on a desolate, dark plain, with a giant silver-white snake of fate coiled around it, its body covered in complete circular patterns formed by intertwined designs and symbols. The strange half-dream, half-awake state abruptly ended after directly facing that unique symbolic pattern, and Triss, dressed in a black gown, suddenly opened her eyes, ignoring the stinging spirituality, and quickly sifted through the abundant information that had appeared in her mind. Backland outskirts. Recalling the mausoleum coordinates in her mind, Triss suppressed a crazy laugh that echoed through the abandoned factory building, as an eerie black flame rose, obliterating the remaining traces. Holding the yesterday's reproduction charm, Triss roughly guessed how that high-level existence, suspected to be the snake of fate, had pinpointed her, but with her life already counting down, she didn't care. Triss's figure suddenly faded, taking on the luster of a night lake, and she walked towards the full-length mirror, taller than a person, with shimmering water-like undulations and faint dark glow, standing in the depths of the factory building. Backland, at Dr. Alan Chris's home, in the black baby carriage. The chubby baby rubbed his eyes, silently muttering, "The Primordial One's aura is truly repulsive." As he spoke, Will Ossepton, wrapped in silver silk, turned over and buried his face in the small pillow in the baby carriage, using the special abilities of the Pathway of Fate to transmit some information to Rickard, who was currently digesting his Sequence 3 Misfortune Mage potion near Backland. If he hadn't known that Eamon and Adam had both set their sights on Backland, Ouroboros, that stinky snake, would certainly not have dared to track him here, and Will Ossepton would never have agreed to get involved in these matters. For a small baby, Backland is truly too uninhabitable. The chubby baby's face wrinkled, and Will Ossepton sighed with an old-fashioned air, then resumed his nap after sensing that the direction of fate had not undergone drastic changes. In the nation of disorder, Aaron's consciousness returned after dispelling his projection. Taking advantage of Amon's main body having left the forsaken land of the gods to retrieve the remains of the god of glory, he did not choose to bring Erodes back. Firstly, it fulfilled his promise to the magic mirror, and secondly, after Klein had completely digested the scholar of your potion, he could further control Saphira Castle. With Erodes's assistance, even facing Amon's main body, he would be able to hide in the forsaken land of the gods for a long time. The surging dark gold mist solidified and condensed, leaving numerous intricate golden patterns on the surface of the greenish-black bone sword that exuded infinite death and decay. Aaron, having dispelled his projection, immediately raised his hand to summon this terrifying Class 0 sealed artifact. With the suppression of the Saphira, the cursed whispers of giant King Ormir and God of Glory Bredel were shielded, and he truly explored the terror of this bone sword. In addition to the various powerful offensive abilities granted by the Sequence 2 Glory Beyander characteristic it contained, the curses from the remains of the Giant King and his son were further strengthened during the fusion, specifically targeting the most powerful defenses of high-level warriors. Bearing a certain price, this will be the key to Judgment completing the ritual for the god of combat. Indeed, a family should always be together, neat and tidy. His thoughts settled, and Aaron looked at the greenish-black bone sword, which had not yet been used but had already corroded most of its seal just from his investigation, and directly tossed it to the genie as a companion. Using spiritual meditation to confirm the current time, Aaron retrieved several sealed containers from the mist, which held the ritual materials for opening the Blood Emperor's ruins, the blood of 22 pathway beyonders. Aaron had a clear goal for disrupting George III's promotion, merely to disrupt the ritual, causing the king to fall into loss of control and madness, and the remaining handling would be taken over by the gods of the astral world. In any case, no matter who obtained the Black Emperor's Beyander characteristic and uniqueness, as long as Russell began to revive in the astral world, these Beyander characteristics would eventually return one by one. Therefore, the primary goal was to retrieve the last portion of the Hand of Order Beyander characteristic and hunt the founder of LotM, William Augustus I. It's a pity that such a high-level Beyander, close to the peak of a sequence, cannot be pinpointed to a specific mausoleum through divination or prophecy. I can only use the simplest method, simultaneously invade every mausoleum, and once the location is confirmed, I will descend directly using faith-based positioning. As the thought flashed, Aaron threw the already pre-packaged blood vials into different stars of faith, then his consciousness plummeted, returning to reality with the last vial of blood, and directly activated Spirit World Traversal to arrive at the rebuilt Port Pritz. Having been informed in advance by Will Ossepton, Rickard, the Fate Counselor who had been waiting there early, immediately emerged from the hidden Fate tributary and respectfully bowed. Your Eminence Aaron, give it to Demoness Triss. You should encounter her when you return to Backland. Aaron nodded slightly in response, pushing the blood vial in his hand forward, but his eyes were fixed on Rickard's upper jacket pocket. The bulging shape of the clothing there looked familiar. Rickard took the blood vial, nodding without surprise. After sensing Aaron's gaze, he carefully took out the milky white dice of probability from his upper jacket pocket. Recalling his speaker's rather blunt request, Rickard smiled bitterly in his heart and continued, choosing his words carefully. The speaker asked me to send his regards. Because my student will need this sealed artifact when he advances to Sequence 4 Misfortune Mage, the speaker hopes you can provide some assistance, as an equivalent exchange for the help you provided before. The projection of the embryonic divine kingdom quietly unfolded. Aaron beckoned, drawing the dice of probability to him, and looked down at the milky white dice in his hand, which resisted with all its might but could not turn an inch. If this request had required the Evernight goddess's help before, now, just a single drop of water from the river of eternal darkness would be enough to silence this level 0 sealed artifact, which possessed the characteristic of being alive. And as long as one did not forcibly interfere with the fate of a king of angels or even a god, this silence would be enough to last for a long time. With some special seals, it could even extend until Wei Ang Sai Ting, who would restart the Ouroboros, grew up and recovered his peak. Anyway, most of the contamination within Russell has already been grafted onto the Omi Bella remains, so there's no need to consume the river of eternal darkness's water to suppress it. Roughly guessing the infant's plan, Aaron glanced at the somewhat uneasy Richard and did not stint. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal silence, immediately emerged from the divine kingdom's projection and dripped onto the surface of the dice of probability, without any obstruction, silently seeping in. After sensing it to confirm that no anomaly had occurred, Aaron returned the dice of probability, which had fallen into a state of eternal slumber, to Richard, and casually gifted him yesterday's recurrence, talismans. With those two present, Ouroboros won't approach Backland anytime soon. Please give these 2 talismans to Wei Ang Sai Ting for me. I hope to receive the help of fate tomorrow if necessary. Richard was stunned for a moment. Looking at the now empty abandoned port, he carefully put away the sealed artifact and talismans, then turned and disappeared into the tributary of fate. In the deep darkness, occasionally illuminated by lightning, Klein, who had completely digested the potion, massaged his slightly stinging brow from the spiritual dissipation and bowed slightly to Cavendish Lanther, who had teleported him away from Chernobyl, to show his gratitude. Examining Klein, who was surrounded by grayish-white mist, Cavendish Lanther, who had summoned a horse lamp from the historical void, pointed to the grayish-white barrier faintly visible in the silver-white lightning in the distance. This is the northeast direction of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, far enough from Chernobyl. Crossing half of the Forsaken Land of the Gods to the south will lead you to my Lord's Land of Faith, Moon City. Exploring to the west will lead you to the intersection of the abyss and this abandoned land, where there is residual contamination from the cosmic dark side. Before the gate of the Giant King's court opens, you only need to ensure your own safety. Besides Amon's tracking, you must also be careful of encountering angels and saints of the Aurora Order, as this is, after all, that one's divine kingdom. However, with the help of that mirror, you should have a much easier time. Listening to the miracle invoker's warning, Klein recalled the simplified map of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, roughly understood his current location, and also understood the hint that the miracle invoker potion could be obtained by requesting a bestowal. It wasn't until he heard the last sentence that Klein's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look down at Magic Mirror Rhodes, who was tightly clutching his arm, hidden in his right sleeve. I hope so, Klein muttered to himself. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Rhodes, he simply ignored it, pressed down his top hat towards Cavendish Lanther, then snapped his fingers, causing a cluster of crimson flames to rise from his pocket and envelop him like flowing water. The firelight quickly dissipated, like scattered stars, and Klein's figure vanished from his original spot. In a deformed hill closer to the grayish-white barrier, the firelight flickered continuously. Klein's figure appeared and disappeared, entering the historical fog, rushing back to before the first epoch, and sitting atop the layers of ancient cities. The historical void image remaining in the hill stood up, snapping its fingers repeatedly. In streaks of rising crimson flames, it flashed towards the grayish-white barrier that seemed to obscure everything. At the border of the Hornassus Mountains and the central plateau of the northern continent, Aaron emerged from the starlight portal, overlooking the 100-mile stretch of black hills. He no longer deliberately restrained or suppressed his aura, allowing the majestic yin power around him to ripple outwards. Before long, scales of red appeared under the moonlight, reorganizing into a pair of illusory and hazy giant bat wings, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. An illusory and hazy portal opened outwards with the wings. As a bloodline descendant of Blood Moon Queen, Ornia, New Moon, Duke Jorana, who had returned to the northern continent after the turmoil in East Balam ended, personally welcomed Aaron into the Moon Kingdom. Compared to his last visit to this sanguine holy land, Aaron clearly felt that the number of sanguine gathered here had surged, with many viscounts who had not even touched divinity appearing. New Moon, Jorana, who was leading the way, sighed, explaining with some indignation. After that heretic of the Rose school of thought forcibly advanced to beauty goddess, she began to influence the sanguine, just as the abomination, Saya previously influenced the entire Rose school of thought. False and erroneous ancestral revelations are appearing more and more frequently. This forced us to make changes. All sanguine who have obtained divinity, and those whose potion digestion inherently requires continuous understanding of the moon, especially viscounts below high sequence who are most susceptible to being misled and corrupted by erroneous revelations, must regularly receive baptism in the Holy Land. It has become this serious. Aaron raised his eyebrows in surprise, inevitably wondering about the condition of Lilith, who bore the destiny of the Earth Mother. Hidden sage, beauty goddess, bound god. Aaron took a deep breath, settling his scattered thoughts. As long as the initial barrier was not broken, these were merely minor ailments. He even had a faint premonition that he would encounter these hidden individuals during the operation against George III. In the ancient castle deep within the Moon Kingdom, the most ancient, purple moon, Liana, who had followed Lilith and survived the Great Cataclysm, proactively yielded the main seat and sat in a high-backed chair opposite, full moon, Ulmer, gazing at Aaron, who walked into the ancient castle with a composed demeanor. As a witness to the Four Emperors era, Liana clearly felt the level of power that caused the entire Moon Kingdom to react instinctively. It was a power that could touch a god. Did he accommodate that uniqueness and become a king of angels? No, even Medici back then couldn't give me this feeling. Thoughts arose one after another. Liana, who had witnessed the second blasphemy slate, recalled the vague ancestral revelation. After ruling out many possibilities, she murmured with some realization and disbelief. Saphira. Aaron smiled, stepping forward to sit in the main seat of the ancient castle, just like the Night Emperor over 1,000 years ago, and corrected in a calm tone. You can call it the nation of disorder. The already quiet ancient castle instantly became silent. Aaron leaned back in his chair and chuckled in a low voice. The Truncest Empire will reappear and become a true divine kingdom on earth. After more than 1,000 years, I want to know your current choice. In the Moon Country, the yin tide that had spontaneously gathered in the ancient castle was dispersed by an almost solidified majesty, causing both Purple Moon, Liana and Full Moon, Ulmer to momentarily lose themselves in a trance, as memories long dormant were stirred. Amidst the oppressive and stifling silence, Liana, who had already made up her mind, let out a light breath. Your Majesty, the Sanguine will not betray our past vows and will do our utmost to help the Truncest Empire rebuild. Full Moon, Ulmer, unable to conceal his declining vigor, also nodded slightly, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, knowing full well what Liana's utmost implied. As a drawback of being a long-lived species, the Sanguine's existing high-ranking Beyonders were already solidified and mostly old and frail. Aside from the two ancients, Full Moon and Purple Moon, who had experienced the Great Cataclysm, the remaining earls and marquises had mostly been re-promoted after the Sanguine experienced the decline of demigods during the War of Four Emperors, including New Moon, Jorana, who inherited the legacy of Blood Moon Queen, Ornia, and was promoted to Duke. This also meant that their average age had already exceeded 1,000 years. A considerable portion of these Sanguine had bodies that were already decaying and could only rely on various methods to prolong their existence. In normal times, such a situation could be called the Sanguine's foundation, but with the apocalypse approaching, once the barrier isolating the outer gods shattered, without the favor of a deity, no one could guarantee that they would be able to resist the temptation of new life. This trend had already become apparent after King of Curses, Belenka of the Rose School of Thought advanced across pathways to become the beauty goddess, let alone when the true apocalypse arrived. For the continuation of their race, the best course of action was to go with the flow, emulate the War of Four Emperors, and let the Sanguine once again experience the baptism of war, allowing the new generation to replace the aging Sanguine. This is a necessary sacrifice, this thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and Full Moon, Ulmer slowly rose, meeting Aaron's gaze, and respectfully added. From this day forward, I will begin sending messages to the northern and southern continents, summoning all sanguine of Baron rank and above. At that time, New Moon Duke and I will also participate in the war. Aaron was quite satisfied with this declaration of almost total aid. After gaining control of East Balam, an area larger than the entire Loan Kingdom, through a clever maneuver, it was also his first time experiencing the scarcity of Beyonders. Even if the Nation of Disorder had a corresponding Sequence 0 sealed artifact for the Lightseeker pathway that could progressively extract Beyonder characteristics, whether acquired or left behind, to cultivate more Beyonders. However, the acting method ultimately had its limits, and high-sequence Beyonders, even mid-sequence ones, required time to accumulate. Relying solely on the foundation of the East Tacker family and the evil spirits of the Imperial Guards within the Ghost Empire was already proving insufficient. If he could receive the full support of the Sanguine, all starting from mid-sequence, some of his plans might be able to become more aggressive. With this thought, Aaron immediately raised his arm slightly, allowing thin, dark golden mist to seep out of the void, transforming into a pair of dark golden double doors. Dozens of spiritual light points then flew out from the open doorway, clearly being the various Beyonder characteristics of different ranks obtained from scavenging the Forsaken Land of the Gods and clearing East Balam, 3 of which exuded a divine oppressive aura. These are the advance rewards. As for the matter of George III, only New Moon Duke needs to participate. You and Purple Moon Duke only need to assist in summoning historical projections within the Moon Country. Pushing these characteristics towards Full Moon, Ulmer, Aaron snatched a crystal-carved book from the gate of bestowal before it closed and handed it to Purple Moon, Liana. There was no need to leave behind the Crown of Stars, for simply summoning historical projections. The mystical item specially crafted by Bonneva with the Planeswalker characteristic was sufficient. At most, the spiritual digestion from using its recorded, historical projections, would accelerate, but this slight impact was negligible for a Sequence 2 life giver. In the Sonia Sea, at the center of Passu Island, atop a towering peak, was the Church of the Abyss of Storms. This was the headquarters within the headquarters of the Church of Storms, the sanctuary within the sanctuary, a place blessed by a deity. The dome, over 100 meters high, obscured the crimson moon in the sky. In front of the rough murals outlined in blue, silver, and green, God of Song, Ace Snake, who had been transferred back to the sanctuary after the Great Smog event, frowned slightly and spoke with a hint of displeasure as he watched the 2 approaching figures. Emilius, who is he? Your meeting request submitted to His Holiness the Pope did not mention any outsiders. As a concession for the Great Smog event, ever since the royal family allowed the 3 major churches to dispatch personnel into the military, the Loan Navy, being the home ground of the Church of Storms, had largely been infiltrated by the Church, aside from the ironclad fleet directly under the royal family, which had suffered heavy losses. As the supreme naval commander of the Central Sonia Sea, Emilius Levet was naturally a key target for the Church of Storms to win over, but this did not mean he could deceive himself. Looking at Ace Snake, whose eyes shimmered with silver light, Emilius slowed his steps, a faint smile appearing on his stern, rigid face. He half bowed respectfully, maintaining his etiquette, and introduced. This is the first Grand Duke of East Tacker. Your Eminence, the Archbishop, can first inform His Holiness the Pope, and His Holiness will decide whether we can enter. First Grand Duke of East Tacker. Ace Snake stared at the figure behind Emilius, who was entirely covered in black armor. The moment his gaze met the pair of deep purple eyes beneath the faceplate, his body beneath the Archbishop's robe began to tremble instinctively. Only then did he realize that this was actually a puppet soldier. For a Sequence 1 conqueror, conquering inanimate puppet soldiers and transforming them into one's own soldiers, sharing one's own rank, was not difficult, aside from the extremely massive spiritual consumption. Let him in, Ace, you may withdraw first. A low, rumbling voice echoed from deep within the Church of the Abyss of Storms. Ace Snake finally broke free from his stiffness, no longer daring to look at the puppet soldier, and could only clench his right hand into a fist over his chest. The storm be with you. After leaving the peak with slightly hurried steps, Ace Snake finally let out a long sigh, turning his head back and muttering softly. An angel. Guessing what the god of song had just experienced, Emilius's lips twitched before resuming his solemn expression, following the important figure into the sanctuary of the Church of Storms. Illusory, overlapping thunder rumbled, and G2, the Pope of the Church of Storms, wearing a triple crown and a dark blue, almost black, robe, had already emerged from the depths of the sanctuary. This terrestrial angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, exuded a profound and majestic aura, like a massive storm about to strike. After gazing at the puppet soldier for a moment, he spoke in a low voice. I didn't expect you to actually advance to Conqueror, and even establish contact with that one from the Zoroast family. However, did you think merely parasitizing a Worm of Time clone would fool me? As he spoke, G2 turned his head to look at Emilius, who was standing beside him. This imperative mage, only sequence 4, was completely unaffected by the pressure, maintaining a composed demeanor. Meeting Gadai's oppressive gaze calmly, Emilius's eyes darkened, and his voice grew old. The 4 emperors have already fallen for over 1,000 years, there aren't many old friends left alive. As he spoke, streaks of light burst forth from Emilius's body, condensing before him into a clear, thick, yet transparent and mysterious, worm of time, which quickly transformed into the figure of Pallas Zoroast. Old friend. Gadai's Pope's robe slightly fluttered, and with a muffled thunder-like snort, a howling hurricane rose, sweeping the slightly bewildered Emilius towards the Thunder Cathedral at the foot of the mountain. After clearing out the irrelevant personnel, Gad2 ignored Pallas and turned back to the soldier puppet, asking in a deep voice, "Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" As expected of a follower of the storm, choked by the blunt question, Walna, whose consciousness had descended, controlled the soldier puppet and replied with a smile, Fenipot's participation has already tilted the balance of the war. The church is now powerless to interfere in Backland. George III will attempt to advance to Black Emperor tomorrow. Therefore, all important members of the Augustus family will surely gather tomorrow. This will be the best opportunity to bury them. Gad2 frowned, taking a deep look at the black-armored soldier puppet before him, and shook his head in refutation. The Augustus family cannot be annihilated, otherwise, if Lowen's situation becomes irreversible, the Lord's faith will suffer a heavy blow. Moreover, George III must already know that you have advanced to sequence 1, yet still dares to attempt advancement now, meaning he must have made thorough preparations. You alone are far from enough. Pallas, het, and replied with a hint of self-mockery, he dares to speak such grand words, naturally he has the corresponding confidence. Do you think an old fellow like me, who has just recovered to sequence 2 strength, has the ability to interfere in this level of struggle? I came here only to prove to you that we have a better way to deal with the Augustus family. We only need to annihilate all high-level individuals above angels, and then I will parasitize the remaining demigods. This way, we can replace the Augustus family from top to bottom, minimizing the impact on the situation. Walna looked at Gad2, who was frowning in thought, and added leisurely, after taking control of Lowen, we will fill the void left by the Augustus family and fully assist in counter-attacking Folsac. I can promise that the storm's faith will not be restricted in any way, and this only requires the church's tacit approval and some necessary support. A brief silence fell within the grand and solemn sanctuary. Gad2 weighed his options for a moment before speaking in a low voice. If you can achieve this, the church can maintain tacit approval and allow the Lord's followers to provide convenience in the military and parliament. As for the necessary support you mentioned, I will personally pray to the Lord. The dark faceplate showed no expression. Walna, adapting to local customs, clenched his right fist and struck his left chest in a storm-style salute. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke in a deep voice with a hint of something inexplicable, let's reintroduce ourselves. My true name is Walna Truncest, son of the Night Emperor. Outside Backland, in White Cliff Town on the side of Stratford River Bend, Amon's mausoleum, after its concealment was lifted. The cliff collapsed without warning and caved inward, forming an enormous deep pit that connected to the Stratford River, drawing in the rushing river water. The next second, the life-sized mirror placed in the nearby forest suddenly deepened, and Destiny Counselor Richard emerged from the mirror with Admi Saul, who was pale due to the significant spiritual consumption. Using the authority of a Chaoswalker to disrupt fate, and after making simple disguises and interferences, Richard took the dice of probability from his disciple's hand and placed it in a specialized container with a spiritual wall. As the mirror shattered, Cheek's figure was the last to emerge, clutching the demoness of undying, characteristic to her chest. She gritted her teeth and whispered unwillingly, "Just a little more." This demigod-level demoness was now enveloped in wisps of black mist, and the degenerate, eerie sensation made Richard unconsciously move away slightly. This was pollution from the abyss, the consequence of Triss using herself as bait and staying for a long time in the depths of Amon's mausoleum, through the portal leading to the abyss. It was a pity that the demoness of Undying, who wielded a Sequence 0 sealed artifact of the door pathway, was too difficult to ambush and kill. Even with the assistance of misfortune, the orange demoness still managed to escape successfully. Taking a few bottles of Darkwill's concoction, which could quickly restore spirituality, and handing them to Admi Saul, Richard did not hesitate, stepping into the illusory river of fate and disappearing. Admi Saul's advancement ritual was complete. He needed to take his disciple to a safe enough place to concoct the Misfortune Mage potion, so that the life school of thought could produce another demigod, rather than waiting here for Amon's gaze to fall upon them. Risho's actions brought Triss back to her senses from the resentment brought by the abyss's pollution. Her expression changed slightly, and without much thought, she allowed the quietly burning black flames to destroy the traces before her figure vanished. In mid-air, a crow landed at this moment, stopping on top of the shattered cliff. It had a white ring around its right eye, and it lightly exhaled as it watched the disappearing Triss, Cheek. On the south bank of the Tassoc River, Risho's figure appeared. The sense of crisis brought by the warning of fate faded, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming Admi Saul's condition, he quietly prayed to Wei Ang Sai Ting. Thanks to the recovery of a certain infant state, as long as he did not leave the Backland region, he could now respond to some not-so-complex prayers. The fluctuations of fate have returned to normal. Amen has not targeted you. Backland will be very dangerous next. Take the dice of probability, and leave as soon as possible. The precocious, tender voice echoed in his mind as the prayer ended. Risho's tense nerves slightly relaxed, and he took out the materials for Misfortune Mage to begin concocting the potion. Inside, Ruin Number 1, in the suburbs of Backland, within the dark and majestic secret mausoleum. The shadow of order that enveloped the entire mausoleum fluctuated, and George III, who was already wearing a black crown, opened his eyes and coldly raised his semi-ethereal right hand. A certain rule was twisted, and Prince Grove Augustus of Sunya, draped in a cloak, abruptly appeared. With a grim expression, he bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, the orange demoness guarding Ruin Number 4 was ambushed and suffered pollution from the abyss." The divination by the Hermit Order confirmed that this matter only involved defectors from the Demonist Church and the Life School of Thought. In the suffocating pressure, Grove seemed to hear his own heartbeat. Ever since the encirclement and suppression of Nast's pirate kingdom, which resulted in the loss of sealed artifact 0-36, he had received this treatment every time he met George III, but he could only silently endure it. George III, whose figure was gradually enveloped by the shadow of order, looked down at Grove below the throne with indifference and spoke majestically, the distorted order spreading according to his will to the other 8 mausoleums with which he had established a connection. Let that demoness go to Ruin Number 7 to eliminate the influence of the abyss. No more accidents are allowed when the plan begins. The dim and oppressive mausoleum quickly returned to dead silence. George III slowly rose with a solemn expression, silently gazing at the back of the black iron throne, where a wisp of white mist, both intertwined with and separated from the shadow of order, was bound. Lowen, Mid-Sea County, Ruin Number 7 deep in the Mingerminsk Mountains. The orange demoness, whose face was pale and whose body showed a faint tendency towards semi-demonization, walked out of the teleportation door. Grove, clad in a large cloak, followed closely with a solemn expression. After confirming that the coordinates of the roam were correct, he immediately took out a token inscribed with a starlight portal. Their figures were then dyed with a faint blue light, gradually becoming hazy and blurred. When their figures solidified again, Grove frowned slightly, smelling a strong scent of blood. Under the faint light emitted by the underground moss and the illumination from the stone pillar lamps inside the cliff wall, a pool of blood exuding a corrupt and foul aura appeared beside the solemn, dark mausoleum. The slaves who built the mausoleum and the guards responsible for overseeing them had all turned into mutated monsters, fighting each other in the blood pool, continuously nourishing the rampant malice. Feeling the arrival of Grove and the orange demoness, the crimson blood immediately surged up, transforming into a hideous devil. Its bloodthirsty and indifferent eyes swept past Grove and settled on the orange demoness to one side. Its curved goat horns, covered with strange patterns, ignited with a faint blue flame, and a low, foul whisper echoed quietly. The aura of the abyss. After calming his restless spirituality, Grove concisely explained the cause of the matter, emphasizing at the end. Respected Grand Duke North, His Majesty the Emperor hopes you can help clear the influence of the abyss. The high-ranking devil named North grinned, and after an incomprehensible raspy laugh, ignored Grove and uttered a short devilish word towards the slightly wary orange demoness. Filth. The orange demoness's heart suddenly beat 2 times faster, and an uncontrollable sense of fear and tension surged in her mind, interrupting her thoughts of using a mirror substitute in a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The aroused emotions, under the urging of the foul word, transformed into a seed, continuously absorbing the abyss pollution that had eroded a part of the orange demoness's spiritual body and flesh, finally breaking out of her body and condensing into a miniature heart wrapped in a layer of pitch-black mucous membrane. Swallowing it without hesitation, North narrowed his eyes in extreme enjoyment, completely disregarding the orange demoness who had awakened from her surging fear, and added with a strange laugh. Your problem has been solved. Tell me the coordinates of the abyss in trance you entered, and you can leave. Her semi-demonized body had returned to normal. The orange demoness retreated warily, while silently chanting the honorific name of the primordial demoness in her heart. After carefully examining herself, she did not answer, merely leaving a spiritual light cluster containing coordinate information, and immediately activated, roam, taking Grove with her. Casually absorbing the spiritual light cluster, North's eyes shifted slightly, looking towards a hidden, dark corner. Thin white mist seeped out, and an old man with dark brown eyes suddenly appeared. Isaac Tamara. North chuckled hoarsely, his tone playful. That old fellow Tamara gave me a lot of trouble back then. I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, even his good-for-nothing descendant has advanced to an angel, and that demoness just now also seems to be a member of your Tamara family. However, you, a follower of the uncertain mist, dare to come here. Aren't you afraid that the quasi-black emperor will directly attack you? Ignoring the rampant malice that had almost solidified, Isaac Tamara raised his hand, causing the faint white mist swirling around him to form a vortex, and then responded with an indifferent expression. As long as there are similar interests, there is nothing that cannot be traded. I have already visited the beauty goddess and the tree god of the Rose School of Thought. You are the last one I am visiting. After reaching an agreement, I learned from that great mother that the previous Black Emperor, Roussel Gustave, did not completely perish, but has escaped control, suspected to have fallen into the hands of the controller of the Nation of Disorder. George III has no choice, and for the Great Uncertain Mist, a new Black Emperor can effectively restrain the process of the outer deity being born from the Nation of Disorder before the barrier disappears. This is the consensus of the great existences outside the barrier. Feeling the power that was distinctly different from the high-level authority of the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways, North's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and foul words slowly emerged. Even that great mother needed to use Roussel's hand, with the blasphemy slate as a carrier, to secretly bring the tree god characteristic into the barrier. It seems that the uncertain mist's penetration of the barrier has exceeded our expectations, and can even directly bestow an angel characteristic. Your Tamara branch has indeed made great contributions. Not caring about North's probing, Isaac Tamara responded with an indifferent expression. The cooperation between the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire was facilitated by my lord, which led to the birth of the Tree God. As compensation for the transaction, my lord's bestowal naturally received help from those two. North was silent for a while, praying unreservedly directly to the bound god, who was completely controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire. Only after receiving a response did he allow his devil's blood to merge into the slowly spreading white mist vortex. Southern Continent, East Byram. After reaching an agreement with the three dukes of the Sanguine, Aaron did not stop and left the Moon Country directly, roaming the astral world to return to East Byram, where he met Pales, who had also just returned from the Abyss of Storms. Not surprised by the Storm Church's reaction, Aaron took out the separated, Worm of Time, characteristic from the Nation of Disorder, rubbed his temples, and explained. When I roamed the astral world, I deliberately mentioned Adam, but there was no corresponding feedback. This at least shows that in Adam's view, this, Worm of Time, characteristic is not yet ready to be taken away. Since that's the case, this characteristic can also be used to create a Sequence 1 clone. In addition to participating in the battle, it can also distract Amon's main body at critical moments. This is treating me as bait. Pales sighed helplessly, taking the crystal pillar formed by light and shadow. This characteristic was originally separated by him, and it was not difficult for him to transform into a clone again. He just didn't really want to face Amon. After instructing Pales, Aaron pondered for a moment before extending his spirituality, taking out the special symbol bestowed by the god of steam and machinery from the hidden space of the crown of stars, and merging his spiritual will into the hazy clear light. The peculiar symbol, radiating a hazy glow, suddenly brightened, and a torrent of ethereal, complex information surged forth. A not quite real panorama of civilization appeared, and a vast, indifferent will echoed directly in Aaron's mind, transcending the astral world. The feeling of being watched vanished in an instant. Aaron, digesting the complex information in his mind, tossed the special symbol gifted by the god of steam and machinery back into the hidden space of the star crown. Only then did he pinch his aching brows and mutter to himself, the hidden sage has become active again. After Russell fully awakened, he had learned from his old friend's account that the Mother card, one of the 22 blasphemy cards, was essentially a Sequence 1-inch tree god, Beander characteristic from the outer deity pathway to which the Mother Goddess of Depravity belonged. Connecting this with the lingering aura of the Mother's Nest in the Evernight Plains and the hidden sage's rapid recovery after being heavily injured, Aaron was almost certain that this direct boon from the Mother Goddess of Depravity had nurtured a true tree god. Truly worthy of being at the pinnacle of outer deities, Aaron sighed with emotion, then immediately recalled the angel who had escaped from the abyss. Considering that the newly promoted beauty goddess was Baranka, the former king of curses, of the Rose school of thought, these two outer deities had at least reached a certain level of cooperation. Having learned from the last lesson, when the outer deities jointly pressured the astral world barrier and the gods were powerless to directly interfere with reality, Aaron weighed his options for a moment and then lowered his original expectations. If the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery could successfully descend, they would then encircle and suppress the converging outer deity forces. Otherwise, they would merely ensure the prevention of George III's advancement and hunt the last, Hand of Order, Beander characteristic. With a decision made, Aaron no longer lingered. Leaving Wallner, who had just advanced to Sequence 1, and Renette Tinicole, whose body was complete and had recovered her angelic rank, to guard East Byram, he stepped into the starlight portal with Pals, whose aura was continuously rising. The astral world, filled with abstract concepts and symbols, flashed by. After the roaming ended, what greeted their eyes was a twilight that seemed to have solidified. The ancient elf island, once upon a time. Looking at Sonia Island, which had split in the middle and was completely divided into two halves, Pals sighed lightly with a hint of emotion. The decaying aura brought by the remaining divine power of the god of combat had turned this strait into a death zone comparable to a divine battle relic. Even creatures without divinity would uncontrollably decline if they approached. It just needs to be neutralized by the Earth Mother's divine power. Frank would definitely be very interested in this subject, Aaron silently grumbled to himself, inexplicably recalling a certain druid who had been left to his own devices. Considering that the mother goddess of depravity's influence within the barrier was growing stronger, Aaron felt it was necessary to bring Frank back, lest the fellow, in his innocence, attract the mother goddess of depravity's attention without realizing it. Sensing their arrival, the light spots in the historical fog suddenly connected with reality. Astrolfo, who had completely assimilated to abomination, Beander characteristics, slowly walked out, his deep, oppressive, hoarse voice seemingly capable of piercing spirit bodies. My connection with the bound god has been severed. The mother goddess of desire has likely gained complete control over that body. It is no longer meaningful to continue searching in the historical fog, instead, it is easy to fall into a trap. After using a faith anchor to have Victor Abraham, who was about to completely digest the sequence 4 inches secret sorcerer potion, find and bring back Frank, Aaron collected his thoughts and informed Astrolfo of the god of steam and machinery's warning and his own speculation about the cooperation between the two outer deities. Several angels successively emerged from the historical fog and exchanged glances. Duke Chauna, New Moon, who had come directly from the Moon Country to Sonia Island, reacted particularly strongly, connecting it with the recent changes among the Sanguine. Bernadette, on the other hand, frowned and dismissed the idea of using the clairvoyant authority. Not to mention that it involved multiple high-level existences, the revelations given by fate were inherently vague, and the potential interference from the hidden sage alone was enough to make her revelations point to error. Grand Duke Solomon, Nastor, who carried the Black Emperor card and used it as a conduit to receive the boon from the Nation of Disorder, had an aura that already surpassed Chauna and Bernadette. The dark red light in his eyes contracted and expanded again, and he spoke in a low, deliberate tone. Aside from George III, the Augustus family still has 2 angels. Therefore, the remaining 6 mausoleums are highly likely to face those angels who worship outer deities. Glancing at Calamity Queen, Gaoshinam, whose condition had recovered after her faith stabilized, Aaron nodded slightly, and his spirituality converged into 7 light spots. After tirelessly chanting Wei Ang Sai Ting's honorific name to gain sufficient luck, Aaron used a decree to block all possible negative influences and completely randomly distributed the light spots containing the coordinates of different mausoleums and the ritual symbols required to enter them. As an angel of the judgment pathway, eliminating negative interference and randomly distributing the mausoleums meant that, under the influence of Beander characteristic aggregation, the mausoleum he drew was highly likely to be the one guarded by the hand of order of the Augustus family. As for Mausoleum number 1, where George III was located and where Beander characteristic aggregation was even stronger, it had already been separated in advance and handed over to Demoness Trischeek. When helping Audrey advance and reaching a cooperation with Hermes, the number 9 ruin, which was guarded, had already been excluded by Aaron. Mausoleum number 7, Calamity Queen, Gaoshinam digested the information that surged into her spirituality, then glanced at the empty space in front of Astrolfo and chuckled lightly. The Black Emperor's ritual should require 9 mausoleums. Looking calmly at the Elf Queen, Aaron explained concisely. The mausoleum in Backland is already being handled by someone, and the mausoleum in Eastchester County is guarded by Hermes. That place doesn't need to be concerned with. The Sanguine will also provide some additional help derived from historical projections. Astrolfo will be responsible for guarding against possible ambushes and be ready to provide support at any time. If the situation is unfavorable, ensure your own safety first, and then simply try to disrupt the ritual. Azek Eggers, who had remained silent, and Elvin Gallo, the leader of the Night Emperor's personal guards, exchanged glances and accepted the spiritual light clusters in front of them. After distributing the blood of Beyonders from the 22 pathways, which were needed to depict the ritual symbols for entering the mausoleum, to all the angels, Aaron pondered for a moment and still took out 7, yesterday's recurrence, talismans from the nation of disorder, giving 1 to each angel. Returning to peak condition from a weakened or even severely injured state for a short period was enough to create time for support. If no danger was encountered, it would serve as one of the prepaid rewards for participating in the operation. Counting the few given to Wei Ang Sai Ting, the Snake of Fate, this was all of Aaron's current stock. Cavendier Lancer, who had returned to the City of Silver and was assisting in exploring the Giant King's court, had contributed most of them, and had also squeezed 3 from Klein. Backland, Empress Burrow, Sadrak Palace, symbolizing the royal family, shimmered under the morning light. In the shadows untouched by the sun, George III, wearing a crown and sporting a small mustache, sat on his throne with a cold expression, ignoring Viscount Stafford, the chief of the royal guard, who was kneeling at the foot of the steps. His deep eyes reflected the crowd slowly gathering in the municipal plaza. It wasn't until the grand and melodious chimes of the Bell of Order rang out from the towering Gothic clock tower nearby, signaling that the 9 o'clock speech was about to begin, that George III, like a punctured illusion, vanished instantly from the throne. Inside a detached attic near Municipal Plaza, Triss, dressed in a black gown, emerged from a deep, hidden mirror. The distortion caused by the abyss's contamination was almost irreversible. Her crimson nearly black eyes swept coldly over the crowd. Listening to George III's speech on the broadcast, Triss struggled to suppress the killing intent in her heart, gripping the demoness of undying Beander characteristic at her chest, a cold arc forming at the corner of her lips. Even a forced advancement to sequence 3 to receive the primordial one's descent was extremely brief. She had to wait for the most critical moment, when George III had swallowed the potion and had no retreat. And this was not something she, a mere demigod, could achieve. Taking a deep breath, Triss took out the yesterday reappearance charm, always prepared, and softly chanted the name of the Lord of Order in ancient Hermes. In the nation of disorder, Aaron, who had already returned from Sonia Island, immediately responded to Triss's prayer, observing the situation in the plaza through the corresponding, true sight. Aside from George III on the high platform, what attracted the most attention were the Amons, hidden in the crowd with smiles on their faces. They were all just avatars. Aaron was not surprised by Amon's appearance. Having identified their essence, he no longer paid them attention and directly shared the true sight with Rosal in the mausoleum. After all, no one understood the Black Emperor's advancement ritual better than him. He is using the gathered faith to distort related anchor points, linking himself to the concept of the Emperor. Even with the Byrant crown, it's merely a clever shortcut. Rosal, who still held the true god's position despite only lacking the corresponding Beander characteristic, stared at the true sight for a moment, then curled his lip in disdain. When I proclaimed myself Caesar, it took me 6 years to open safe sea routes and become famous throughout the northern and southern continents before I completed the prerequisites for the ritual. Given this guy's state, even if he successfully advances, he won't be much better off than I was when I advanced across pathways. Aaron, who was observing the changes in order within the true sight, instantly entered the mausoleum. He raised his hand and waved, and a phantom velvet curtain immediately descended from the sky, drifting before Rosal. The residual will of the celestial venerable within this attendant of mysteries characteristic has temporarily fallen into eternal slumber. At the critical moment, you can directly provide assistance to them with the nation of disorder's blessings. As he spoke, Aaron sequentially lit up the prayer stars corresponding to the angels participating in the operation, synchronizing George III's status to everyone. If I had had so many angels under me back then, I wouldn't have. Rosal clicked his tongue in envy, then immediately stopped speaking and took the velvet curtain. As the former Black Emperor, the shadow of order, even in his current state, he could still use the core authority of distortion, which was compatible with the grafting of an attendant of mysteries, both acting upon concepts themselves. Rosal, who was exploring how to use this attendant of mysteries characteristic, suddenly turned his head, looking almost simultaneously with Aaron at the true sight projected by the prayer screen. In an instant, the high platform was already empty. But as high-level individuals of this pathway and adjacent pathways, they could clearly feel an abnormal, extremely vast power of distortion covertly brewing beneath the ground. We can begin. The majestic and indifferent voice soothed the mental stinging caused by the contamination. Triss, whose eyes slightly opened in response, subconsciously looked at the high platform in the distance, where George III was still delivering his speech. Pressing her lips together, Triss quickly averted her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she still uttered the name of a certain sanguine duke that had appeared in her mind, in ancient Hermes. In quiet anticipation, Triss made the full-length mirror deep again, connecting to the mirror she had already set up near Backlund's No. 1 ruin. A starry, blue portal of starlight also appeared from the void at this moment. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, whose body was not solid enough, emerged from it, carrying the historical projection of the crown of stars, allowing Triss to grab his arm and drag him into the deep mirror world. His main body was still in the forsaken land of the gods, only the historical projection summoned by the two sanguine dukes who remained behind had come, directly teleporting here using the prayer's positioning. Their sole purpose was to assist Triss, ensuring that this demoness would not be forcibly assassinated before successfully completing the descent. Near No. 1 ruin, on the outskirts of Backlund, two figures quietly appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Cavendish Lancer Pinto activated the power of wishes he had accumulated in the forsaken land of the gods, looking at Triss and speaking in a low voice. I wish that Triss Cheek will not experience loss of control or madness for 5 minutes after consuming the demoness of undying characteristic. The next second, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, as a miracle invoker, fulfilled his wish. In the nation of disorder, Rosal simultaneously snapped his fingers, successfully distorting the 5 minutes in the wish into 8 minutes. Triss, who had already taken out blood and was about to draw the special symbols to open the mausoleum door, paused for a moment. She then felt the change in her spirituality, gave Cavendish Lancer Pinto a deep look, and swallowed the Beander characteristic originating from the white demoness, Katerina. Looking at Triss, who was engulfed in black flames and rapidly merging with the characteristic, Cavendish Lancer Pinto felt the consumption of the power of wishes. He took the blood from her hand, drew in the void, and a phantom door quickly took shape. Cavendish Lancer Pinto lightly flicked the crown of stars, allowing the brilliant starlight to envelop the two of them, sweeping them into the phantom portal. In the feedback from an angel-level seer's spiritual intuition, he saw a bottomless, dark abyss in a white vortex resembling a gaping maw. Using the crown of stars to transform himself into a symbolic representation, he avoided the preset traps. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, having dispelled his symbolization, frowned slightly, looking at the elderly man with dark brown eyes who emerged from the white mist. This was an angel, but he did not belong to any of the 22 Beander pathways familiar to Cavendish Lancer Pinto. In the nation of disorder, after transmitting the message to all angels to begin the operation, Aaron and Rosal, who had been constantly observing Triss's prayer screen, exchanged glances. Having a deep understanding of the wishing lamp, they instantly grasped the source. The authority of the Son of Chaos, or perhaps the uncertain mist, obscured my senses. Aaron raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise on his face, as he examined the swirling white mist through his true sight. Previously, when he accommodated the uniqueness and further integrated with the nation of disorder, he had a certain connection with all the high-level Beyonders of the nation of disorder's associated pathways, and this angel was not among them at that time. However, with the god of steam and machinery's prior warning, he was somewhat prepared. At least the gods of the astral world still maintained surface stability, and the barrier against outer deities remained firm. It was already the limit for them to barely bestow grace by taking advantage of the mother nest's anomaly. It's up to you. Aaron nodded to Rosal, who was slowly rising with the curtain in his hand, and instantly left the nation of disorder, returning to reality, arriving outside the secret mausoleum he had randomly chosen earlier. A complex symbol, composed of layered doors, outlined in blood, sprang forth, trembling slightly in the void, and instantly expanded into an illusory, semi-transparent grand door, through which the massive mausoleum of black stones behind it could be vaguely seen. Almost simultaneously, an aggregate instinct from deep within his spirit, from his Beander characteristic, solidified Aaron's gaze on the top of the mausoleum, where a man with a thick beard and a rather solemn expression stood. It was one of Aaron's two core targets, William Augustus I, the first king of LotM, who had accommodated the last portion of the Hand of Order characteristic. Outside Backland, within Ruin Number 1, the ambushed Isaac Tamara did not attempt to attack Cavendish and Triss, who had dispelled their symbolism. He decisively spread his arms, dissolving into surging white mist, allowing the rapidly expanding white mist vortex to completely obscure the bottomless, dark abyss below. Trying to stall for time until George III's advancement, Cavendish's eyes turned cold. After entrusting the historical projection of the crown of stars to Triss for her self-preservation, he stretched both hands forward, and after several virtual grabs, pulled out two figures. The former was clad in blood-stained black armor, exuding a thick, iron-blooded aura that seemed to permeate the soul. The latter was luxuriously dressed, with countless illusory symbols condensed in his eyes. These were Valnar Truncest after his advancement to Conqueror, and the Knowledge Emperor, Rosal. Thanks to the two sanguine dukes who remained in the Moon Country for summoning Cavendish's historical projection, other pathways not known for their spirituality, even if they were angels, could not have withstood the spiritual burden of such a Russian doll-style summoning of projections. Valnar, who had descended a wisp of consciousness by leveraging the Conqueror's dominion over the authority of war, quickly erupted with surging purple flames around him. Blurred human figures appeared behind him, simultaneously hurling condensed flame spears at the white vortex, which had been stiffened by Rosal's information torrent. Harvest, which had undergone a qualitative change after advancing to Sequence 1, could now, through the medium of attack, essentially destroy the source. Without attempting to evade, Isaac Tamara's face flickered in and out of view within the purple-flamed vortex. As a blasphemous angel, who had advanced through grace, he had stolen the Black Emperor's distortion from a previous transaction with George III, significantly reducing the actual damage he sustained. Isaac Tamara, having deconstructed the essence of Cavendish's authority, further used this to distort the concept of voluntarily accepting damage as equivalent to completing a transaction. With a low, hoarse voice, he declared his demand using words of order. Isaac Tamara has voluntarily accepted damage. As an equivalent transaction, I declare that the false historical rift images shall dissipate. As the words of order echoed, a strange fluctuation enveloped Cavendish and his summoned historical projections. Unlike the prohibition of a decree, this kind of mandatory enforcement, more akin to a contract, was even harder to counteract. The crown of stars, which had been summoned first, was the first to disappear. Triss's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to activate the yesterday's reappearance charm and recklessly trigger a primordial one's descent, a giant snake appeared in this white vortex without warning. Its eyes were blood-red and cold, and its body was covered with countless rotating wheels composed of patterns and symbols, differing in detail. It was Wei Ang Sai Ting, the Snake of Fate, who had sensed the fluctuation of fate and descended his power through yesterday's reappearance. The enormous Snake of Fate skillfully coiled its body, bit its own tail, and transformed into a mysterious and exaggerated rotating wheel. Snake of Fate, restart. Cavendish, who was in the process of disappearing, rapidly solidified. The burning purple flames detached from the white vortex and returned to the illusory figures behind Valnar, and the white vortex consequently shrunk, once again revealing the bottomless, dark abyss below. Rosal, who had witnessed the entire process through the true sight shared by the Nation of Disorder, subtly curled the corners of his mouth. He had already gained some understanding of the authority of the outer deity in the cosmos corresponding to the lamp god, which was an unexpected bonus. And beneath the white mist, within that seemingly dark abyss, lurked distorted order. If one were to step in without any precautions, one might not even know where they would end up. As a former Black Emperor, even without the corresponding characteristic, with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, Rosal still leveraged the portion of the Black Emperor's distorted authority that Isaac Tamara had pried open, discovering a loophole in the shadow of order, or rather, the only safe passage. Raising the semi-transparent curtain in his hand, Rosal ignored the manipulation of his spiritual body lines by this attendant of mystery's characteristic. He used the distorted authority to activate the curtain, grafting Triss's location with the endpoint of the safe passage to the abyss. The snake of fate had just dissipated. The blasphemous angel, Isaac Tamara, restored to human form by restart, frowned at the sudden disappearance of Triss. He could feel that the demoness had successfully entered the mausoleum's perimeter. Although he didn't think an ant barely maintaining sequence 3 status could do anything, the opponent's deliberate act of sending her in still gave him an instinctive unease. Isaac Tamara coldly glanced at the abyss below his feet, but made no move. For him, the transaction with George III had already been completed. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would gain something. Transforming back into a white mist vortex, once again concealing the abyss below, Isaac Tamara actively met the wary Cavendish. Outside the hidden mausoleum southwest of Enmat Harbor, Pals Zoroast, dressed in the highly asymmetrical style of the fourth epic Solomon, stepped into the starlight portal that had opened in the void, and saw the pointed, deep black cathedral standing before him. The wide doors were open, and puppets hung upside down in midair, motionless, with only black crows circling the cathedral's spire, emitting chilling cries. After the end of the fourth epic, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to truly retrieve your father's characteristic from that fellow's hands. Pals, also a great noble of the Solomon Empire, looked at the crow atop the cathedral, his eyes reflecting an old man in a black hooded robe, his tone peaceful, without any self-awareness of being an intruder. After the miracle that allowed the intruder to change the destination of the teleportation failed, Zeratul already realized that a complete sequence 1 worm of time had entered the mausoleum. Although he was surprised that Pals dared to expose his true form when Aemon could appear at any moment, he clearly had no intention of reminiscing. Amidst the ceaseless, dreamlike cawing of crows, a thin layer of shadow quietly emerged from the cracks of history, enveloping the entire underground mausoleum in shadow, as if covered by a giant curtain. The realm of mysteries, a nascent divine kingdom belonging exclusively to Zeratul. He used this to seal off the space, and with the isolation of the Blood Emperor's ruins themselves and the distorted order that came with the Black Emperor's advancement, even Amon's true form would find it difficult to break in within a short time. A vortex then appeared in the deep black spire church, formed by countless transparent worms, extending transparent, slippery tentacles covered in mystical patterns in all directions, simultaneously entangling Pals's spirit-body threads. The next second, the crows on the top of the church floated upside down towards the sky, including Zeratul, who had already returned to human form. Relying on the authority of the Trojan horse of destiny, Pals regrafted his short-term future onto Zeratul, making the manipulation of the spirit-body threads point to himself. At the same time, blessed by the snake of fate, he, luckily, stole the ability to summon historical void images before Zeratul could react. Zeratul, floating upwards, silently dissipated. This was merely a past projection. As the surrounding realm of mysteries deepened, a new historical projection reappeared at the top of the deep black church. In this nascent divine kingdom, the concept of stealing was altered. All of Pals's attempts to steal from historical projections, miraculously, failed at this moment. Having experienced the strangeness of the attendant of mysteries at the hands of Antigonus in the fourth epic, Pals was not surprised by this rogue-like fighting style. Cowardly seers always liked to hide in the nooks and crannies of the historical fog. His eyes deepened slightly, and in an instant, he transformed into the phantom of a huge, ancient, mottled stone clock. The second hand, constructed by the Worm of Time, spun counterclockwise, and an indescribable, invisible torrent surged forth, replaying a scene etched in the past. A simple silver cross fell into a boundless golden ocean, and miniature, blazing yet illusory suns leapt out, carrying an old, mottled stone slab, forming another sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities, and then condensed into a giant light and shadow that seemed to support heaven and earth. This was the ancient sun god, whom Adam had conjured and materialized in the divine war ruins, with the aid of divine blood and the second, blasphemy slate. Unlike the mystical reenactment of the mystery prior pathway and the historical projection of the seer pathway, the sequence One Worm of Time relies on a weakened version of the authority of time, which originates from the Lord of the Mysteries, King of Space-Time, to display past events in the form of images. Although limited by Pals's own Beander characteristics, the power manifested was far less than it was then, but it was also not something a Sequence One-level realm of mysteries could bear. The secrecy inherent in the realm of mysteries vanished with the shattering of the nascent divine kingdom. Zeratul, with a gloomy expression, silently looked at the messy mausoleum, unhesitatingly abandoned all his marionettes, stopped maintaining this projection, and his true form, hidden in the historical fog, suddenly stood up and ran frantically towards the deeper parts. There was no need for divination, his own intuition and premonition made Zeratul clearly realize that the blasphemer had arrived. Above the collapsed ruins of the mausoleum, Amun, wearing a classical black robe and a pointed soft hat, quietly appeared, playing with a spirit worm on the verge of collapse, and clicked his tongue as he watched the historical fog rapidly dissipate in the depths of the spirit world. He runs really fast. He then adjusted his crystal monocle and looked at Pals, whose expression was quite calm, the curve of his lips becoming even more pronounced. The collapse of the first mausoleum was swifter than expected. Detecting a loophole in the distorted rules originating from the Black Emperor, Aaron completely unleashed the power of the Nation of Disorder, usurping and replacing the order that originally belonged to William Augustus I. This caused the Hand of Order, who could have barely held on with the home advantage, to lose his reliance and fall into a dead end. Maintaining a complete suppression of Beander characteristics and authority, Aaron, who was about to complete the final harvest, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. His mind was instantly filled with complex information, and his body became uncontrollably rigid. In the depths of the still-standing mausoleum, a heavy black stone door suddenly opened, revealing a strange, misty and indistinct space hidden behind it. A phantom light composed of complex information leapt out, transforming into a black shadow with countless distinct black and white eyes splitting open. This was the hidden sage, who had bypassed true vision detection and order perception by relying on his own authority of concealment and the Black Emperor's distorted concepts. Behind him, the bound god, whose body was wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses, emerged from his hidden place. His right hand transformed into a dark, viscous liquid containing an unspeakable curse and malice, and as it reached forward, it solidified into a deep brown branch, like it was cast from petroleum, directly piercing towards Aaron's glabella. The order capable of binding angels rapidly disintegrated before the two kings of angels. Rosal, within the Nation of Disorder, unhesitatingly raised the curtain again, grafting the complex information infused by the hidden sage onto the already half-crippled William Augustus I, allowing Aaron to escape from his mental stagnation. Feeling the source of his heart palpitations was already close at hand, Aaron gritted his teeth and did not choose to directly leave the mausoleum and return to the Nation of Disorder. After all, the hidden sage and the bound god, whose surprise attack had failed, would certainly take William Augustus I, which would almost certainly cut off his possibility of advancing to Justiciar. As his thoughts raced, the nascent divine kingdom, already merged with the Nation of Disorder, descended. Aaron took out Grossel's Travels, whose cover was filled with a radiant cross, which Adam had given him in the Garden of Eden after hunting Arioch, and placed it in front of him to block the deep brown branch containing a portion of the Mother Tree of Desire's blessing. As feelings of extreme evil and extreme madness permeated, as if sensing the outer god's pollution contained within, a cold pupil, deep black and covered in dark blue cracks, faintly appeared in the half-open bronze door behind the radiant cross on the cover. At the same time, in the sky of Backland, which was already approaching noon, the crimson moon suddenly became prominent, gradually appearing as if stained with blood. In addition, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, blue star, etc., all brightened simultaneously, emitting light of different textures. They swept across the northern and southern continents, finally shining on the invisible barrier within the astral world, illuminating all the distorted concepts there, making it impossible for any deity located there to escape. In the mausoleum, utterly destroyed by the aftershocks of the collision, the dark color of the cover of Grossel's Travels suddenly intensified, like a plaque corroding the radiant cross. Aaron, who was closest, could clearly feel a supreme consciousness, looking down on all things, constantly reviving, and dense dark gold mist spontaneously surged out, blocking the ever-increasing pollution. The dark brown bark, entirely condensed from desire, rapidly retracted, and the bound god, with viscous black liquid oozing from his body, looked with blood-red eyes at the half-open bronze portal on the travelogue's cover, letting out a roar that ravaged consciousness and spirit. Primordial 1. The figure of the hidden sage, composed of complex information, froze for a moment, and countless distinct black and white eyeballs then split open in the illusory light, each condensing illusory and complex symbols, causing an extremely terrifying amount of useless knowledge to surge towards Aaron. After the coordinated ambush failed, they had missed the opportunity to severely wound Aaron. It was no longer possible to deal with a king of angels who had accommodated a Sephira in a short time. Although the gods in the astral world could not descend, it did not mean that the sealed artifacts of level 0 and the angels in the Orthodox Church could be ignored. The hidden sage's main body once again dispersed into a torrent of information, rushing towards William Augustus I, who was in a state of confused consciousness, wanting to carry this hand of order into the misty and hazy area within the shattered mausoleum. Regardless of whether George III succeeded, as long as he took away this hand of order characteristic, blocking the birth of a justiciar, he would receive the favor of the Great Mother. Aaron, already prepared, used his King of Angels' authority to leverage the Nation of Disorder, briefly modifying the rules of this space to isolate the chaotic torrent of knowledge. With his right hand, he reached out, grabbed Grossel's Travels, and threw it into a corner, calmly calling out Adam's name. His left hand, the special symbol gifted by the god of steam and machinery, had already disintegrated into a hazy clear light, transforming into scenes of grand and magnificent civilization paintings, blocking the misty and hazy area. A mechanical puppet, reflecting cold metallic luster, walked out of the civilization paintings. In its semi-hollow chest, a bronze triangular holy emblem imprisoned a massive amount of light composed of illusory particles. Its eyes, constructed from countless miniature gears, rotated, looking at the hidden sage, who had split into countless distinct black and white eyeballs. Thanks to this brief obstruction, the light spots in the historical fog suddenly connected to reality. Astolfo, who had completely accommodated two abomination characteristics, slowly walked out, using the Nation of Disorder's positioning, and blocked the bound god, who also wanted to leave. Backland's outskirts, ruin number 1. In the deep, dark, and majestic secret mausoleum, George III's body, after being crowned with the Black Crown, had already begun to transform towards the direction of the Order Shadow, but his anchoring consciousness prevented him from completely detaching from reality. 2 of the 9 mausoleums of the Order Shadow had already collapsed. George III, at a critical moment of his advancement, sensed the battles happening in other mausoleums through the connection between the 9 mausoleums. Even though he had anticipated an attack, he was still angry and puzzled by the terrifying number of angels. His spreading investigative consciousness rapidly retracted. A fierce glint flashed across George III's semi-ethereal face. The destruction of the mausoleums would destabilize the advancement ritual, but as long as he could hold out for this last bit of time, even if he became a half-mad true god in the end, everything could still be salvaged. Just then, he felt the distorted order of his mausoleum being touched. It seemed to be an ant, barely at sequence 3, who had broken through the blockade of the angel who believed in the uncertain mist. George III's already agitated consciousness was triggered by an instinctive spiritual unease. He somewhat laboriously split off some power, directly executing the intruder through the omnipresent distorted order. Triss's body, falling deeper into the mausoleum, mysteriously disintegrated into flying fragments. The reappearing Triss repeated her previous fate until all her mirror substitutes died, having already arrived near the mausoleum. During this process, she quietly chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order. He's really using me as a tool. On the primitive island within the nation of disorder, Rosal, who had the Saphira's blessing, sighed, but his hands didn't stop. He skillfully manipulated the attendant of mystery's characteristic in his hand, protecting Triss from the fate of execution, giving her enough time to induce the primordial demoness's descent. After making all preparations, Rosal stared with interest at the light spot formed by Triss's prayer. As a romantic wanderer who could write, "The taste of a demoness is truly good," in his diary, he was naturally full of curiosity about the primordial demoness, the pinnacle of the demoness pathway. Besides that, he was preparing for the aftermath of George III's demise and the struggle for the corresponding characteristics. The latter could be replaced by the wishing lamp, but that also meant unpredictable dangers. The death premonition, like a bone in his throat, instantly dissipated. Looking at the majestic and deep mausoleum before her, Triss, whose spirit body had been eroded by abyss pollution, took out the yesterday's recurrence charm with a smile of relief. As the thin historical fog churned, a uniquely styled ring, inlaid with a sapphire, appeared on Triss's pinky finger. "Be buried with me." In a hysterical laugh, the demoness of undying unhesitatingly pressed the sapphire ring to her glabella, allowing it to half-real, half-illusorily merge into her glabella. A gray-white tide immediately emanated from her, spreading outwards. "You lunatic!" George III, struggling to endure the potion's erosion, instantly detected the source of the anomaly, letting out angry roars that layered endlessly, like whispers. Amidst the sky-obscuring snake-like hair, Triss, wearing a long bone dress, had her skin crack inch by inch, revealing the madly writhing flesh beneath. She ignored George III, silently rushing towards the source of the twisted rules. In the sky, where the red moon hung high, streaks of blood-colored meteors with fiery tails appeared out of thin air, falling towards ruin No. 1. The blasphemy angel, Isaac Tamara, who had just dealt with the miracle invoker's historical projection, suddenly changed his calm expression. He glanced at the ever-spreading gray-white beneath his feet and muttered in a low voice. "This is the true blasphemy." He finally understood why that miracle invoker had gone to such lengths to send that demoness into the depths of the mausoleum. It turned out she had stolen the power of the primordial demoness. A slightly emotional sigh echoed. Before the terrifying doomsday arrived, Isaac Tamara's figure had already vanished. George III's fate of demise was already sealed. He naturally no longer needed to worry about the original, protect the mausoleum, contract he had signed. And as the blasphemy angel who had made a deal with George III, he could use the still valid transaction to steal power and even authority. Since a new Black Emperor could not be born, he also had to seize the time to cut his losses. In the Lowen Kingdom's Sea County, deep within the Mingerminsk Mountains, was ruin No. 7. Streaks of silvery white lightning snakes shot out, carrying a surging, almost tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, causing the surrounding turbulent sea of blood to boil and evaporate, yet they couldn't truly harm the bloody Archduke, who was hidden within and possessed an angel-level malicious perception. The steaming blood mist didn't dissipate, under the manipulation of the defiled words echoing in the underground mausoleum, it merged with the constantly growing malice, like a grand sacrifice. Calamity Queen Gauzina Emu's expression was cold. As an ancient angel from the Second Epoch, she felt an extremely loathsome and familiar aura, one that originated from the demon monarch who had once attempted to subvert everything, pollute reality, and stand against all the ancient gods. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Gauzina Mu unhesitatingly activated the yesterday's recurrence charm, allowing her spirituality to spread through the thick mists of history to a certain moment in the second epoch. The next second, a terrifying storm of lightning, centered on Gao Xina Mu, spread outwards. Countless layers of entangled spherical lightning struck into the sea of blood like meteors, visibly melting it away. Gao Xina Mu looked with a hint of nostalgia at the bone spear in her hand, surging with electrical light. This divine artifact, forged by the elf king Sunyasolam from his own bone and blood, had long been destroyed in the ancient sun god's battle to reclaim the ancient god's authority. And as the queen of the elven race, she had clearly once wielded this divine artifact, which symbolized status and glory. With the help of yesterday's recurrence, she successfully summoned its corresponding projection and, through it, briefly possessed the authority of a sequence one thunder god. Knowing that the historical projection's duration was limited, Gao Xina Mu ignored the Devil North, who was frantically dodging in the lightning storm. She could feel that the hidden danger had not yet been fully triggered, but she was no longer going to give that fellow a chance. As her thoughts raced, Gao Xina Mu's figure became illusory. Without hesitation, she merged with the spear, transforming into a dazzling, silvery white streak that pierced through the mausoleum sealed by defiled words and distorted order. A moment later, the tyrannical lightning storm finally subsided. Beside the half-collapsed mausoleum, a deep crimson, almost black, shadow rose, instantly transforming into a grotesque devil. Pale blue flames danced on its curved ram horns, covered in sinister patterns. Bloody Archduke North no longer showed his previous discomfiture. His bloodthirsty, indifferent eyes swept over the crack left by Gao Xina Mu's escape, and his slightly regretful, defiled words echoed for a long time. One less angel-level sacrifice, what a pity. I should have acted more convincingly. Bone wings, entwined with pale blue flames, unfolded from his back, carrying this high-level devil into the nearly dried-up sea of blood. On the exposed ground, complex patterns outlined a hexagram, its layers interwoven, clearly forming a massive altar. At the center of the altar, where the malice and defiled aura were most concentrated, a pristine white finger bone, covered with wriggling blood threads, quietly floated. Viscous, foul-smelling blood gushed from the blood threads, replenishing the depleted sea of blood once more. This was the most important item North had brought from the abyss, the finger bone of the cosmos' dark side. Even a full power strike from a sequence one thunder god hadn't damaged it, and it was also the medium connecting the abyss to reality. Shifting his slightly greedy gaze from the finger bone, North tilted his head slightly, coldly scrutinizing the blasphemy angel, Isaac Tamara, who had quietly emerged from the void. A low, indifferent voice then reached his ears. The primordial demoness has descended. George III won't last much longer. I'm here to complete the final ritual for you, to trigger the abyss and create an opportunity for the hidden sage and the bound god to escape. The scarlet in his eyes flickered. North silently watched as the blasphemy angel's body disintegrated into surging white mist, part of it forming a continuously expanding vortex, and the other part merging into the altar beneath the sea of blood. He then uttered a low, hoarse demonic chant. Lord of the Abyss, monarch of filth and degradation, great cosmos dark side. He did not directly pray to the mother tree of desire but instead chanted the honorific name of the cosmos dark side. Within the vortex, Isaac Tamara's figure flickered in and out of sight, solemnly declaring with the words of order. North offers the finger bone of the cosmos dark side, the altar, and materials for the abyss descent ritual, requesting a great transaction. His desired reward is the great mother tree of desire's bestowal of grace, causing this reality to fall towards the abyss. Great uncertain mist, your most loyal servant, Isaac Tamara, implores your grace. I implore you to reclaim the high-level characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway and the malice generated before his death, using the great transaction I made with George III, to make the abyss fall even deeper. Amidst the continuous words of order, his connection with the uncertain mist grew tighter, and the pervading white mist became denser and more unpredictable. As the sea of blood trembled, a point of light in the vortex suddenly expanded, reflecting the deep, dim cosmos. A giant tree, as if drenched in black asphalt, stretched out strange and terrifying arms as branches, and its surface was covered with rolling, bloodshot black and white eyes. In the half-collapsed mausoleum, thanks to the god of steam and machinery's divine descent vessel and Astrolfo's help, Aaron, while blocking the escape of the hidden sage and the bound god, finally managed to reclaim William Augustus I. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal silence, immediately fell onto William Augustus I's glabella, plunging this gravely wounded, dying hand of order, who could have completely lost control and mutated into a monster at any moment, into eternal slumber. The process of losing control also abruptly ceased. Aaron restrained the aggregating instinct from the depths of his spirituality, not begrudging the river of eternal darkness as water. At this moment, William Augustus I's body, apart from his already uncontrolled will, was filled with the pollution of the hidden sage and the bound god. It would take some time to purify him before he could be accommodated, and now was clearly not the time, so only the most secure sealing method could be used. Only Adam's last hand of order characteristic remains. As his thoughts raced, Aaron subconsciously sensed the changes in the surrounding order, and to his surprise, he found that Grossel's travels, which he had thrown out earlier, had disappeared at some unknown point. Before Aaron could investigate further, he perceived a terrifying erosion, powerful enough to corrupt even divinity, rapidly spreading through the connections of the 9 mausoleums and converging towards ruin number 1 near Backland. Calamity Queen Gao Zena Emu's prayer also echoed in his ears at this moment. Abyss. Vaguely guessing the source of the anomaly, Aaron's eyes narrowed. He decisively abandoned the attempt to continue besieging the hidden sage and the bound god, grabbed William Augustus I, who was in eternal slumber, and directly returned to the Nation of Disorder. Within the Nation of Disorder, boundless dark gold mist gathered, merging into William Augustus I, who was in eternal slumber. Using the Saphira's authority to continue sealing and eroding the pollution and will within the hand of order, Aaron sensed it to confirm no hidden dangers remained before looking at Rosal on the primitive island. The former Black Emperor's expression was solemn. From the shadow-like curtain he held up, a slimy tentacle, vaguely patterned with an eerie design yet indistinct to the eye, slowly squirmed out. The concept of distance was distorted. Aaron took a single step and arrived beside Rosal, solemnly declaring, using the authority of a king of angels to leverage the power of the Nation of Disorder. The revival of the dead is forbidden here. Invisible ripples bypassed Rosal, dissolving into the squirming, struggling attendant of mystery's Beander characteristic, causing the will that showed signs of revival to return to silence. His tense body relaxed slightly. Rosal took the now calm curtain, and while maintaining Triss's consciousness, which was enduring the primordial one's descent, through distortion and grafting, he spoke in a deep voice. Triss is almost at her limit. In 3 minutes at most, Cheek will awaken in her body. Aaron nodded slightly, directly descending upon relic number 1 via Triss's prayer light, only his lingering voice echoing. Prepare to contend for the Black Emperor's high-sequence Beander characteristics. On the outskirts of Backland, a meteor trailing a crimson flame stream accurately struck relic number 1, which was covered in shadows. As the earth trembled, the sky rapidly darkened, and a storm containing endless calamity enveloped the area. Triss, whose flesh and blood constantly disintegrated yet barely maintained a human form, was surrounded by countless thick, long snake-like hairs. She forcibly tore through the order's shadow covering the mausoleum, allowing boundless grayish-white to corrode everything. George III's sanity was already blurry. His mad consciousness, originally anchored by the various mausoleums, was now assaulting his remaining reason. The deep black crown, inlaid with numerous dark gems and symbolizing the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, began to tremble violently, distorting all surrounding objects. The process of accommodating the uniqueness through the god ascension ritual was interrupted. Numerous cracks disintegrated from the part of the shadow where the deep black crown and George III intertwined, causing George III, who had already etherealized into a rule, to stiffen in midair, falling into uncontrollable mutation. Under the ritual witnessed by the uncertain mist, infinite desires, following the connections between the mausoleums, detonated George III's last vestiges of reason, causing the anger and malice in his heart to breed and fall, transforming into a special medium. Fallen, defiled, viscous black liquid continuously gushed from George III's body, vaguely forming a humanoid giant tree with chaotic scales. Even more thoroughly distorted, Triss, who had long abandoned her sanity, was left with only pure murderous intent towards George III. Yet, she instinctively sensed danger. The substantial calamity immediately transformed into a pale bone skirt, but it was instantly struck by a branch covered in wet flowers and tar-like liquid, causing layers of cracks to appear. Amidst the screams that pierced the spirit body, George III's ruled transformed body completely disintegrated. An indescribable spiritual light suddenly erupted, the most brilliant of which was a dim and dark crown. Almost at the same moment George III completely fell, Aaron's figure appeared outside Relic No. 1. Accompanying him was a magnificent and boundless dark gold world, isolating the terrifying aftershocks, which were capable of destroying Backland, from reality. Unauthorized contracts shall be void. As the embryonic divine kingdom merged with the nation of disorder, Aaron solemnly declared, and the underlying rules of this area were modified accordingly. The medium formed by the contractual transaction woven by the blasphemy angel was instantly affected. The power bestowed by the mother tree of desire was like a candle in the wind until a thick white mist followed, restoring stability. Seizing the opportunity created by the rule modification, Aaron once again fully leveraged the power of the nation of disorder, bringing the aggregation of the Black Emperor pathway Beander characteristics by this Sephira to its peak. It emitted an extremely terrifying suction, causing the spiritual storm formed by George III's fall and disintegration to surge like a tide. Chaos is uncertain, truth is eternal. A solemn voice, similar to the genie's but more indifferent and rigid, gushed out from the cracks in the rules alongside the surging white mist, making all certain things temporarily uncertain, including the Beander characteristic aggregation law and the modified underlying rules. This originated from the pathway controlled by the uncertain mist, one of the outer deities, sequence 0 inches chaos mist. Although the outer deities were entrenched beyond the barrier, restraining the gods, correspondingly, the vigilant gods also indirectly strengthened the astral world barrier, minimizing the influence outer deities could exert. As a result, even the blasphemy angel, who could temporarily steal the authority of an outer deity through transactions at any cost, could only briefly steal a portion of the chaos mist authority due to the weakening effect of the strengthened barrier. Yet, this was still enough to contend with Aaron, who had not yet achieved the Justiciar sequence. The 4 rays of light, symbolizing the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics, froze in midair. The remaining spiritual light, however, unobstructed, disappeared into the boundless dark gold world. Rosal slowly stood up in the mausoleum on the primitive island. His true vision reflected that all 4 rays of light were enveloped by the words of truth intertwined within the gaps of the Order shadow. Such an opportunity would only come once. Under the gaze of the uncertain mist, the grafting involving that uniqueness was very likely to fail. Rosal sighed lightly, shifting his gaze from the dim crown to a certain Prince of Abolition Beander characteristic, where the words of order appeared slightly thinner. The curtain in his hand suddenly lifted. He no longer maintained the balance of Triss's mind, instead grafting the words of truth corresponding to that Prince of Abolition Beander characteristic to Triss, whose consciousness was rapidly collapsing and who was about to become a clone of the primordial demoness. One of the 4 rays of light, frozen in midair, shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, disappearing into the dark gold mist. Aaron, who constantly sensed Rosal's actions, used the balancer's authority to temporarily restore balance between Triss and the primordial demoness's spirit that was devouring her consciousness, allowing her to regain control of her body. The crown of stars then appeared above Aaron's head. A dark blue starlight portal swallowed Triss, banishing this demoness. The coordinates corresponding to the gate of banishment were precisely relic number 7, provided by Calamity Queen Gao Xena Mu, the source of the Abyss Aura eruption. The sensing of order changes confirmed to Aaron that it was where the Mother Tree of Desire and the Uncertain Mist's bestowal ritual was located. As long as the ritual was destroyed, the power bestowed by these two outer deities would be like rootless duckweed, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, once the Mother Tree of Desire finished absorbing George III's fallen malice and freed her hands to help the uncertain mist, the remaining high-sequence Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway would likely all be lost. Deep within the Murmansk Mountains, on the eastern shore of the Intersea, bordering Lowen and Folsac, inside the seventh relic, the lingering storm aura had long been annihilated by the silently surging black mist, and a filthy, depraved, viscous black liquid replaced the sea of blood, slowly eroding and corrupting reality. As the vessel for the Mother Tree of Desire's boon, that finger bone from the universe's dark side greedily absorbed and contained the boundless malice originating from George III's near-death state, transmitted through the ritual, as well as the negative emotions accumulated and precipitated in the collective subconscious ocean. It suddenly broke through a certain constraint, causing this material world to completely fall into the abyss. And with George III's demise, the order barely maintaining the dilapidated mausoleum completely disintegrated, dragging the entire underground relic down into that boundless darkness. Above the layered and interwoven hexagram altar, even the bloody Archduke, Nos, who had fully revealed his mythical creature form, couldn't control his trembling body. He prostrated himself on the ground, his excited expression unable to hide his deeply concealed fear. From the third epoch until now, countless high-ranking devils had fled into the abyss for various reasons, but from a certain period in the fifth epoch, most of them became sustenance for the abyssal master, including devil lords who had reached the angel rank like himself. If not for the Mother Tree of Desire's boon and protection, he would have long since fled. The vast, ocean-like abyssal aura washed over everything, yet bypassed the blasphemy angel, Isaac Tamara at the core of the ritual. However, as the price for inheriting part of the sequence 0 inches chaos mist, authority and status, even with the ritual's protection, he was still irresistibly falling into a fate of gradual loss of control. But as an angel who ascended through a boon, he was utterly powerless against the manipulation of the uncertain mist. While his heart grew anxious, his spiritual intuition's instinctive warning made him simultaneously notice a rather familiar grayish-white appearing in the dim, dark world of black mist. Not good. Archduke Nos, with his devil senses, foresaw the danger earlier than Isaac Tamara. The feeling of a thorn in his back made his pupils tremble violently, and his bone wings, burning with ghostly blue flames, flapped frantically as he fled in the direction away from the abyss beneath his feet. The next second, an indescribable hand reached out from the fallen and defiled abyss, colliding with the rapidly expanding grayish-white. Amidst the layered and echoing whispers, Triss, whose last vestiges of sanity had been completely ignited, laughed hysterically. Behind her, a web-like illusory tunnel appeared, intertwining and spreading to form a void dark, special mirror world. This was an extension of the primordial demoness's divine kingdom, originally intended as a desperate move to perish with George III. Now, it became Triss's medium for revenge against the primordial demoness. The layered mirror world instantly expanded, engulfing Archduke Nos and Isaac Tamara, who hadn't managed to escape. Like a tide of interwoven grayish-white and gloom, it pressed that hand back into the abyss and disappeared with it into that polluted darkness. On the outskirts of Backland, inside Relic Number 1, which was isolated from reality by the Nation of Disorder. The Mother Tree of Desire, devouring the fallen malice of George III, and the uncertain mist, vying for the Black Emperor pathway's high-level Beander characteristic, both stirred simultaneously. The former, in particular, displayed a kind of exasperated fury. Cheek. The humanoid giant tree phantom with chaotic scales roared in a low voice, then instantly vanished, swallowing all the malice in a gulp. The surging, swirling white mist froze for a moment. He sensed that the ritual was collapsing, and if he didn't leave soon, even the angel he had painstakingly supported and blessed within the barrier might not be saved. Although surprised by the Mother Tree of Desire's reaction, Aaron chose not to stop her at this moment. Just as he was preparing to fully confront the uncertain mist, his expression suddenly turned serious. A brilliant, bluish-white light appeared on the surface of the dense, unwatchable white mist, disrupting the order assimilated by the nation of disorder and reopening the isolation from reality, creating a rift in this boundless dark gold world. The dim, dark crown enveloped by the words of truth suddenly began to tremble. The activation process, which would normally take a considerable amount of time, was accelerating at an incredible speed under the interference of the chaos mist authority. Before Aaron could react, the uncertain mist, having made its choice when the mother tree of desire departed, detonated the swirling, dense white mist, creating a destructive tide capable of making any king of angels tremble, completely tearing the crack into a gaping hole. The Black Emperor uniqueness, affected by the high-level power, also fully activated at this moment, breaking free from its original solidified crown vessel, becoming conceptual and symbolic, and instantly disappearing into the astral world. Aaron, whose nascent divine kingdom was gradually merging with the nation of disorder, instantly quelled the chaos and mended the loopholes in order. However, he was too late to prevent the conceptualization of that uniqueness. After being affected by the uncertain mist, even the Saphira's aggregation of Beander characteristics could not bring it back. Truly decisive, willing to suffer a mutual loss with me even if it affects the main body. Withdrawing his gaze from the astral world, Aaron sighed softly with a hint of regret, then beckoned, drawing a Prince of Order, Beander characteristic that remained in place. As for the other Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, it was swept away by the residual power of the uncertain mist during the self-detonation. 2. Prince of Order, Beander characteristics, 3. Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristics, and quite a few Black Emperor Pathway Demigod Beander characteristics. As for William Augustus I, after separating that Hand of Order, Beander characteristic, there should still be 1 or 2 Balancer, Beander characteristics. After obliterating the pollution in this area to prevent it from affecting nearby backland, Aaron briefly tallied his gains, and immediately felt the pain of his nascent divine kingdom being torn lessened by a few points, and his already not so strong sense of regret completely vanished. For him, as long as the Black Emperor uniqueness was not taken by the uncertain mist or other outer deities, it was acceptable. After all, without the aid of a simplified God ascension ritual for containment, that uniqueness would only be a burden, not an aid. As for the uniqueness conceptualizing and returning to the astral world, it was not without a solution. The current him could not retrieve the uniqueness solely by aggregating Beander characteristics, but that didn't mean he couldn't do so after achieving judgment and containing the nation of disorder to become a half-outer deity. At worst, he could allow Rosal to initiate a true resurrection, using the Black Emperor's specialty to make the uniqueness return on its own. His thoughts gradually settled. Aaron's spirituality swept over the unrest in backland nearby. After confirming George III's complete demise, the Punishers and Nighthawks, acting on instructions from the Church's high echelons, swiftly and secretly detained the Augustus family and the royal faction of Military Intelligence 9 under the guise of appeasement and investigation. The high-ranking members of the royal family and corresponding powerful sealed artifacts had mostly been dispatched to protect the 9 great mausoleums. The one demigod left behind was also captured when Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Church of Evernight and Deep Blue High Priest, Redall Valentine of the Storm Church arrived together. Aaron no longer interfered with the situation in backland. He retracted his spreading spirituality, and under the many gazes, some indifferent, some disgusted, projected from the astral world and even the cosmos, a slow smile curved his lips. He instantly returned to the nation of disorder. Waving his hand, he retrieved the increasingly active Beander characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries. After a simple seal, Aaron tossed a Prince of Abolition Beander characteristic to Rosal, who had contributed a great deal. The Mother Tree of Desire took away George III's fallen malice, but there are still mental imprints remaining in the Beander characteristic. If you wish to attempt to accommodate it, you can use the blessings of the nation of disorder to maintain the balance of your self-cognition. This will also be beneficial for your future resurrection. After instructing Rosal, Aaron properly placed the other Beander characteristics. Then, he lit up the prayer star of Gao Zena Mu, the Calamity Queen. This elven queen remained in the Intersea County after escaping the seventh relic, monitoring the anomalies in the Mingerminsk Mountains. With Aaron's current status, he could extend his true vision directly to the seventh relic, where the abyss and reality intersected, avoiding potential traps if his main body were to venture there rashly. In his spreading true vision, the seventh relic was replaced by a deep, defiled rift that led to an unknown place. The layer of illusory, viscous black mist shrouding it prevented Aaron from directly peering into the situation, but no more direct disaster had occurred. Aaron subtly let out a sigh of relief. Although he still had some doubts, it was clearly not the right time to investigate. Just as he was about to withdraw his true vision and head to the other mausoleums to clean up the aftermath, his gaze froze at the edge of the scene. At the top of the shadowed mountain range, Adam, dressed in a simple white robe and wearing a silver cross pendant, seemed to sense something and raised his head. A dark gold glint was reflected in his clear, childlike eyes. In his hand, Grossel's Travels was bound by a pale gold light film. The deep black eye on the cover, with its cold pupils full of dark blue cracks, gazed down at the abyss. Aaron raised an eyebrow, attempting to sense Palza's prayer star. The scene in his true vision shifted, and he saw Aemon casually leaning against the ruins. The blasphemer was playing with a crystal pillar formed from light and shadow, with numerous worms of time, each having 12 segments, rapidly swimming inside, making everything around seem to stand still. Aemon, who had deliberately maintained an unbroken prayer connection, raised his head and, as if in defiance, held up the worm of time Beander characteristic in his hand towards the sky, a slight curve on his lips. All obstacles had been cleared. With just one ritual, he could ascend to the divine throne and become the embodiment of all errors in this world. This was the premise of his deal with Adam. Aaron ignored Amon's mischief. After confirming the situation, he raised his hand to extinguish his true vision, descending again using Astrolfo's faith positioning. The collapsed mausoleum was overgrown with thorns covered in black sticky liquid. Although the battle had long ended, the struggle of several kings of angels had completely altered this space. Facing two kings of angels who had accommodated uniqueness, without Aaron's suppression, Astrolfo and the god of steam and machinery's divine descent vessel were clearly unable to prevent the hidden sage and the bound god from escaping. Aaron, who had already anticipated this, was not disappointed. He raised his hand and swiped forward, and the entire collapsed mausoleum area was isolated by an invisible order, cutting off the lingering curses from the bound god from eroding reality. Without resisting the repulsion of order, a grand and heavy scroll of civilization retracted into the semi-hollow chest cavity, carrying the information torrent of the hidden sage that remained there, disappearing into the light composed of countless illusory particles, confined by the bronze triangular holy emblem. Congratulations, you are one step closer to godhood. The eyes formed by countless miniature gears rotated, and the voice of the god of steam and machinery slowly emerged from the increasingly dazzling light. Thank you for your warning before and for your assistance this time. After bowing slightly in gratitude, Aaron examined the complex knowledge, with its constantly churning black and white eyeballs, and continued, carefully choosing his words. I will fulfill my promise according to our previous agreement and assist in resolving the hidden sage threat, but I also hope you can grant me some more time. Stabilizing the situation in LotM is urgent. We absolutely cannot allow Fasak to take advantage of the weakness. I also plan to use this time to fully accommodate and digest the remaining Hand of Order Beander characteristic. The body constructed of mechanical gears slowly melted, disintegrating into its most basic particle structure and silently merging into the astral world, leaving only an echo. Be sure to stabilize the anchors where faith converges. Only when you are truly ready should you proceed to St. Serlan Cathedral. Ahorva County, third relic upstream of the Hoy River. D. Link Augustus, formerly the Duke of South Wales and one of the only two high-ranking individuals of the Augustus family on the surface, was filled with shock and anger. He stared intently at Duke Solomon Nast opposite him, threatening coldly. Defying the tide of the era, even an angel cannot escape unscathed. The popes of the three churches may arrive at any time, and I believe they wouldn't mind joining forces with me to resolve the major trouble you pose to the sea lanes. As a seasoned Sequence 2 balancer of the Arbiter pathway, he was suppressed by a Duke of Entropy who had only recently advanced. Even if Nast was aided by the Black Emperor card, it still made him feel an unspeakable sense of humiliation. Compared to that, what was even harder for him to accept was the fear stemming from the unknown. Although he was unable to clearly sense the outside world due to Nast's interference, the collapse of the mausoleum was enough to explain everything. George III's desperate gamble, staking everything of the Augustus family, had failed. And the cause of all this clearly couldn't be Nast in front of him. If he continued to confront him here, would he also repeat George III's fate? While blusteringly threatening Nast, D-Link Augustus's mind was filled with an uncontrollable jumble of thoughts. Suddenly, he quite looked forward to the high-ranking officials of the three churches arriving quickly. At least he and they could still reach a consensus on stabilizing LotM and ensuring that the anchors of the gods remained unshaken. Even if they had strong opinions about the Augustus family, they would choose to compromise given LotM's internal and external troubles. Nast, who had accommodated the Black Emperor card, looked at D-Link Augustus with a hint of pity. He knew very well the Lord of Order's attitude towards the Augustus family. A mocking arc curved Nast's lips. Shadow-like ripples spread around him, intensifying his distortion of order, and he reclaimed the Beander abilities that the balancer had previously stripped away. Just as he was about to make another move, his deep black eyes narrowed slightly. Chains of order, interwoven with dark gold mist and seemingly piercing through fundamental rules, passed through D-Link Augustus's body without hindrance. Under the absolute suppression of status and authority, all resistance seemed pale and powerless. In an incredulous shriek of despair, the angel was dragged away and vanished in an ephemeral dark gold world. After forcefully initiating the sacrificial ritual with Nast's faith stars, Aaron gave D-Link Augustus, who had been dragged into the nation of disorder, no chance to resist. The boundless dark gold mist transformed into a rapidly spinning vortex, unleashing a terrifying suction force generated by the forced aggregation of Beander characteristics due to his status, slowly extracting the Beander characteristic from this balancer's body. D-Link Augustus, already severely injured from his entanglement with Nast, was helpless. He, who hadn't even figured out who his opponent was, could only watch in despair as his body was completely lifted by the hand of order and fell into the boundless dark gold vortex. Moments later, the vortex dissipated, and Aaron's figure was outlined once more. His right hand tightly clutched a six-sided crystal radiating a golden halo, which was the balancer's Beander characteristic. He chose not to directly accommodate it, not only because at Aaron's current status, even accommodating another Sequence 2 Beander characteristic wouldn't significantly improve him, and he would instead have to expend energy to balance the influence of residual spiritual imprints. More importantly, he intended to use this to test the knowledge he had analyzed from the talisman given by the underworld Taoist at the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness deep within Calderon City. Even though the corresponding knowledge was fragmented and incomplete, and the talisman itself had already been handed over to the Evernight goddess, for Aaron, who truly controlled the Sephira, it was enough to glimpse and deduce the system of bestowal that the Western continent had explored over thousands of years. Perhaps there's an even better option. His raised hand paused slightly. Aaron's spirituality was touched, and the bestowal ritual of the uncertain mist, which he had analyzed with his true sight, couldn't help but surface in his mind. He was capable of extracting the essence and discarding the dross from the paths of bestowal and favor, which were somewhat similar but distinct from the traditional potion system of Beander pathways. Even if he failed, it would only cost him some effort to completely pulverize this characteristic. As he made up his mind, Aaron used his finger as a pen. The power of the Sephira was immediately activated, solidifying into complex, three-dimensional symbols that merged into the Beander characteristic in his hand. An indescribable, peculiar sensation instantly surged into his heart, constantly strengthening with the washing of the Sephira's power. The idea is correct, but it still needs to be nurtured for some time. I can start looking for a test subject, or rather, a lucky one. To be safe, it must at least be a demigod, and belong to the Black Emperor or just to see our pathway. Audrey's second brother, Alfred, is quite suitable. His level is sufficient, and he is trustworthy. Carefully sensing the changes in order, Aaron nodded with satisfaction, suppressing his thoughts and tossing the golden light cluster, which was constantly contracting and expanding like breathing, into the pile of miscellaneous items. Most of the battles in the various mausoleums ended after George III's demise. Duke Joanna of the New Moon and Azek Eggers were already suppressed by the absolutely superior beauty goddess Baranka and the tree god, who made his debut in reality, so they naturally couldn't prevent their escape. As for the sage of the Moses ascetic order entangled by Bernadette, he was directly taken away by the escaping hidden sage. In the end, only D-Link Augustus remained, like a turtle in a jar. After cleaning up the aftermath, Aaron no longer hesitated. He directly descended to the Minsk Mountains on the outskirts of the seventh relic via the Prayer Stars, where he met the simple priest, whose expression was gentle as if he were waiting for him. The primordial one's will has been stimulated, and its recovery has exceeded expectations. I need the river of eternal darkness water in your hand. As Adam handed Aaron Grossel's Travels, whose cover had been mostly eroded by shadows, a black, high-backed chair appeared behind him. He clasped his hands over the silver cross pendant on his chest. His eyes, clear as a child's, scrutinized the deep fissure in the mountains, enveloped by a layer of illusory, viscous black mist, and calmly added, I have isolated this area from the corresponding collective subconscious sea. At least for a certain period, no corruption or defilement will contaminate the islands of consciousness. As he spoke, a luminous cross quietly rose beside him. Looking at Charles Costilla I, impaled and fixed by blood-stained wooden stakes on it, Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. He resisted the aggregation instinct deep within his spirituality, glanced at Adam, and then raised his hand. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal stillness, immediately emerged and fell into the deep black, cold pupil, filled with dark blue cracks, behind the bronze door on the cover of Grossel's Travels. The will of the primordial God Almighty, which was gradually becoming active, immediately receded into eternal slumber. The blood-stained wooden stakes impaling Charles Costilla I on the luminous cross also vanished. Even though he had anticipated Adam's choice to fulfill his promise, Aaron was still uncontrollably stirred when he actually obtained Charles Costilla I's corpse and the last hand of order characteristic. He only needed to accommodate and digest the remaining characteristics, complete the ritual of becoming a god, and he could even transcend the limitations of Sequence 0 and directly become half an outer deity. After completely sealing Charles Costilla I and sacrificing him to the nation of disorder, Aaron calmed his slightly agitated emotions and, following Adam's gaze, looked towards the source of the defiling aura, asking, The barrier between the abyss and reality has been opened. I cannot constantly keep my energy here. That demon king is always a hidden danger. Did you foresee this day, or was this always the future you wove? Adam, who was indifferent to Aaron taking Charles Costilla I's corpse, sighed lightly. He did not answer Aaron's question, but simply spoke in a calm, self-absorbed manner. The primordial God Almighty once accommodated the city of calamity and the tenebrous world. After his demise, his residual will still influenced high-level beings who came into contact with him. In the fourth epoch, Tudor and Cheek's mad attempts ultimately failed, but they also awakened the primordial one's consciousness within them. As for Farbati, the demon king in the abyss, his body contains the fallen evil thoughts of the primordial God Almighty. This is also the essence of his ability to barely balance the mother tree of desire's corruption. And after they meet, whether willingly or not, the strong aggregation instinct will greatly awaken the primordial one's will within each of them. For a considerable period in the future, Cheek will no longer be able to interfere with reality, and Farbati can avoid being completely eroded by the mother tree of desire, thwarting this outer deity's plan to create a dual pathway true God within the barrier. No wonder the mother tree of desire directly gave up on joining forces with the uncertain mist to contend for the Black Emperor uniqueness at that time, and even seemed a bit exasperated. Aaron nodded slightly in thought, his expression undeniably strange as he glanced at the now calm Grossel's travels in his hand. Such news was of great significance to him, at least when preparing for his own ritual of becoming a god. He no longer had to worry about the threat of the primordial demoness and the abyss. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.